This is Kanzenshuu EX, the podcast. This is Kanzenshuu EX. This is Kanzenshuu EX.
This is Kanzenshuu EX.
This is Kanzenshuu EX. This is Kanzenshuu EX. This is Kanzenshuu EX. This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast.
This is Kanzenshuu.
This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast. This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast. This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast.
Episode 500!
Welcome to episode 500 here at Kanzenshuu, the podcast, an extension of the all-encompassing Dragon Ball fan site, Kanzenshuu. We do in fact cover anything and everything Dragon Ball in hopes of enlightening and a little bit of entertaining. My name is Mike. You may see me around as Vegito EX, and I have the distinct honor of being one of the co-founders of this here website and host of this here podcast. As you can see by the runtime, we have an extravaganza for y'all this episode. This is either going to be the absolute best or alternatively, and most likely, absolute worst episode to start with if you are a new listener. That's for damn sure. At Kanzenshuu, we love exploring, documenting, and celebrating the past, and occasionally, that means our own past. Last time we did a clip show was back on episode 100 in 2007. Looking at the calendar now, it is 2023. Doing the math, we should be far beyond 500 by now. But hey, life comes at you fast sometimes. We are long overdue, and a clip show is in fact what you were getting this episode. And like secret, not so secret here, a clip show is not easier than doing a regular episode. A regular episode filled with even new original research and translations is infinitely easier than a clip show. Let that be known. So how about this clip show? The problem with that is that I consider the first, roughly like 3 or 4 years of the podcast, and myself in particular, absolutely unlistenable on about 800 different levels. And yet it's an important part of what got us here today. So we're going to do it anyway. Now, I am certainly not sharing something from every episode, but we are in fact going to go all the way back to episode 1 in 2005 and journey through time. I'll be setting up either a single clip or series of clips. You'll hear those, and then we'll do the exact same thing, wash, rinse, repeat, go through all the clips, and somehow we'll end up in the present day timeline. Probably worth setting the stage here, in case you don't know us well. Mike, started Vegito EX's Ultimate DBZ Links page in January 1998, transitioned that to Vegito EX's homepage shortly after that, a little more comprehensive with news and articles and other bad stuff of the era, transitioned that to Kanzenshuu EX shortly after that, much more comprehensive at that point. We did a big site relaunch in 2003. That's when Julian joined me here. And the podcast followed shortly thereafter in 2005 with myself and, of course, Julian as well. The cast of characters has absolutely expanded over the years, particularly there in 2012 when we performed Fusion with our buddies at the fan site Kanzentai to become Kanzenshuu. Now, that all said, yeah, we're doing a clip show. That was a little bit of history. We're going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate you. We're going to give you cool stuff. It's been a long time. It's time for a contest. I am holding in my hand something that my good buddy Albert, longtime listener of the show, visitor of the site, longtime worker at conventions, personal friend as well, at Animazement, I believe this was 2013. That was the year we went down there in North Carolina. We had Masako Nozawa, Toshio Furukawa, Yusei Nakao, Yuko Minaguchi. I mean, it was a big year. I certainly got all the autographs I could get. And then after the convention, Albert presented me with this. I am holding in my hands Dragon Ball Z Kai Season 1, Episodes 1 through 26. This is a DVD copy of this season set. I'm looking at autographs from Masako Nozawa, Toshio Furukawa, Yuko Minaguchi. Those are the ones I can make out by sight. I believe I believe that's Kara Edwards. I'm assuming that's Sean Schemmel on there. There's 3 or 4 other autographs on here that I actually can't make out by sight. We were supposed to give this away forever ago, and I was holding it for a special moment, and those moments escaped me, and I was planning on this, and then last week Albert was like, hey, what about that thing that you never gave away? And I'm like, hey, buddy, I have a plan for that. This is it. We are giving away this completely amazing set of autographs on this DVD box set. It's coming your way. You could be the lucky owner of this. So how are we going to do this contest? Well, I have never done this before, but I'm going to use Gleam. You've probably seen that elsewhere for entering contests. It's the kind of thing where you get multiple entries for doing things. I wanted to do something like, I want you to show us how much you love Kanzenshuu. What would that be? Would that be like tweeting something with a hashtag? Okay, maybe. Would that be like drawing fan art? I don't know. How am I going to get that? Am I going to check email and check everyone's Instagram accounts? That's too much work. So I'm going to use this Gleam thing. There's a bunch of different ways. I actually, as I'm recording, haven't finished setting up how you are going to enter. So there's going to be a whole bunch of ways. And each of those different ways gets you like an extra entry into the contest. So we're going to try this out. I'm going to run this, I think, for a month. So let's see. I'm going to open this on April 1st, and I'm clicking here. Let's say I'm tentatively going to end it 11:59 Eastern time on April 30th. As I'm recording this, April 1st is tomorrow, and I still have a bunch of work to do in this podcast. We'll see how this rolls out. I'm dedicated to getting this done. Anyway, you want this. I'm going to post about it on socials and the site and everything. Make sure that you have the links and the resources you need to enter this contest. Again, this is an autographed set. I mean, it's got Nozawa on there. That alone, you need this in your life. That said, it's time to get into this episode. This is a doozy. But a few things before we get into the clips. I want to give a ton of thanks to a ton of people. No doubt first goes out to Julian, Mary, Heath, and Jake, the core group of co-hosts over the years, for putting up with my shenanigans this long. In one of those cases, unbelievable that we're still married. In the other cases, unbelievable that we're still friends. I appreciate you all. I tell you as often as I can, and I want the world to know how much I appreciate you. Special thanks goes out to Curran, who in 2011 sent us this amazing podcast artwork, totally unsolicited, which we've been using a variation on to this day. I want you to know that I remember you and I appreciate you. They even did the Kanzenshuu update for us in 2012. Thank you. Special thanks to Mark for hosting all of the pre-Kanzenshuu episodes all these years. Thank you. It would be impossible to individually thank all of the special guests and interviewees we've had over the years. So just know that I remember each and every one of you and appreciate it more than you know. I want to thank all of the friends of the website, the folks that help us do translation work, article stuff, those that are working on the wiki right now. Again, it's such an amazing core group of friends. Heath and I have mentioned this countless times over the course of the show, but we didn't think our Dragon Ball friend group would ever expand after 2012. We can't thank you enough for everything you do to help us out. And then final thanks, everyone who has or is right now supporting us on Patreon. Y'all help keep the lights on each month. It makes a world of difference, and we cannot thank you enough. Before we go to the clips, I know I'm delaying it a little bit, but hey, indulge me here. I want to read an email. We haven't read emails for a long time. This one came, again, unsolicited. I'm going to perhaps embarrass you, Liam, but this email made my day, my week, my month, my year, and I want to read it for you all. Liam said, "Sorry for the long message, but I've been meaning to send this for a long time. I want to say thank you for everything you do, the podcast in particular. The Daisuke EX podcast was the first podcast I ever listened to, and it's crazy to think about how long I've been listening to it. With episode 500 fast? Approaching. I want to wholeheartedly congratulate you on a great show that means a lot to me and many other people. Growing up in a period where Dragon Ball's popularity was waning even in North America, it was so nice to hear people talk about Dragon Ball. I only knew one or two other kids who were fans of Dragon Ball when I was young, so when I later discovered the podcast around 2008, it was a revelation. Hearing those voices in my head for slightly more than half my life has really made the podcast something I treasure. Even as I found myself less obsessive about Dragon Ball, not necessarily following all of the new movies or video games, every time a new podcast comes out, it takes priority over any other podcast in my queue. Its appeal surpasses my interest level in the franchise because of how well presented and fun it is. Back in late 2018, I started listening to the podcast from the beginning again. Hard for you to hear, I know. Oh my God, Liam, don't do that. And I'm still slowly making my way through bit by bit. In early 2019, I moved and a lot of things changed in my life. And being able to listen to those old 2007 era podcast episodes was such a comforting thing, strange as that sounds. Remembering episodes from over a decade ago, laughing at some of the genuinely great jokes, and being glad that this was one thing that was still there for me, even with all the changes. I found myself in a similarly tumultuous period again recently, and so the back catalog marathon has resumed again. I've made it to 2014 at this point. I love knowing it's something I can always go back to as a guaranteed way to improve my mood. I know the podcast doesn't get as much discussion on the forums as it used to, and maybe only a handful of tweet responses sometimes. But I want you to know that there is a huge number of people like me who never joined the forum, never sent an email, or interacted on social media, but nevertheless love the podcast. Thank you so very much for a great 15 plus years of listening, and I can't wait to hear more. Congrats on 500. Liam, I can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart for something like that. The podcast is absolutely something that I do because I love it. And the fact that anyone else listens is just a cherry on top of that. Thank you so much for that message. I think that's a great way to kind of go into revisiting some of our history here. So some things to consider as you get listening here. Number 1, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Number 2, I'm going to try to levelate what I can. Number 3, again, I'm really sorry. Number 4, you really see and feel the change over time as we find our voices and our role as stewards of information and archival. Around episode 20 is where the chemistry is basically where it will be, but unfortunately the sound sucks until about episode 112, roughly 2-ish years in, and even then I still didn't know how to place microphones. Number 5, I'm sorry. Number 6, not everything I say may be correct. Things like first appearances, getting those right, but I tried. Number 7, even name spellings and pronunciations change during the course of the show. I love that. Number 8, truly last stuff, and then we're getting into it. www.kanzenshuu.com. That is kanzenshuu.com. Patreon.com/kanzenshuu. Hey, twitch.tv/VegettoEX for Saturday Night Bullshit. And then finally, I'm sorry. Here we go. Let's kick things off with a few clips from the first batch of around 20 episodes, starting all the way back in November 2005. The sound quality is absolutely abysmal, and while Julian still sounds exactly the same, I sound like I'm maybe 8 years old. I was, in fact, 23. There were some pretty impressive firsts, even so early on in the show. We get the now standard opening. We get Julian's Japanese ending. We get redundantly redundant. And we get this weird unicorn self-censoring thing that I don't think is even remotely funny, but, well, old school fans of the show still reference this to this day for some reason. So here it is.
Hello and welcome. It is Saturday, November 19th, and we are going to attempt to record our first podcast. My name is Michael Labrie. You may know me as VegettoEX from Daisuke EX. And with me today is Julian.
Yep.
That's you?
Yep, that's me. You may also know me as Saya Jedi, but I generally go by my name.
Or, just Julian.
Yep.
That's how I know you.
Indeed.
So, I'm going to pretend like I haven't been talking to you. So, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well, you know. This is the almost beginning of Thanksgiving break for me, so I'll get to enjoy myself a little bit and have huge amounts of food that I probably don't really need, but it's all good.
That's nice. You get a break. I have a day off.
Oh, isn't it great to be in the working world?
Actually, it is, because I'm not in a library working on a paper.
Well, that's true, too.
Yeah.
But I guess they have their benefits and drawbacks.
So, I guess let's just talk a little bit about what we're going to do. This is, as I said, our attempted first podcast. We're going to distribute it through our site, and we're going to try and talk about a bunch of stuff that's going on in the Dragon Ball world. Interestingly enough, it's 2005, and there's more stuff going on now than there was 5 years ago.
That's true. Ever since 2003, it's been fairly active in Japan.
It
and
has
there's
been.
stuff going on here too, which is pretty impressive.
It's really nice. So we're not going to sit here and talk about and say, hey, I really like episode 184 when Gohan goes Super Saiyan 2. Because that would be really boring.
Or episode 120 where Trunks kills Frieza. Anyway.
Right. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk some news. We're gonna talk some reviews, and we're actually gonna have guests, and hopefully in the future interviews with special people. I don't know who yet, but we're gonna try and line that up.
Yes, I believe that might be more of your job than mine. But
that would be, and I will try and do that job at some point in time.
All right.
Due to popular demand and massive, I guess, convenience, our first guest for this episode, and probably only guest for this episode, is Mary.
Hello there.
Hello, Mary. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I certainly can. My name is Mary, and I run the website Temple of Trunks, which is a character site, obviously, about Trunks. I've been running it since March of 1998. And unfortunately, within the last couple of years, I've kind of, not paid as much attention to it as I probably should have, but I'm certainly not going to let it die. I'll let it stay on the internet as long as the world will let me keep it there.
As long as the internet exists,
yes,
there will be
Trunks and plenty of fangirlisms for everyone to enjoy.
All right.
Now, there's also this sort of weird anime comic being published by Shueisha now. Which basically just takes stills from the anime and releases them as manga, which I find to be really, really redundant. But Volume 3 of that is also coming out this month.
All right, so why don't we go over the releases that are coming out this month? Now, I have to admit, I didn't do a whole lot of great research, and I only came up with 2 things.
Yeah. So it sounds like there's, on the 5th of this month, we have the DBZ Animanga coming from Shueisha. In Japan, and this is the Saiyajin Saga Volume 4. And basically this is just the TV show, taking screen caps from that and putting them into comic format with speech bubbles and sound effects. So it's not all that exciting.
Do you have any idea what Volume 4, what part of the story this would be?
I'm not exactly sure. I think it's probably the part where they actually arrive. It might actually be before that. I'm not really sure how many episodes they're putting into each issue, and I don't really have any interest in getting them.
No, see, me either, so
it's
we have no idea.
Redundant.
My name is Vegito EX.
And I am Julian. So until next time, 来週までお楽しみに!
Later. And as it's New Year, we would like to say Happy New Year to everyone. Happy 2006.
新年明けましておめでとうございます。今年もよろしくお願いします。じゃあ、大雪中 EX ポッドキャスト、次回までお楽しみに!
Thank you everyone for listening. We will see you next week. Bye bye. Did the Little Russians come out and play the song like they did in the Game Boy one?
Yeah, I wasn't really watching. I won and then credits started, so that's about all I remember.
Well, I've just been kicking ass and taking names online.
I recall differently this evening. I recall unicorn. That move just cost me the game. Unicorn. I made another error so early on. Unicorn. And lots of more profane language, and I'm sorry. I just gave this podcast an R rating.
Yeah, maybe I'll beef you out with... I'll like put in the word unicorn or something.
That'll work.
After these first 20-ish episodes, we really seem to settle in with who we are and how we're going to play off each other for decades to come on the show. I've always been a big proponent of reading Journey to the West, the 16th century novel that Dragon Ball was initially mined for. And on episode 21, we did a little dramatic reading from the story.
And here's what we're gonna do. We could just answer the question, or we could do a dramatic reading from Journey to the West instead. And so that's what we're going to do. Basically, it's a weapon, and Sun Wukong went and he grabbed it from someone. And you're gonna recognize mentioned characters in here. There's someone you might know called the Bull Demon King, or Ox King. He was a little character in Journey to the West. So here's what we're gonna do. Mary's gonna be our narrator. I'm gonna be Sun Wukong. Julian's going to be Tripitaka. the monk, who is for some reason female in the recent Japanese live-action series. And so I don't know what I'm saying about you there, but whatever. And I don't know who's going to be Pachie yet, the Oolong character, but we'll get to him when we get to him. So
I'll do it.
Okay, so we're going to do a little reading of when Sun Wukong comes back and describes how he got this. Go ahead.
From Chapter 59, From Journey to the West, Volume 1, possibly.
I think it's Volume 3.
Volume 3! Chapter 59.
Well, it's Volume 3 of the Anthony C.U. translation.
Okay.
Yes, the 4-volume version. So just say
Chapter 59.
Chapter 59. Okay. Mounting the clouds, our great sage headed back towards the east and, in a moment, arrived at his destination, dropping down behind the red brick wall. Pachie was delighted when he saw him.
Master, elder brother has returned.
Tripitaka came out of the house, and with the old man and Sha Monk to greet Pilgrim, they all went back inside. Pilgrim stood the fan to one side and said,
Sir, is this the fan?
It is.
said the old man. Highly pleased, the Tang monk said,
Worthy disciple, you have made a great merit, but you must have worked very hard to acquire this treasure.
No need to talk about the hard work.
replied Pilgrim.
But who do you think is that immortal Iron Fan? It's actually the wife of the Bull Demon King, the mother of Red Boy, whose name is also Raksasi. She is also called the Princess Iron Fan. I went to her cave to try and borrow the fan, but she wanted to settle the old score with me, hacking me a few times with her swords. I used the rod to frighten her, and that was when she brought out this thing and gave me a fan. I drifted all the way back to the little Sumeru mountain, where I was fortunate enough to see the Bodhisattva Lingchi. He gave me a wind-arresting elixir, and pointed out to me the way back to the Jade Cloud Mountain. I saw Raksasi again, and when she couldn't drive me away with her fan this time, she retreated back into her cave. Old Monkey then changed into a mole cricket to fly inside. She was just asking for tea, so I dived inside the tea bubbles and managed to get inside her stomach. When I waved my hands and feet, she had such unbearable pain that she couldn't stop calling me brother-in-law and asked me to spare her. When she was finally willing to lend me her fan, I did spare her and brought back this fan. After we crossed the mountain of flames, I'll take it back to her.
On hearing this, Tripitaka thanked him repeatedly. Then master and disciples took leave of the old man.
On the heels there of kind of finding who we are and how we're going to play off each other, we started episode 26 from May 2006 here as kind of a reaction to some commentary that we were having too much fun on the show and it wasn't serious enough. Looking back, I think that analysis was actually kind of spot on. But at the same time, man, whatever.
Hello, and welcome to episode 26 of this, the Daisuke EX podcast. I'm your host, Julian Grabowski, known as Saya Jedi on the Daisuke EX forums. With me today is Michael Labrie, also known as Vegito EX, and Meredith Cantoni, known as Mary. How are you this evening?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you, Julian. I'm happy to be here today.
The pleasure's all mine. This week we are going to be discussing the political ramifications of excess militarism in the aftermath of the coup of Piccolo Daimao on the world government. Now, Michael Labrie, would you say that this buildup of military strength was perhaps unduly influencing the populace in levying excess taxes, for example?
Oh, absolutely. What I'd also like to bring up is quite possibly the actual population level throughout the entire series. There are various points when the population of the Earth is completely decimated, and I'd be curious as to the actual taxation and percentages throughout the entire population.
That is true. It is quite possible that the tax rate on the average citizen of the Dragon Ball world could have become quite high. But we also have to keep in mind that we also have dinosaurs and such that could also conceivably be taxed. It is not completely out of the realm of impossibility in the dragon world that they too could be fully tax-paying citizens. Of course, we also have to keep in mind the kind of power that the King of the World had after this event may have shifted dramatically, perhaps away from the man himself and into the hands of the bureaucracy. The coup of Piccolo Daimao showed just how frail his reign could be, and so without that kind of security, and knowing that he had the authority over the world, it's quite possible, in my view, that...
All right, enough! I can't take it anymore! I am so bored. Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 26 of the real Daisuke EX podcast. We're talking about military and overthrowing rulers. I am overthrowing Julian as our host for this episode. Hello, I am Michael Labrie. Perhaps you know me as Vegito EX. And, Julian, what the hell is wrong with you?
Well, I don't know. I was listening to NPR in the car this morning, and I think maybe that got me on that track. But, oh well.
Some of our extended friend group had already started making their way to the show, but on episode 30 from June 2006, one of my oldest friends, the Michael Bay approved movie star himself, Andrew Deluxe, called in from Japan and told a little story about trying to get a photograph of whatever Dragon Ball arcade game there was at the time. It wasn't Heroes yet, so it was probably one of those earlier data card-ass games.
Well, let's talk about these people in particular. The children that I'm looking at right now from your camera.
I don't know them.
I know. That's the problem. I want to talk about this particular picture. Now, if I understand correctly, you're hiding behind a rack of clothes and taking a picture of children playing an arcade game.
Well, yeah. I should explain a little bit. In the next town over, which is a 10 or 15 minute drive away, is it's brand new. It's almost, I would describe it as sort of like a Walmart supercenter, where it's a grocery store and it has clothes and it has a dollar store in it.
Oh, there's a lot of those in Japan, I noticed. There was
not where I am.
Oh, well, there was a Heiwado not far from, I think it was Heiwado not far from where I was staying in Uji.
Okay, well, this place is packed on weekends because there's not a department store or anything close to it for, at least 45 minutes driving, if not more. So everyone likes to come here, and they have a little game center in the back which has some of the more popular kid games. It has the Dragon Ball game, of course, which you see in the picture, and it has Mushi King, which is a beetle fighting game, which is also really popular in Japan, and it has some UFO catchers, which are those crane games. They call them UFO catchers,
right?
And taiko drums. And so I was there getting frozen pizza, and I decided, well, I'm doing that podcast tonight. Let me go see if there's anyone in the back playing Dragon Ball. So there was actually more people when I first came. There were probably like 6 or 8 people.
And of course you scared them off.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm white. And and so I went back and I thought, I should get a picture of this for Mike. And then I thought, well, I don't live in this town. I don't know those kids. That might seem kind of creepy. So I walked by and didn't do anything and pretended, and I ended up in the women's clothes section and pretended I was buying pantyhose or something. So I thought, well, I don't want to have these kids see me take the picture. They'll be freaked out and be like, that white person's taking my picture, and seem like a pedophile or something. So I hid and sort of ducked behind a clothes rack of shirts and snapped this photo real quickly, which is why it's not a great photo. You can't really see that they're playing Dragon Ball, but that's what they're playing.
And this is that card-ass game, right?
Yeah, I call it Card-ass. I think it actually is a different name, but when you see it for the first time, it looks like it says Card-ass.
I think it is Card-ass.
I know it's the one. I know the one you're talking about. It's like Data Card DOS or something like
that.
Right.
And all those kids had about like 4 or 5 cards it looked like.
This is a fun one. Episode 39 from August 2006 was another one where the conversation just naturally wound up giving us another one of our classic sayings. Pretty cool guy.
Namu is obviously kind of based on a Indian-ish look, although it's not heavily referenced in his character. But the fact that his name is Namu heavily hints at that.
Right.
Namu would be short for the phrase Namu Amida Butsu, which is used in Pure Land Buddhism as a sort of mantra or incantation. Basically, I'm not going to give you a whole history of Buddhism and Buddhism in Japan in like 30 seconds, but basically Pure Land Buddhism's beliefs is that this is the age of Mappo, everything's going to hell, and basically you need to do one kind of practice in order to get yourself taken up to the Pure Land by the Buddha, and so you do this chant, and then when you die, the Buddha will swoop down, as they call it, Raigo, but not the kind of evil Raigo as depicted in One Piece, and take you up to the Pure Land. But anyway, so Namu Amida Butsu is that, and so it's obviously a reference to Buddhism, which is kind of interesting for me. But anyway, Namu is a pretty cool guy. I
Is
think
this
that's where
how
I was
you're
going.
summarizing the segment?
Yeah.
We have all this great stuff about Buddhism, and oh, by the way, he's a cool guy.
Well, he is a cool guy.
This is like such an exact description from something like the Daisuke, when I'm always like, hey, Julian, can you look at this and see if there's anything interesting about the character? And what would it say? Literally, Namu is a pretty cool guy. Like, yeah, that helps us in absolutely no way whatsoever.
Speaking of special guests, episode 42 from September 2006 gave us another first on the show, I believe. The first appearance of Jeff, who would end up as a staple throughout the manga review of Awesomeness and beyond.
But Jeff is with us tonight.
Hi,
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
That's great. Jeff Heller is, well, a friend of ours, and
Yeah.
has also done video work with us in the past, in the present, and in the future.
Oh ho ho.
Yes, how awesome is this?
Is he alluding to something?
Quite possibly. And it may even include Dragon Ball. I don't know. Shh. We can't tell anyone yet.
Hey people.
So Jeff's going to hang with us tonight, mainly because, like, hey, there's some rap music outside. It's hot in here. We have the windows open. Mainly because we're going to talk about some Dragon Ball video stuff. And then when we're done, we're going to work on our own video stuff. Because that's how we roll.
Episode 51 from November 2006 saw me telling a story about a nightmare I had that people still reference to this day.
I had this dream that I was in my house. Of course, it was, kind of like dark. This is in the dream. I mean, it was dark because I was sleeping. But it was dark in the house. I'm kind of wandering around. And I can tell that the oven is on. And I look inside the oven. And there are these strips of human flesh cooking. Why are you laughing? This is scary. Because you know where it's going.
Yeah.
Human flesh.
So, human flesh is cooking in the oven. What? It's not a funny dream. It is very scary.
Human flesh. Go on.
Mary's a cannibal. I have to chain her up at night. She's like, oh, human flesh, I want to eat. Anyways, so I get away from there. I turn around, and standing there, he's like 9 feet tall or something. He's got his arms crossed, and that fantastic evil laugh from the one and only Norio Wakamoto. Yes, it is his perfect cell, standing there, cooking human flesh in my oven, standing there laughing at me. And as he stands laughing, I run, because it smells bad in there, because it's human flesh. I run under the dining room table, and I'm like, cuddling up there, and he just kind of turns his upper body and watches me as he runs away. He's like, ha, 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 ha. And I believe I woke up at that point.
Wow. So Cell likes to eat human flesh?
Yes, he does, because he is an evil thing.
I don't think any of us can top that remotely.
Nope.
I can still smell it.
Very next episode, episode 52 from November 2006, was a big one. It was the 1-year anniversary of the podcast, and we celebrated in style by interviewing Stephen J. Simmons. Now, I had known Steve going all the way back to 1998 from IRC and Usenet, but you probably know Steve best today from the English subtitle translation track on Funimation's DVDs for Dragon Ball Z.
So a little bit about the petition. I remember people signed it. Was it on Toriyama.org?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And I still have the list of names.
Oh, do you really?
It in 2 different versions. I can't remember how that worked exactly. I went back and looked at them today. The first one had like 3,000 and some other signatures.
Wow.
And then the second one, I don't know if it was a follow-up or how it worked. There was another like 1,500 on that one, 1,600.
I hope I signed it. I think I did.
Oh, I'm sure you did.
I was there. I was ready. We're talking about Brian approaching Funimation. How did you get involved with this approach and what you offered to do?
Actually, it was mostly all him.
Okay.
He passed my name along. They already knew of me because of the episode guide.
Gotcha.
You'll notice that some of the episode titles, after a certain point between the after the Ginyu storyline or so, they begin to look a lot like the ones on my site.
Yes, yes, they do.
So they were aware of me.
Right.
And he passed my name along, and one morning, about 6 o'clock in the morning, I think it was, he got a call from Gen Fukunaga and said, this is what we're planning. This is what we're doing. Well, would you like to hop on and do some translations for us?
Wow. Gen himself at 6 in the morning.
Aren't you guys in the same time zone?
No.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Okay.
Are you on the East Coast?
I'm in the Mountain Time Zone.
Okay, that's
Okay.
I'm in Utah.
Gotcha. So Gen calls you.
Mm-hmm.
And what exactly happens from here? I mean, my mental picture of Gen is probably quite different from what actually exists. So what happens from here?
What happened is they sent me some VHS tapes. This is for the Ginyu discs. They sent me some. They went through all the paperwork as far as the non-disclosure agreement.
Right.
Fun.
Some signing contracts.
I
that
love
kind of thing.
NDAs.
And we had to fax those back and forth, the signatures and everything.
Right.
They sent me some VHS tapes and told me what kind of format of script they were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So I popped it in the VCR and translated them and timed them according to their time codes and sent it in and waited to hear from them. And we worked out some kind of standardized way for me to submit the scripts, and from there they go to the DVD author. Currently, that's Jamie Westman, usually for the things that I translate, and they will convert the script that I submit into whatever their authoring software is, and encode the subtitles for it for each episode.
Is what you do now any different from how it was back then? Are you still working off VHS and no script?
No. After about a year or two, I decided it would be a lot easier if we did this on DVD, because when you're timing an episode, you got to go back and forth until you find where you got to start the timing from. Mm-hmm. And you can do that a lot easier digitally than you can with rocking back and forth the tape. I proposed that they start sending DVD-Rs, and that would work for them, and it has been a lot easier.
So, do you do everything directly from ear, or do you get scripts for anything?
I get
both
scripts.
back then and now.
Back then, well, let's see. The Dragon Ball Z series didn't have any. I get the recording scripts that the actors would use when they did the studio recordings. Mm-hmm. Usually after they've been corrected edited by the studio in Japan. I get copies of those. Lately, they've been scanning them onto PDFs and just sending CDs of the PDF scans.
Oh, that's nice.
But at first, I was getting the paper scripts, photocopies of them.
Right.
But those didn't start until like episode 200 of Dragon Ball. So the first whole bunch of them were done by ear.
Wow.
With the audio quality of those episodes too, that must have been.
Yeah. Well, I have the manga for most of that, so it doesn't deviate too far.
Now, it was around this time that we started learning about Funimation's plans to cancel the Ultimate Uncut Edition, the single discs, and release a new series of box sets, which would wind up being the Orange Bricks. From the late 50s into the mid-60s of the podcast, our conversations were absolutely consumed with this topic. Here's some of the best stuff from the era, including one of my favorite bits of audio editing that I have ever done. The voice you haven't heard yet here in this section is Gori, an old friend of the site who went on to do a bunch of podcast episodes with us. You'll hear him again after the Orange Brick stuff later on for sure too.
Corey, what do you think? You own all the Dragon boxes. I know you own a ton of Funimation's old DVDs and stuff too. What are you thinking?
Well, first of all, let me ask for forgiveness for being tired and probably rambling like an idiot for the duration of this. But
not a problem. It was great having you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It shocked the hell out of me to get an invite, and I appreciate it. But I've thought about, in all honesty, I've followed the progress with all the news that they've released. I thought that, in all honesty, they probably would have just finished the full remastering process on the first maybe 60, 70 episodes, not the full series. Mm-hmm. This latest information makes it sound like the whole thing's done and in the can, maybe just in post-processing.
Right.
If that's the case, we're pretty much fucked. I mean, there's not really anything you can do about it. I'm not going to buy it personally. If other people do, I don't fault them for it. I just figured that people should have the full information when they're going into it. Because, I mean, hell, I've had a widescreen TV for the past few years, and I don't even want the show on widescreen because I think it's going to look... I think there's a reason why they're not showing us what we're asking for.
I think that's true, too.
That might just be me being paranoid, but who knows?
But with all this great technology, Mike, this really leads us into some interesting possibilities,
That's true, it does.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this for a while. I was wondering, with all this stuff coming in, probably do some pretty cool stuff.
You got something planned?
I would like to say right here on this very show, Funimation, you are not the only ones that can do this. That's right. We have the capabilities. We have the power. We have the knowledge. And we have the will. Right here on Daisuke EX, the podcast, episode 63, I would like to cut right now to our audio press release. We have cameras. They're knocking on the door. We're cutting away right now. Come on in. They've got cameras. I can't believe this. This is phenomenal. Folks, our first audio press release on Daisuke EX, the podcast. Here we go.
Hey kids, do you like the internet?
Yay!
Do you like podcasts?
Yay!
Do you like widescreen?
What?
I don't know.
Do you like high definition?
Wait.
What?
Kanzenshuu EX is proud to announce an all-new, never-before-heard experience. We've digitally remastered every episode of this phenomenal podcast in a glistening 1080p widescreen presentation. We brought the original Japanese uncut masters to a state-of-the-art facility for an automatic, no-nonsense, no-supervision remaster. Complete with the voices you know and love.
The way it was meant to be heard.
We are proud to deliver Kanzenshuu EX in this new format, consistent from beginning to end for the first time in America. Look for the Kanzenshuu EX Season 1 Ultimate Uncut Super Special Remastered High Definition Edition podcast. Coming soon to a series of tubes near you.
Let's just cut right to the chase and talk about the remastering process. Now, Jeff was here last week. Podcast listeners will know Jeff is here from time to time. He's going to be doing our manga reviews with us. He's a very big video buff, and he's like, "Oh, you got the box set. Can you mind if I check it out and see what's up with this?" So we popped it in, and immediately he was infuriated by the widescreen. So that was the first thing.
And he's not even a Dragon Ball fan, per se.
Right. So he's like, all right, what else is on here? We watched a little bit of an episode, and we started watching the extras. And we're watching that extra where it's the dude from whatever the remastering place is. Oh, Video Post and Transfer. That was the place they used.
His name is Steve Franco, for anyone who is curious.
Right. And so he was watching this, and we get to it, and he's just like fuming, and he goes, "I need to record something." Because Jeff's down at Katsucon this weekend, so he couldn't do the episode with us. He really wanted to because he thought this set was atrocious. So we sat down, we put on that trailer in the background, and Jeff recorded
a running commentary.
Right, a running commentary for it. So I'm going to cut real quick right here to Jeff's take on this little extra about the remastering process, and then I want to comment on a couple things that he said, and then we'll continue on from there.
Hey, this is Jeff. I'm going to do an impromptu commentary on the wonderful restoration documentary on this DVD of the first season of the Dragon Ball Z box set. Quick background, I do like color correction for a living and teach people how to do it. So when they're talking about restoration, they gotta get through me first. So first thing I want to point out is they're using the guy who did the color correcting and shows no one from Funimation, so they know who to blame. Looks like a nice guy, though. He's now at Dragon Ball Z, which is kind of like me saying I was a fan of Trigun after watching the entire series at 4-speed. You gotta realize, guys, this is probably one of the best remasters ever done because the equipment is worth $1 million.
$2 million.
$2 million. It's not that much. The colors, they're so pretty. The only problem with the colors is that there's fucking widescreen on it. Yeah, so I had to tone down all the blues and the reds had to be popped, man. It was just insane. It's funny seeing a white 50-year-old man trying to think in the mind of a young Japanese animation artist. Okay, it's up to you, bub. Oh, yeah, he's talking about restoration here. He says, we're going to take out that original film noise that was there. And okay, we're seeing a clip. It looks pretty standard for the original TV. And then he says the first step is removing all the noise using this HD processor. Well, that's fine. Except in the sample they give, the noise on the left side's at 29.97 frames a second. The animation's at 24. In other words, Funimation exaggerated it. That's right, folks. Even in their own documentary, they can't tell you the freaking truth. But it's still $1 million worth of equipment. So you're supposed to be all impressed. because, they probably rented out the studio for maybe like 5 hours. Just set it on auto and ran away. Came back 5 hours later and said, okay, here's your $1 million. Give me my film. And do realize, folks, that, yes, they saved the digital masters and widescreen. So in terms of losing all the glue and hair, yeah, they got rid of that, but now you're stuck with this widescreen remaster with eyes and heads cut off. Enjoy your remaster, folks. I'll give them credit. I cannot spool film like that. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'd probably connect the dots and make a penis.
What?
It's $1 million equipment. You gotta throw a penis in there. So we'll throw it into the original state plus the widescreen. Oh, let's hear them explain the widescreen. Well, we're kind of going against what the original show looked like to get you more picture. And there's not more picture. They fabricated these shots too. In fact, if you look at the film, the top is progressive, the bottom is interlaced, and they didn't even bother to put in both freaking fields of the interlacing. That's not restoration. That's not knowing how to encode. How much was this again? $30?
Yeah.
$30, right? Yeah, I could have shot that documentary for about 20 cents. Thanks, Chas Naylor. Your documentary sucked. Well, enjoy your remastered widescreen Dragon Ball the way it was never meant to be originally shown.
So, Jeff, tell us what you really think.
Oh, it was beautiful. I'm blown away by all the effects. That was shit.
No purchase.
And no alcohol. That is genuine anger there, folks. Fanboy angst. I feel for you. I really do. There goes Tara.
Who is this set for? I mean, Japanese fans, you're getting screwed because the typical Japanese fan knows about the show pretty well because they've been into it for a while typically and know what it looks like. They know these episodes really well. They're going to notice the widescreen and what's been fucked with it. The dub fans are going to be missing their 5.1 audio track from the broadcast version. And if they notice all the stuff that's wrong with it, they're going to see that too. And then we have that 5.1 with the Japanese music. Who the hell is that for? Like, we don't want it anymore. And dub fans are like, oh my god, Falconer's so great. I hate the Japanese score, so they're not going to watch it. Who the fuck is this set for?
New fans. People that would never touch the series with a 10-foot pole. This is who it's for.
Right.
It's trying to make new fans.
I think it's almost the light coat of lube that they're putting on because they know that they're bending the fans over, essentially. I mean, I tried to think about it in all honesty because there's some real strange mix and match stuff that goes on with this set. I mean, like you're talking about, you've got stuff that's being omitted, stuff that's being added. Something that kind of bugged me was with the actual choice of the intro and the outro for the actual episodes.
Mm-hmm.
The actual intro is creditless on the Japanese track, which I think has been what they've done every time up to this point.
Mm-hmm.
The outro is the credits for episode 1 for every single episode.
So we have Shigeru Chiba for every single episode.
Which, I mean, I didn't get it. If you're not going to give credits at all, don't give credits at all. And the strange thing is the final disc has extras, and they have the creditless opening as an extra. So you've got the creditless opening 40 times on this disc set. So it just sort of befuddles me how someone sat down and went, okay, what can we give them? Let's give them the fucking intro again. They've already seen it so many times, they can just go right here and grab it. I mean,
exactly.
I don't know. I mean, there's always the singles from Japan, but I know a lot of people aren't comfortable with not having subtitles. That's cool, but it sucks. I mean, that's the situation as it is, and
it sucks.
Honest,
that sums it up.
I don't see it changing. Yeah, that's pretty much you can actually stamp the interview with that. That pretty much overrides everything else.
It sucks.
It sucks. Perfect summary.
The one other thing I wanted to say, and I heard this from you, you've been posting over on the Anime on DVD forums a little bit. Did I hear correctly that they're not even going to be reviewing this set?
Oh, yeah. Chris Beveridge, who runs Anime on DVD, he was one of the people that posted the original press release back in November.
Right.
Of course, everybody jumped out of the woodwork and was like, yay! But then people were like, widescreen, what the fuck? And he went, oh, wait, they're doing it in widescreen? He said, that's fucking stupid. And then the overscan thing came out, and he said, that's it, I'm not touching this fucking thing.
And
so,
Mary,
from a marketing standpoint, that is a huge blow to Funimation because
these companies are all over that site.
They use quotes from anime on DVD on their packaging.
Right.
Like I look at I think it's Gankutsuo, maybe even some of my Utena DVDs. There's quotes from anime on DVD all over the place on those things, and I'm sure Funimation would have loved to have jumped on the chance, to put an anime on DVD quote on a box.
And it kind of sucks that, like, I'm not reviewing your set. That's how much I disagree with what you've done. But now, like, because there's no review there, it's a tough situation.
I mean, we're doing all we can do right here with this audio review and trying to get out information to the public. A review from anime on DVD would have really helped get that information out there. So I kind of think it's cool he's taking a stand and boycotting it, but at the same time, I think the public has a right to know how bad this is.
Well, more people read anime on DVD than they read Daisuke EX. I mean, I'll be honest about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a generalized site, so even if someone's going there for another series, they might see the Dragon Ball actual review and just click it out of curiosity. But something that's interesting that I meant to bring up earlier also was the fact that Funimation had their two representatives essentially living on anime on DVD when this first came out, answering all the questions, spinning everything depending on whatever the marketing department was putting out there for dissemination.
Right.
When this set actually hit and people were putting screenshots, including myself, they essentially fell off the face of the planet. Anyway, when this had first come out, I actually was in contact with a representative over at Funimation trying to find out information, and I asked if they had any sort of official reply to everything that was coming out, because they had been pretty much silent on the Southern Front. They don't have anything to say, apparently. And
no comment.
Funny thing is, I mentioned this earlier for a second, Steve Franco, the guy that apparently was the hands-on person with this particular set, I did a search on him earlier because I was curious to see what his resume included. The only trace of the guy that I could find was on IMDb, which of course isn't the most reliable set, but it's something. He has a grand total of 4 things to his name, 3 which appear to be short films, and 1 which is a Playboy home video from 1994, all of which list him as the colorist.
Nice.
So, it's in capable hands, man. I mean,
porno
tits and
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, tits and Dragon Ball, man. It's the girls of Hooters.
On episode 73 in April 2007, we announced a contest that required folks to write a haiku, and it was amazing. So here is that intro, followed by the winner and some conversation there.
Let's give away DBZ Movie 8.
Sure, why not?
Yeah,
we were
why
just
not?
talking about Broly, so...
Exactly. You were hearing about him earlier. If you actually haven't purchased this already, I know there's the 3 thin pack of the Broly movies now. This is just Movie 8. So if you don't have it and you want it, very simple. We would be happy to give it to you. It's just going to be another random email drawing contest. Send an email to contest@daisyx.com. Send those emails to us by Friday, April 27th at 12 noon Eastern Time. Make sure there's something in the subject, because otherwise I'll delete it. And, I said it's going to be a random drawing, but what do they have to do in the body of the email?
Write a haiku.
Yes, a haiku about Broly. How's that?
Yeah.
That's going to be your contest for the week, and we will pick our most favoritist haiku about Broly.
Oh, so it's not going to be random.
Well, all right. It'll be random, and we'll read the haiku on the show.
Okay.
How's that?
And then how about we just read some random
Some of
good
other
ones,
favorite
too.
ones. Okay. We are giving away Dragon Ball Z Movie 8 on DVD this week. This was a fun contest. We've been running this for 2 weeks on the podcast. Initially, it was just going to be a random email giveaway, and then Mary had the bright idea that people had to write a haiku about Broly.
I want to see creativity about Broly.
If you're going to get stuff for free, I guess you got to work for it a little bit. So what we had people do was write a haiku, send it in. They had to have it into us today by noon. And interestingly enough, the last one came in at like 11:58. So they got just in there. Shall we pick a random number and announce our winner?
Let's do it.
All right, our winner is number 11, which came from Ha-Kudo, or How-Kudo, or Ha-Kudo, however you want to say it. And here is their haiku about Broly. Broly is crazy. He is quite the maniac. Refrigerator.
What?
I guess they ran out of things to say at the end there. So, Kudo, you are the winner of DBZ Movie 8. I have currently placed the DVD into one of those bubbly wrap mailing things.
Bubbly wrap.
And I also put in our AMV DVD, which has the Doom Rider Project in full DVD quality. And you can't fit any fingers in here now. So when you get this in the mail, you're probably going to have to tear it open with your teeth.
Just like Broly would.
Just like Broly would. Because you know why?
He's a refrigerator?
No, he hates cryberries, Mary.
Oh, right. So you want to read some other haikus that we got?
Yeah, let's read a couple other good ones. A lot of people had the same idea. Damon's was really good, taking a cue from me here. Broly, taut and greased. Blonde ledging, smashing skulls in. Sing, stomp, stomp, sludge, sludge. This one came from Thomas. Broly the madman, all over a crying kid. I blame the parents. Derek said, Brody is cool, but he will fucking kill you. Watch your fucking ass. Doug said, nothing can stop him, not even the most feared thing. Good at in singing. Magic Jarvis said, Broly, oh Broly, we enjoy your craziness and baby penis. And Zakaroto said, hey, you crybaby, edge your crib closer to mine. Let me punch your throat.
I love that one. Sounds like song lyrics.
There are a whole bunch of other ones. So thank you, everyone who entered. You made me laugh quite a bit this evening, and Mary as well when I read some of them to her. So, Harukudo, I'm going to get in touch with you. We'll get your address, and we'll send your prize off into the abyss of the U.S. Postal Service.
On episode 81 in June 2007, I held my cell phone up to the microphone to make sure everyone heard the best voicemail in the history of voicemail.
But before we get to the topic, we got some stuff to go over. And, the stuff is Harukanaru Densetsu. Or...
Hi, this is Eris from EB Games, calling to let you know that Dragon Ball Z, Harukanaru Densetsu, should be arriving Wednesday afternoon. If you have any game trade-in towards the purchase price, be sure to bring them. If you have any questions, please call your reservation store. Thank you. Goodbye. End of message.
Was that Heteretsu? What the hell was that?
Harukanaru.
Harry Canary.
I made damn sure on Wednesday not to answer my phone when EV called. So I would have that saved.
Because you just knew before and they'd find some way to butcher that.
I don't answer my cell phone when I'm at work unless it's someone I know and it's an emergency. And I've gotten that call before, and I've looked up the number afterwards to see what it was, and I've seen it was EB. And I kind of know about when in the day they dial me to see, or to say when I have a game coming in. So I knew it was coming. I pre-ordered it. I knew it would be funny, because there's no way they were going to get it properly. And so There you have it. That's been my, catchphrase of the week.
Hannah Kangaroo.
I just walk around going, Hero Kangaroo.
On episode 90 in August 2007, we followed up on some discussion about homages in Dragon Ball music. Now, I'm pretty sure this is the first time I told my Pink Floyd blockbuster story on the podcast. It's definitely resurfaced a few times since then, but we went on the following episode here to talk more about this stuff with listener emails. I mean, we were just going on about this for the surrounding few episodes. Consider the time frame here. This is still 2 years before Kai began. Well, not quite 2 years, almost there. But also consider it was Yamamoto's own fault, not ours.
So that, got the wheels turning in my head, reminded me of what we talked about in the old Ask session. So I wanted to go through a couple examples here. The first one is a doozy, and I want to point over to Jeff and say that you're going to love this one, because in your last podcast episode, you talked about wanting to have someone cover Pink Floyd's One of These Days. And so there's a song from Dragon Ball, which is not just a reference to that song, it's pretty much that song, expanded upon. Yeah, so Cell's theme from Super Butoden 2, which was the second of the series of fighting games on the Super Famicom, is pretty much just that song. Sweet. It's awesome. In fact, I like the Dragon Ball version better. I think it expands upon the original song a lot and adds some really neat stuff to it. So I will have to play it for, I guess, not only Jeff, but the audience right now. So let's actually hear a little bit of the original Pink Floyd version.
I was discussing this earlier with you. Mm-hmm. I was saying, the composers for, the Budoten, I'm sorry.
Butoden? What did you say? Bukoden?
No, I said Butoden.
Oh, okay.
They must have thought they were pulling a fast one over on the Japanese audience. I guess they just assume no one knows who Pink Floyd is.
Maybe.
Maybe they just think the American publisher won't notice.
That's true, maybe. Well, I have to imagine that Pink Floyd has been released in Japan before. So I actually became aware of the Cells theme ripoff back in high school when I was working at Blockbuster. We had this manager, one of the, cool managers that would do the night shifts to closing. After all the other people would leave, he would put in his live concert tapes instead of, the Blockbuster promo videos for like Disney movies. And one night he put in a Pink Floyd live show. And all of a sudden the song started and I'm like, what? That's Cell's theme. What the hell? And so that's how I discovered the Pink Floyd song.
So you hadn't heard that song previously?
No, I actually hadn't heard that song previously.
Gotcha.
Here we go. Finally, for episode 112-ish in January 2008, I upgraded all of my audio equipment. It was my first real mixer, my first XLR microphone, and this is how we started the episode.
Welcome to Daisuke EX,
the podcast. What?
What's the name of the site?
The Kanzenshuu EX.
Thank you. What's the rest of the line? I have it written out for the first time in a long while. I totally lost myself. And if we don't continuously say it, I have no idea what, the speech is.
And no, we're not drinking.
We cover anything and...
everything.
Dragon Ball in hopes of enlightening and a little bit of entertaining. I hate you and your radio-friendly voice.
Thank you very much.
On episode 135 in June 2008, we had Kaiser Neko and Lanny Pator from Team 4-Star on the show after only a single episode of DBZ Abridged was out. I had actually seen some of Scott's AMV work before this, and the group of us just loved what we saw so much we had to have him on the show. Scott would go on to be a fairly regular guest on the show, hopping on for news and review segments for years to come, and you'll definitely hear him again in some upcoming segments.
So we are joined by Scott and Lanny from DBZ Abridged.
Hello there.
What's up, guys?
Not much.
Cool. Is DBZ Abridged, is that what I should be calling it?
DBZ Abridged, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, just keep the abridged in there and people will get the idea.
Fantastic. Yeah. So you guys, tell me how you're involved with this project. Scott, I'll start with you.
Ultimately, you can say I sort of spearheaded everything. I'm actually the one who primarily approached all of the, every one of the voice actors in this. And I'm also the one who decided, hey, I really want to do this series, and so I need to get a lot of people involved. But that's not to say that one of my friends, Takahata 101, the voice actor for Nappa, is actually the one who pushed me very, very strongly into doing this. If it weren't for him, I probably would not have approached everyone. And I'm also the editor for it, so I'm sort of the director-editor guy, which is not to say anything less about everyone else who's involved, who have all done a magnificent job up until now.
You're an appropriate ringleader from what I hear, dishing out the props to everyone. It's the way it should be. Nice. Lanny, how about you?
Really, I just kind of got involved after my little experiences doing my own little fan parodies and joining up with a couple other people who are on the crew. Vegeta, 3986, and Moscow X. We together have done a couple of Dragon Ball Z movies, of the abridged fashion. We just kind of parodied some of them, and we just kind of got involved through that. And I've just been kind of helping out writing the thing. It's basically late at night. It would be me, Kaiser, and Taka just talking on Skype, scripting out stuff, and pretty much where I came in. Plus, apparently I can do quite a few impressions. So
I definitely have to say Lanny is our biggest script writer. I believe he's spent the most time helping come up with a lot of the scenes, especially the difficult ones. In episode 2, lots of fighting going on with Red. It's yeah. We've actually been able to cast most of these characters by now.
Really? All the way through the end of the series, you're all set?
Yeah, pretty much.
Most of the main characters, yes.
That's awesome. Is it mostly the same people? Do you have a Funimation thing going on where a couple people play lots and lots of characters, or do you have specific other types?
Lanny's he's our Chris Sabat.
Okay, I saw that. I was like, Vegeta and Piccolo, that's interesting.
Vegeta, Piccolo, every other character, whatever.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about the voices because that's really intriguing to me. We were talking earlier, these jokes are almost set to go 3 different directions, but all the voices are impersonations of more or less the current Funimation cast, with a couple exceptions. For example, Goku, which we noticed right away. We're like, wow, this is so much more reminiscent of Ian Corlett than either Peter Kalamis or Sean Schemmel. So what are some of the directions and choices you make with those voices?
Well, the thing with Goku is we just love Masako's Goku voice.
Nice.
Yeah, basically what happened was they were doing the movies and they decided on Masako as their Goku. I'm not sure what their planning was, but it turned out fantastic because I feel that he is kind of this amalgamation of sorts of kind of Masako Nozawa, Ian Corlett, and a little bit of Sean Schemmel's goofiness.
I do see a little bit of the Sean Schemmel, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The good parts of Sean Schemmel. Anyway.
Yeah, the kind of goofier, happier Goku.
Yes.
Like
absolutely.
the Ian Corlett calm and the Sean Schemmel craziness.
As Schemmel would say, the happy-go-lucky Goku.
Yes.
I always remember that's how he described him. He also called him bipolar, but whatever.
And there was something else we're trying to go for with this Goku. Funny enough, when he did his, what are those noises you're making line? I don't know if he meant to do it like that or not, but it kind of made me squeal on the inside because I'm a huge Nozawa fan. And that just seems to me like something Nozawa would say.
Absolutely.
And so I said, you know what? Go with that.
Nice.
So yeah, we really are trying to hit the different facets of the fandom with the voices because Vegeta is obviously Chris Sabat. My Perfect Cell's obviously Damian Clark. Of course, that won't appear for
it's a while off.
And almost all the voices except for a select few who are going for more caricatures with our impersonations.
Mainly minor characters.
Right.
Yeah.
We'd be giving like actual kind of caricature voices too.
So yeah, basically Funimation impersonations with the voices, but trying not to focus too much on that because we do want them to come across as humorous and well acted.
Right. And I guess for people like me, if it's too heavily Funimation, that's almost a turnoff for me. But I was able to look past it, and I was noticing all these other things. I'm like, all right, there's more to this. And it just kept layering and layering. I was really able to appreciate so much of it. I have to ask, was there an Apul joke early in that episode?
Yes, there was.
I thought so.
I didn't hear it the first time, and Mary was just like, "Oh my god, they just made an Apul joke." It's like, really?
So this is why Dad said. So this is why Dad said I couldn't keep a pool.
Yes. It's like, oh, Apul. All right, these guys are right up my alley.
Actually, when we wrote that joke, I was thinking of you.
Oh.
Mostly because I thought he's the only person who's going to get it.
It's funny how I didn't even hear it the first time, and have Mary pointed out to me.
I was like,
laughing at other stuff.
I think they just said a pool. That's so funny. I'm picturing him with like a collar around his neck, like just being held captive by like Bardock or something.
Exactly. We expanded our cast of characters yet again in 2008 with Jake Herms and Heath Hugio joining episodes for the first time. Obviously, this was the start of a long-term friendship and eventual collaboration, so it's awesome going back and hearing where it all started. So we are joined today by Herms. Is that what I should call you?
I guess so. I guess that's what I'm known on the forum.
I've kind of gone along with the same thing where I hear EX, and I've had people call me EX in real life, and it's very strange. So I guess since this appears on the internet, we'll refer to you as Herms. And Mary, what are you on the internet?
I am Mary on the internet.
All right. Well, that works out well.
Secret internet identity.
Exactly.
That's right.
Mary,
Very
otherwise
secret.
known as Mary.
Right. See, I had this all planned like 10 years ago when I was like, my online name is going to be my name.
All right, Herms, I want to get a little backstory on you, what you do, where you came from. We always like to do that with guests we have on. So who the hell are you?
Well, on the internet or in reality?
A little bit of both, I guess.
Well, I'm 21 right now. I'm a student at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. But right now I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and that's where I am now for the summer.
Okay.
And I'm going to be going in September to Tokyo for a year of studying abroad.
Nice.
At Sophia University. So that'd be fun.
Good time.
Awesome.
So in the world of the internet, I am the Herms, and I'm the current translator for kanzentai.com.
Which really is the only other Dragon Ball site you need on the internet.
Well, you said it, not me.
I have to say, I'm in this really interesting place where maybe 8 years ago, I would be so obscenely jealous of what you guys are doing over there. But I'm so laid back now. I'm like still obscenely jealous, but I can enjoy everything at the same time too. So I have this crap old legacy layout of my site, and I can't get Julian to do anything anymore, which isn't true. He's sitting on a few projects, but I love that you guys have, been able to come together and create another great site, authoritative information, up-to-date news. I just love it to death.
Of course, I've only been on for the last 6 months or so.
Well, that's it. That's fine.
Because most of the stuff, I've just been doing the Daisuke translations they have there.
Right. Well, tell me a little bit about that. What are you guys doing with that?
Well, I guess this was last Christmas around that time. I had this topic up on your forum that was called Tales from the Daisuke or some such thing. And that went on for a really long time, 11 pages or something. But Hujo, who's basically the creator of Kanzentai, he saw that and he contacted me and offered me a position as translator to mostly work on stuff from the Daisuke. And so I was kind of planning on doing that anyway. So I said, yeah, and we just kind of got together and we did the first one, which was comparatively easy, obviously.
Right, there's not much text in the first one when compared to maybe 7.
He did more work than he does the images and the site layout and everything. And I just type up all the translations in these giant text documents and send it to him and get him to make it look pretty.
So what you're saying is you're Julian too.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I got Julian. I knew him from alt.fan.Dragon Ball, and then he was doing stuff on Planet Namek for a little bit. I emailed him one day. I'm like, hey, want to join the site, do some stuff? So
yeah,
similar thing over there. That's awesome. So you guys have been doing the Daisuke translations. I know you have a lot of information over there. Have you done anything else on Kanzentai?
Not yet. Hujo sent me these, in the Tonkobon, I can't say that word.
Tonkobon.
Yeah, I'm terrible at pronunciation on everything, but, they have the little comments from Toriyama at, the start. And
yes.
random things like that. And so he wants me to translate those, and I need to do that sometime eventually. Because I'm kind of busy with, I'm preparing to go to Japan, and I'm working on random things from the Daisuke. I'm doing everything out of order. It's kind of weird.
I know what that's like. Let me go around to Japan. I will introduce the man from Japan, except it is not Julian. He's not here.
I love that we have multiple men from Japan. We just have this resource.
Well, I'm not actually from Japan.
I'm from Japan.
No, but you're in there now. Let's call you Mini Julian.
Yeah. I'm the replacement Julian. I'm the emergency spare Julian.
We have Herms from Kanzentai and our forum.
And other places on the internet.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. Let's see. Got lost in Kokubunji yesterday.
That's always a good time.
Oh, and then last week I went to Monkey Bridge.
Monkey Bridge? What is Monkey Bridge?
It's one of the famous scenic bridges famous scenic spots of Japan. It's one of 3 famous bridges that are built in an unusual way that I don't remember because I know nothing of architecture.
If I didn't know Julian's voice, I would swear we're talking to Julian right now. So it's like the exact same kind of thing. I got lost in Japan. I went to this historic monument, saw this cool thing. It's one. We don't need Julian anymore.
I don't think you'd like to hear that.
Sorry, Julian. I'm just kidding. All right, let me keep going around. We got another fellow here with us, also hailing from Kanzentai, but over here in the U.S., we've got Hujio. What's up, man?
Oh, not much. I am sick of turkey.
I was reading. Did you do 3 Thanksgivings? What the hell's going on?
Holy crap.
I went to my wife's family, and then I went to the other side of her family, and then came back, and right now I'm at my parents'.
Wow.
So I've had 3 Thanksgivings in 3 days.
That's super impressive and way more dedicated than we are. We just went to my parents'
I don't know where I'm going to put any more food.
I hear you, man. Episode 152 in November 2008 gave us our favorite original character, Do Not Steal, and thank you to Tekkaman James for the artwork that we did eventually receive. I would say that ends the emails, but Jeff, I think you have an email.
Yes, I do.
Who's it from?
From Jeff.
Oh.
In fact, it's from Jeff, who lives 4 doors away around the corner.
Oh, the one over on the microphone there.
Yeah.
Oh, fancy that. You got a question for us.
Yeah, so Jeff writes,
Okay.
Hey, Mike, Mary, Julian, that's sexy, sexy Jeff. I have a great question for you. Listening to your discussion about the new character in the Jump anime special.
Yes.
Vegetable. Oh, well, not vegetable. I should say just
Tabu.
Table. I was just thinking, if you have a character named Vegeta,
yes,
you know that it's based off the pun for vegetable.
Yes.
Did you not see this coming?
What, that there would be an ending to the name at some
Yeah,
point?
that there would be a Table at some
I never thought
point.
there would be any more Dragon Ball anything, so no. I thought it was done. No more specials.
True enough,
no
but like
crazy stuff.
it was sort of like an inconclusive name, Like it just said Vegeta. It didn't
I
end.
could totally see them coming up with more Saiyajin because they did it over the course of the series. Oh, movie 3, we got Talus now. Movie 8, we got Broly and Paragus now. Sure, why not? And we're left thinking, I thought there were only 4 left. Where, what? Oh, there's another one. But yeah, I like that. It kind of brings it full circle, concluding the original name pun almost.
Well, almost going beyond because he's Vegeta, so all they need is the bull.
Right.
But so they're doing the ta twice.
That's fine. They've done it before.
Ta
with
twice.
Kakaroto, so.
Ta-ta.
No, not Tata.
Well, then that kind of leads to the question: are there any other characters that haven't filled out their pun yet?
Paragus.
Well,
Broly.
no, you could say
Oh.
No, wait. I could say Apu.
He's neither
Paragus.
Saiyajin nor vegetable.
Yeah, true, but like Apu and Paragus, you could say Apu. Never mind. It didn't
So,
work.
Jeff, you want Apul and Paragus to fuse
Someone draw this.
into
Make it so.
into what is the resulting fusion name?
Apuragas.
Apuragas.
Oh, that would taste so awful. Apples and asparagus.
Thank you for the email, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Episode 163 in February 2009 resulted in a promise that I'm still sticking to. But Julian, I would like you to read, and this is my favorite part of the email here. Can you read for me the last paragraph of Pyro Wolf's email?
Okay, I know you already answered the email, and that you probably don't care anymore, but I felt the need to put that bit of information out there in hopes of ending any more confusion that might be out there regarding the Shin Budokai games. Thank you for your time. Your podcast rocks, by the way. Don't stop doing it. Ever. I want to go back to ZX.com in 10 years and see new podcast number 678. We are now doing the manga review of awesomeness in French.
You have to get these around to do that.
I will have you know that Jeff agreed to do it in French.
Oh, jeez. He knows French?
And some Gofei.
Oh.
Exactly.
Yes.
No,
We'll just have
Handing over the reins.
See, I can read French without any trouble, but I haven't spoken in years, so...
And Olivier Haig.
Very true. So we do have people from all over the universe.
And New Jersey, too.
And New Jersey. The universe and New Jersey. That's how it works. So, Pyro Wolf, thank you so much. I can't guarantee you that we'll be here in 10 years up to episode 678, but damn it, I'm going to do my best and try.
If you do ever
I'll do
reach
something.
episode 678, then you have to have it be the manga review of awesomeness in French.
All right, we'll make it a deal right now. If we hit 678, it'll be completely in French and about manga. How's that?
Yeah, even if that's the episode where, even if that week, like Toriyama announces here, redraw the whole manga, you still have to do
Okay.
a French thing.
All right, I'll do it. I'm a man of my word. Speaking of episode 163, it was around this time that we started making a joke, which wasn't actually a joke. Kanzenshuu. Here are a bunch of samples from this and the following episodes. Welcome to the one and only star-powered episode of Daisuke EX.
The podcast.
An extension of the all-encompassing 2 Dragon Ball fan sites.
Daisuke EX.
Say that again, Julie. Never mind, I don't care.
They want to talk over each other.
Daisuke EX and Kanzenshuu a little bit this episode, too.
Kanzenshuu EX lives.
That's right. We cover anything and everything Dragon Ball in hopes of enlightening and a little bit of entertaining. Like I said, stars, everyone's here. Welcome to Daisuke EX,
The podcast.
an extension of the all-encompassing Dragon Ball fan site.
Kanzenshuu EX.
Thank you.
Somebody had to do it.
I know. If it was going to be anyone, better be you. Welcome to a special Kanzenshuu EX production this week. We've got everyone right here in the house to cover anything and everything Dragon Ball in hopes of enlightening and a little bit of entertaining. My name is Mike Vegito EX. I hail... You're already talking over me. This is not going to go well.
It's because we're talking smack about you.
My name is Mike. I go by Vegito EX. I hail from this terrible, terrible podcast and website called Daisuke EX. Across from me over here, we have Mary. Hello.
Hi, and I hail from the former shell of itself known as Temple of Trunks, but now Daisuke EX,
I
the
suppose
podcast.
that exists. Great. Across from me, lovely to have you here in my basement, Mr. Heath Hugio from Kanzenshuu.
Thank you for having me, sir.
I'm so glad you're here.
I know, it's always great to be here in person.
We've been looking forward to doing this episode, and it's great that we can look at each other and just talk about numbers and go, oh my God, can you believe this? Episode 172 came out in April 2009. April 2009. That sure sounds important. What happened that month? It's evolution, baby. Let me go around and get final thoughts on the movie. Mary.
Okay, as you know, I've been dreading this day. I have made my dread very known. I was not even willing to go see this, and I went to it because it's for the show, and I was hoping it would be an instance of it'll be so bad it's good. I'm shocked to say I didn't feel that way. It wasn't great, but I did not hate this movie.
Interesting.
I didn't hate it. It had really bad
Because
moments.
you've hated some movies recently. I thought you were going to really hate this.
Yeah, I kind of came out of this the same way I came out of Chun-Li, where it's like I knew this was bad, but parts of it still entertained me.
Chun-Li or this?
I don't know. I'm going to have to say Dragon Ball slightly, just because it is Dragon Ball.
All right.
And I have more of attachment to it than Street Fighter. But, I mean, I didn't leave it feeling... And you know what? I hate to bring this up, especially with the conversation we had in the car with Scott a couple hours ago. I hated Forbidden Kingdom far more than this.
Yeah.
And it's sad because that had quality, martial artists in it, and maybe even much better effects, much better choreography, but something about that movie just really put me off, and I actually like Dragon Ball more than this, despite the styrofoam rocks and horrible CG and horrible editing. It's weird. I can tell it's a really, really terrible movie.
Is it the underlying Toriyama stuff that was able to... No?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what it is that made me not disgusted.
All right.
I can't pinpoint it. It's weird. It's an enigma.
You really want my thoughts on this?
Jeff, I would love to know what you have to say.
Right.
Of all the people here, I'm dying to know what you have to say.
That's a lie. Next.
Because I love reviewing stuff with you.
All right, fine. I'll treat this movie like I treated the Super Mario Brothers movie when I was 13.
Oh, man. Which I saw recently, and
Really?
as I said to a few people here, I thought it was a better movie than Pitch Black.
I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I'm sorry. No,
Just
I'm
because I
sorry.
happen to watch him in the same day.
You would say that in the eye of the Vin Diesel
Joy agrees
storm?
with me.
I disagree.
All right. How dare you say that right now? Vin Diesel is the shit right now.
Jeff,
Two
He's
movies.
fast and furious.
He's Riddick. He's the wheelman. Get out of here.
Jeff.
I'm going to side with Bryce's comment about the kid who was really getting into it.
Yeah.
For any kid, I think they're really going to, again,
Have a fun time.
Have a fun time, not have to deal with all the stuff that we're picking at.
Yeah.
But certainly, I think 10 years later or 20 years later, they're going to look back at this and be like, is that worth buying the DVD?
They're going to look back
not.
at this the way you look back at Super Mario Brothers.
Exactly. Although I still watch it. But.
And you got to remember, kids will be entertained when you dangle your keys in front of them. So.
Right. They're like cats.
And so will you.
They're like cats.
They couldn't see that, but it's all right.
Yeah, so it'll have some nostalgic value, I'm sure, for some kids out there. But I'm disappointed there wasn't as much tie-ins to the originals there should have been.
Andrew, your thoughts on the movie? Final thoughts on the movie for someone who didn't want to come.
Right. Well, it was better than I thought.
I said that, yeah.
And I thought it was better than the Chun-Li movie, too. It just seemed...
Okay.
The Chun-Li movie seemed like it was very amateurishly directed.
Uh-huh.
And this, despite all its flaws, and there were many, they seemed to have a better grasp of what they were doing. Obviously, I think the fans have a problem with it because they were trying to cater to me.
Yep.
As opposed to you, which I think is a mistake as far as the movie making money goes. But if you're looking for just a a very something that's it's basically a cash cow. I think is by trying to appeal to me, they know the other fans are going to go see it anyway.
Right.
So it just seemed like it was very
might
heavily
as well go for you.
Right. So it seemed very heavily produced to me. Like it seemed like it was the creation of a bunch of staff meetings, and I
Movie
think
by committee.
yes, and I think a lot of the things that actually did make it seem Dragon Ballish were probably from the few people that were involved in the movie, like James Marsters, from what I've been hearing,
Throwing
actually
things in
pushing
and getting
for
it
things.
past the committee.
Right, exactly.
Gotcha.
So I thought the acting was poor for the most part, but it wasn't a movie you're going to go see for the acting.
Right.
I thought it just had a good look to it for what it was. I was expecting it to look cheaper than it looked.
So you're glad you came out tonight?
Well, I didn't say that.
Okay.
So you're saying go see Avatar, the live action film, and Transformers 2.
Oh, when Transformers drops out June 26th,
yes.
You better be there because that you will go to film school with Michael Bay, and then Avatar.
I will go to film school with Michael Bay.
He's going to take you to school, I mean. That's what I meant to say.
And root through the garbage in the back.
Albert, give me your final thoughts on Dragon Ball Evolution.
Well, overall, I thought, considering this was, a PG movie, it was aimed towards that demographic, I thought it was okay. I thought some of the performances were obviously cheesy, Justin Chatwin, June Park with his bro, and, somewhat...
Dude, you're in a hole, man. I got a ladder.
But overall, it was okay. I mean, they made the movie for a specific demographic, and I think they did okay by it.
Okay. Megan.
All right. I'm just going to say that, I didn't really go into the movie, knowing everything about it. I saw some photos, and...
Right, you haven't been really heavily following all the...
I saw news,
everything.
and I didn't go,
Right.
I didn't go out of my way to...
You didn't read the junior novel twice.
No.
Does...
Is that is that your admission?
Yes.
Okay. But I guess, I liked it, I guess. It was Dragon Ball, but it wasn't Dragon Ball, it was almost Dragon Ball. It had the names attached to the characters and everything. I was kind of hoping for the scene at the end with Piccolo and Goku, kind of Piccolo busting through, or Goku, reverse that, Goku busting through Piccolo. I was looking forward to that. Just little nods to the fans in the series, but
right.
It was entertaining for what it was.
So it was a filler episode.
It was an entertaining Gaiden.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I can't say I regretted going because it was $10 for. I had a good time. I laughed a lot. So
I laughed. I cried.
Yeah, I didn't really cry, and it wasn't from the very beginning. I was, I knew it wasn't going to be that good. I wasn't going to this, finally live action Dragon Ball. And maybe I'm crazy, but I just feel like Dragon Ball is meant for the animated realm. I just don't see how you can make that live action without it looking ridiculous. It just seems
And you thought it looked ridiculous.
Yeah, it looked ridiculous, and which is fine. I enjoyed it, but if you're really going to make a movie that, fans are going to appreciate and doesn't look, totally bonkers, I think animated realm was really the way to go, and I think it's the same thing with Street Fighter. I just think live action people throwing fireballs at each other just looks ridiculous, and there's really no amount of CG can make that look natural. And yeah, it was better than Chun-Li. I'll say that right now. Better than the Legend of Chun-Li. That was just awful by all accounts. But it was fun. I had a good time. I like awesomely bad movies, so I definitely liked it. But yeah, I'm not gonna say it's a good movie by any stretch of the imagination.
All right, Scott, we're up to you. You said you liked it.
I did. I enjoyed it because I was looking at what it was, not what it could have been, or maybe what it should have been. The biggest problem that I really had with it, even though, like I said, overall I did have a good time, it's that this is kind of like Dragon Ball's one shot, to a degree. Yep. So since this was made, we're not gonna have a good director, make a really great version. But I think what the film had to do was actually decide who its audience was and then be true to that audience. And just because something's a kid movie, hey, you can still have exposition and have it make sense. You can still have something be coherent. The best kids' books, Dr. Seuss books, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, all of that stuff, doll stuff and all of that, it can still be good.
Every Pixar film, honestly,
exactly.
Yeah. I love them.
Just because it's a kid's film doesn't mean, we can get away with shortchanging the audience. This was maybe, between 2 and 3 stars. And if with a better script, better director, and them consciously making the decision, we want adults to also like this could have been a 4.
Wow.
And that's why I'm disappointed with it, because, it could have been something really good, but instead, I guess they said, maybe in those committee meetings you're talking about, unfortunately, we don't have the time, we don't have the money, we do have Chow Yun Fat though. But
that's where the money went.
I guess, yeah. So they kind of made the decision to kind of cheap out a little bit on those things, and they could have had something great, and instead they got something that's enjoyable if you hold your breath.
I'm going to disagree with one thing though. They did do Hulk twice, and they did do Fantastic Four twice, so you never know.
Fair enough. I hope you're right.
Episode 190 from September 2009 was another one that people kept listing back at me as one of their favorites. Jeff was here, and we had one of our earliest guests, Scott Melzer. They joined in to talk about ethics in fandom.
So specifically about anime, and you're mentioning, essentially the excuses. Well, think about it this way. If something's not legally available, does that give you the right to do whatever it takes to get it just because you want it? So I'll give you a suggestion, or I'll give you an example. Unedited Dragon Ball.
Right.
I'll give you another example. Cocaine. Am I saying anime is drugs? Perhaps.
I don't understand. What's the difference?
The point is that, I can't legally get cocaine, but I want it. So therefore, I'm justified to get it legally. Now, that's the extreme.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Sure.
And I'm going to pull it over to Jeff. On all the shows that we do, which are at least 3 in any given bi-weekly schedule, you are...
the one with the least amount of morals. Go ahead and say it. That's fine. That's fine. I'll take it.
You've come out and said, I'm the pirate of the group.
Pretty much.
Time to time. Whether it's music or old video games or even anime in some cases. So you've heard this side of things and the entitlement and the justification. You're not so much interested in Kai. So maybe that's not the best example. But what's your response to all that?
I absolutely agree with every single thing said. And
do as I say, not as I do?
No, it's not like that.
Okay.
Because this is definitely going to sound like excuses. So bear with me, Scott. Sorry. But there's a show.
The car outside was stolen, wasn't it?
Well, there's a show that I'm following right now. The way that it's working is, because things are being produced digitally, then you have to have a hard drive space to be able to contain the stuff. In my current situation, I really do not have any space left. So keeping anything downloaded on my computer is not even going to happen. So especially if I love a series, then I'm going to go out and buy it. There's no question about it. Because if I see that there's hard work being put into something that I enjoy, then it's only fair that I go out and buy the stuff.
So you're doing the try before I buy it justification.
It's the online rental without paying thing.
Okay.
So it's there are, because where else am I going to get it at this point? And because it's too easy, and I think that's really the issue, the fact that it is too easy to get it, but it's so easy to justify it, which is the kind of retarded thing in a way, right? It just sort of snaking its own tail sort of way. But at the same time, I still plan on going and buying it, so there's still some moral capacity left there, but it's just it's still just an excuse.
You're saying I'm not entirely evil?
I wouldn't want to think of myself as evil because I am eventually going to spend money to get it.
Okay.
But if I don't know what it is and I don't get a trailer and I don't get anything to really sell it to me, then I'm not going to buy it anyway.
Scott, retort.
Well, before I get hate mail, I was just trying to illustrate the extreme.
Sure.
Which is, this is legal. Now, if you go into my house, will you find some fan subs? Yeah, I got Marmalade Boy fan subbed. I went to conventions before they had anything, of course. But the idea here is that you really have to understand that that's what you're doing. You are rationalizing. It's not legally right. The reason I make a point of that is there are a lot of people who don't know that.
We've talked about that.
Really don't know.
So true.
If you delete it within 24 hours, ROMs, that kind of...
This goes all the way back. Have either of you guys ever seen Laserdisc demo copy?
No.
Buy a VHS tape from a store. It's a VHS copy of a Laserdisc, and it's set on the side. Laserdisc Demonstration. And the idea is it was demonstrating the quality of the Laserdisc. It's perfectly legal. It's perfectly legal to make a copy of something on a Laserdisc onto VHS to demonstrate the superior copy. Now, any techie people in the room? Understand how negative sense this makes, but that's what they were actually telling people. So yeah, there's rationalization up and down. So the real question is, what do you do with it? But what I'm really, really afraid of is, well, let me jump into porn.
All right.
Okay.
Right.
You got it. Okay. About 20 years ago, you didn't have too much problem with kids getting a hold of porn because if you went to a store, there was a guy there.
Right.
Right, Mike? Am I guessing the right age?
Yes.
Be that as it may. Now you go online, you can get it, right? It's a different culture there. Before, if you wanted to bootleg stuff, you had to go into a pretty skeevy place.
You had to show your face.
You had to show your face. That's right. And then you were probably talking to someone who was kind of skanky, or you're buying bootlegs at a convention and stuff like that. So just like pornography, where it was very clearly and very obviously a dangerous and bad thing to do, now it's like, well, you can go online, you can, click. Sorry, Mary, I don't know if you knew that there's porn
Oh my god.
on the web.
Is that what all those billions of pages are?
Yes.
Maybe something of this taking up the space in the tubes
There's
of the
all
internet.
the porn, and there's Daisuke, yeah.
And I think TV Guide, which is half porn. But so that's some of the difference. It's just that it didn't exist. It wasn't there. People didn't perceive it that way. So there's a lot of people who have those justifications floating around. Now, take this out another 5 years into the future, and you're either going to have no companies whatsoever, or they're going to have to swim against the tide. Find a way to still make enough money to pay for making the product while people can instantaneously get it for free with no one being able to stop them.
Yeah, people have to not be able to make justifications anymore.
Well, that's the thing. This is the tech dirt perspective, which is, well, business models change. Business models evolve. Of
course.
Why should someone, be it the government or whatever, prop up your business model just because you cannot adapt to the changing times? So Funimation is, I say, leading the pack now with these simulcasts and trying to do something with their blogs and their Twitter stream and getting involved with the community and all the conventions. Somehow there seems to be this symbiotic relationship because they have Dragon Ball. They're able to make the money to do all this other stuff. And Viz has Naruto. So is it just because they have these two shows that these two companies seem to be able to fund these other endeavors to further their other business? I don't even know how to clearly state it.
Well, no, is Disney doing anything like this? No.
They just bought Marvel.
Yeah.
What? That's something.
Right, it's something, but we have yet to see the proof of this.
Marvel owns Akira. There's your connection.
That's true. That is true.
Well, ethically speaking, does it make sense that you can justify breaking into a store and stealing stuff in order to encourage them to improve their security?
True.
I was just trying to prove a point.
Let me take it over. Let's stop.
I'm an agent of evolution.
Speaking of fandom, in December 2009, we were up to episode 200 of the podcast, and we had Heath and Corey live in studio here talking about fandom itself. I'm going to say, I think Dragon Ball fans, ourselves included, are all far too hypersensitive. Everything is taken personally, and I think we're all guilty of it at times.
That's why I had to get out.
Right. If you say anything that is factual or critical or any way that does not shine a perfect light on, be it an English cast member or be it a Japanese cast member, someone takes that as you spit on my mother's grave, and it's a personal offense.
Oh, look at what you posted just a couple of weeks ago when, is it Chris Rager, the voice actor for Mr. Satan?
Mm-hmm.
When he was in the accident, I read the post personally, not having any sort of attachment to English version as, we wish him well. But then people came out of the woodwork because they went on the defensive and said, well, you made a reference to, even though you're not a fan of the Funimation version, and it turned into something where people were almost implying that you were wishing him harm because he was affiliated with a production that you weren't a fan of.
Right.
So, I mean, that would be a example of some of the hypersensitivity that's out there. Stuff that's never even intended to be even remotely inflaming turns into this whole...
Well, and I think part of that is something that, happens a lot within the community where people read what they want to read.
Yeah.
And they take it the way they want to take it and not really in context. And sometimes there's really nothing you can do about it, but it seems to happen quite often.
How about some examples of the Japanese version side of things? We're placing a lot of emphasis on dub fans taking things personally.
Are there any examples where maybe it was one of us or someone else in general, just a fan of the original Japanese version, took something or takes something to heart? The classic example is Masako Nozawa is voiced by a woman, and there's always a long tirade of why is this? What did I say?
You said Moscow.
I think she's always. I think she's always voiced by a woman. Personally,
there's always a response saying, "Why is this a problem?" And my response is always typically, "It never even entered my head that would not be okay, or that was not normal, or this should be different."
I think because they expect a manly man voice to come out of Goku.
And then
it goes against their cultural norms of what a butch fighting man should sound like.
The same respect of fans saying, well, Frieza in the English dub was by a woman, so what's the difference?
Right.
And then you get in a lot of those arguments, and those are always really fun.
What other hypersensitive things happen? It all comes back. I hate this. It comes back to Funimation's English dub. It's a music change. It's voices change.
I can actually voice one thing that's come into play, and I know all three of us, and possibly all four of us have been involved to some degree, is the actual appearance of the show itself. You know, a lot of people will voice that it looks old, that it has, excessive grain, stuff that's visual about it, where, all of us, I think, have done our homework and know why it looks the way it does. We've seen cell-based animation from the 80s, like you said, the manga version started in 84, the anime started in 86. Yeah, so I mean, you're looking at stuff that's, 20 plus years old in a lot of cases. And
well, Mike, and you're going to hate me for bringing this back around.
That's fine.
I think that part of it really goes back to the very beginning, where Dragon Ball Z was never presented as something from Japan. And most fans in the US and North America had no idea that that's even where it came from.
We have talked about this.
And all of a sudden this show shows
up.
Yeah, and oh wow, this looks like crap.
But
Did they just draw this?
Part of Dragon Ball 2. I mean, Dragon Ball Z doesn't seem very Japanese.
Right. We don't have ninjas.
It's all space and
Japanese
aliens.
music and
the occasional kanji appears.
Right.
And then you have the whole Funimation going in and trying to pretty it up, I guess, if you can call it pretty, and try to make it more presentable to a digital age audience. That's great and all, and if people like that, that's good. But I've always been a little offended when it, like Corey mentioned, comes to how the show looks, and you see zoomed in shots on cells, and you can really tell that the pencil hasn't really touched the paper there on the outline of the character, or things are colored in weird. And I know Tanuki likes to post a lot of images where, hey, they didn't color in his eyebrows.
There's an arm missing.
And that's just, it was all manual labor back then, sitting down with pieces of paper and drawing this stuff out. They didn't have computers to sit around, and I think a lot of people are just really spoiled with that, and I'll even admit I'm a little spoiled with that because I love watching things in HD.
Well, the funny thing is, even if you look at Kai with the stuff they've been reanimating, tracing, even then you can point out faults with the digital era. I mean, it's always, you're always going to have problems when the human factor is, in the equation.
Well, and when we reviewed Kai, we all mentioned that it really looks like really bad Flash drawing.
Yeah, and the reanimated scenes,
Yeah, and so you can also come at it from a different standpoint, I think, of, well, just look at the digital, how it really doesn't match up. And I think maybe just from when all of us were born, that's what was around at the time. That's even in the States what we grew up with.
We grew up with Ninja Turtles, where the voices weren't consistent from episode to episode.
And just the drawing style, and it was all, from Disney. That's how Disney animated everything. So it really gives it almost a nostalgia effect, I think. You can take it from there.
Episode 206 from January 2010 saw us paying tribute to legendary voice actor Daisuke Gori, who passed away that same month. From Dragon Ball, you know him best as Mr. Satan, most likely, but he also played a wealth of other characters. Here's a little bit of our chat about Gori.
Julian, you are quite a big Mr. Satan fan, so I'm going to let you go for a little bit. Tell me about your feelings on the character as portrayed by Daisuke Gori and what you think he meant to you.
Yes. So, I mean, I was a fan of Mr. Satan. I mean, a lot of people don't like him because he's this egotistical blowhard who just talks out of his ass for most of the time. But I think Daisuke Gori did a really good job with the character. I mean, he is this complete idiot who plays up his ego constantly, his relentless self-promoter. But the way that Daisuke Gori played him is you have these incredibly goofy moments that are undercut by sudden moments of almost this, I don't know, nobility, that when he is really called upon to shine, that he is able to take on this role almost in spite of himself, and even, at least briefly, take on the sort of role with a voice to match. And so he did just a great job of going back and forth between this completely incompetent goofball and somebody who actually could save the world if he really needed to. And in that respect, I really enjoyed Mr. Satan's character and the voice that was given to him.
On episode 229 from August 2010, we shared stories from Otakon, one of the largest anime conventions in America that I went to for many, many years. The best part of the convention was absolutely the panel with Yuji Mitsuya, the primary voice actor for Kaioshin in Dragon Ball. What we weren't expecting was to break some dues out of his Q&A session.
All right, so let's talk about the panel.
What, ours or what?
Oh, I totally forgot about our panel.
Oh, we're not talking about that?
No,
we can talk about
panel.
that because that was the last thing that happened.
It was, and we're not going to talk a whole lot about it because it'll be video. But Yuji Mitsuya, he had a Q&A on Friday, which we had something conflicting with, so we decided we'd go to the one on Saturday.
That was the Funimation panel.
So we went to it on Saturday, and as I've grown to recognize, no one goes to panels for Japanese guests, and it was very, very sad. There's, like a dozen of us there?
Yeah, but he did have 2 Q&As, so...
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Might
who
have been
knows
more
what the first one was like.
So he got going. He was telling some great stories about being in a quasi-idol band with Toshio Furukawa, who we mentioned earlier, who's Piccolo, in a theater troupe with Mayumi Tanaka, who plays Kudiden, and also Luffy. Just, he's name-dropping people left and right, and I feel like he's not name-dropping to name-drop, is that he actually does stuff with these people, which is crazy, and I love it.
Yeah, they're just friends.
Very, very nice. We didn't get too far into the panel when the fire alarm was pulled.
Right, and we were going to sit and stick around, but then staff was like, no, you need to exit.
Did you want to tell the story at all about how he actually got his first voice acting job?
Why don't you tell that?
That they had a cast party for something, and he went, and there was another veteran voice actor that was there, and I can't remember his name.
It was just Drunken Senpai.
Yes, he was very, very, very drunk. And he told him that, hey, you should come to some auditions tomorrow for this show. And he's like, oh, he's probably joking because he's really drunk. And so the senpai whips out a napkin that's all crumpled and just breaks out a pen and writes down the address and says, hey, be here tomorrow at whatever time.
Like in a couple hours.
And so he actually went to work and wasn't going to go, but his boss ended up telling him, hey, you know what? You should go. That's more important. And I guess the rest is history.
He was working at a sandwich
store, yeah.
Yes. Always listen to your boss when he tells you to skip work and go to something.
That's right. Listen to your drunken senpai and then listen to your boss when he tells you to leave work. All right. So the fire alarm was pulled. We wanted to stay. He wanted to stay. Otakon kicked us out. So we walked out. We were on level 3, which has an outside area off to the side. He said, you know what, folks, come along with me and we'll continue the panel outside. So we got into a line and we followed that short, cute Japanese man right on outside because he's really short.
Yes.
And very easy
man.
to lose.
Yes.
Except for his sweater.
Right.
Or not sweater, whatever shirt he was wearing had a pattern on it.
Yeah.
It's like, follow that pattern.
Follow that pattern, man. So we followed him outside and he started getting going. I think we got maybe another half story in when Otakon staff said, you know, you're still within the confines of the convention center. You need to actually leave the convention center. Well, being the pro he is, he said, we're not done. Come on, let's all go. So we headed down the escalators, down the stairs, outside. I think we made our way up against a wall outside the convention center.
Right, on ground level. But it was still too close to the building, so they made us walk some more, even though we tried talking again. So we ended up in the Sheraton, I think.
Yeah, we did.
Because they're like, okay, this should be far enough.
Third removed location.
So, right, this is our third chance getting going. And I don't think we lost anyone in the group either, which was amazing. So we ended up kind of in the lobby area of the Sheraton in some corner. It was pretty cool.
It It was awesome. And he's just telling story after story.
And he wasn't even flustered.
No,
what a pro.
He just kept going. I loved his Kenshin stuff because Mary, you and I just got done rewatching
Right, like
Kenshin.
the week before Otakon, we had just finished watching the Kyoto arc in Kenshin, so it was all fresh in our head, and we were all fangirl and boy over it.
And he's like, oh yeah, I voice directed that. I actually didn't credit myself for the first 3 months. What?
And you know why he didn't? Because he didn't think it was good enough.
Yep.
That's so Japanese. It's so cute.
And he is responsible for casting Suzukaze as Kenshin. He knew her, was it the theater troupe?
It was a theater troupe, the type of theater troupe where it's all women playing male roles.
Okay.
Is that what it was?
I think so.
I think so.
I thought they had done a stage performance together. And he was a really big fan of hers. And he just went to the director and suggested her, and they called her, and she auditioned and got the part. But she would only do it if he stayed on.
Right. Which is crazy. And then I guess after 3 months, he allowed himself to be credited in the show. But that's just crazy. I'm like, Kaioshin voice directed another one of my favorite shows, Kenshin. That's crazy. I loved it. And he's just telling story after story. Now, eventually I got the last question in, but were there any other fun stories, Heath, that he tossed in?
The Timon one.
Oh,
yeah,
Nathan
that's right.
Lane thing. Right.
I'm Japanese Timon. I can only imagine walking down the street and have somebody run up to you yelling that. I would be a little scared.
He just kept going and going and going, and he's smiling, and he's just breaking into character voices
Can I tell you
unprovoked.
my favorite part about this is that I went into this not expecting to be informed or entertained because I figured, okay, it's a C-list character from Dragon Ball. I don't really care. But this ended up being one of the best panels at Otakon best moments in Otakon I've ever had.
He started out the very beginning of the panel and he said, I just play bit parts. I play really minor characters. I don't do much. You're like, oh, okay. And it just snowballed from there.
It was definitely one of the best convention experiences, just following this dude around and him telling so many stories. And I don't know, it kind of giving us a news story at the end that led into financials.
Well, and then he wanted to take a group photo.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool.
So we did. I think we had maybe 3 or 4 sessions of people passing cameras to Toshi to take photos of everyone. Good times.
For episode 235 in October 2010, we reviewed the original 2-part video presentation of Plan to Eradicate the Science. This is one of my favorite reviews with one of my favorite moments in podcast history.
This is something we were alluding to earlier. Mary, you almost lost it at this point. It was after all the movie villains had come back, and they were fighting for a while, they were blobbing around, and Kaio says that they're ghost warriors. All right, we got it. Goku kind of backs up for a minute and yells to everyone, guys, they're ghost warriors.
like everyone's supposed to know what this means. Like, oh, ghost warriors.
But even beyond that, for whatever reason, after that...
Let's defeat them with the exact same attacks we were just using. Okay.
Like their renewed knowledge somehow gave them the power to defeat them.
I don't even know where this is the epitome of what we're talking about with awkward, nonsensical bullshit with this storyline.
Non-storytelling going on here.
For episode 239 in November 2010, Jake, Herms, and Lance Mystair Fusion joined to chat about some long-forgotten Dragon Ball video game characters. Kerillian remains one of my favorites, and the way Jake describes him is just the best. Now, this episode actually resulted in me swapping out the characters featured on the Daisuke EX website header for the first time since 2003, and it stayed that way until the Kanzenshuu Fusion about 2 years later. Not even quite 2 years.
The thing about the Mystery of Shenlong video game is that it adapts the first 2 volumes of the manga, the first search for the Dragon Balls, and then after that it just makes stuff up. It has the Kung Fu tournament, which, it has a tournament, but not the Tenkaichi Budokai. It has this whole thing they made up, and then it has, after that, Goku goes into space. He goes to the... Well, okay, I should say it kind of adapts the Red Ribbon Army arc in a way. It's like Goku, he wants to find the 4-star ball, his grandfather's memento, and so he starts a search for him, and the first one is on the moon.
Of course.
For some reason.
Wow, it's like this game ended up inspiring the Frieza arc in Dragon Ball GT, and wow, we used to have all of our seeds of something in here.
Anyway, so he goes to the moon, and there's this old lady who I have no idea where she came from, but she's on the moon, and she explains to Goku that he needs to get oxygen
oxygen capsules to survive as he moves along. If only he had known this on Namek.
Right.
So much easier. And so he goes along, and of course, if you remember the manga, who's on the moon?
Right. You have the rabbit.
Yeah, Toninjinka.
Right.
The carrotizer bunny, as I like to call him.
Yes.
And so, boss of the rabbit gang, he was sent there by Goku, in both the manga and the earlier in the video game, and so he wants revenge, and so he's hired Kurilien. I don't know. I still don't know how I want to pronounce it, but this guy, he's the #1 assassin in the universe.
Oh, wow. So he's got Tao Pai Pai one up here.
And so he comes along, he sends this guy after Goku, and he's actually the weakest enemy in the game, more or less.
Oh, I guess that's the joke.
There's this, this is great. I found this scan from the official strategy guide for the game, and it says in big letters, Kurilien is weak. And it just says, okay, he shoots out he doesn't even have any of the weapons in the sketch Toriyama drew. He just shoots out his arms, and if you jump over them and get close, you just stop attacking, and you just punch him, and he dies. There's a video of someone doing this on YouTube, and it's great. He's just he just stands there.
Excellent. We will link to that video then, because like I said, I'm fairly certain that other than this one person, no one has gotten this far in the game, because it's just impossible.
And, I found this Japanese website that was going over a kind of, a history of the DB games on the Famicom and how terrible they pretty much all are.
Yeah.
And it's noting that, the irony of Toriyama, he went through all this effort to design this new character, and they stick him in level 11 out of 14 of a game that's more or less impossible to get past level 6.
Right.
Yet even the website agrees with you. It's like saying, basically no one who played the game would ever see this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's just in the end there. And for whatever reason, the game is set up so if you die after level 11, you have to restart there.
Oh, jeez.
So it's even harder. Anyway, and then, the weird thing is, you kill him that first time and nothing else is said about him. But in the final level of the game, which is, I believe it's Konpei Tower, which is apparently this ripoff of Muscle Tower.
Okay.
And there's this.
Are we still in space?
No, actually,
that's a good question.
The space thing. Okay, Goku, after he beats Kurilien, he fights Toninjinka and beats him and gets the Dragon Ball, but it's not the 4-star ball. So he goes back to Earth and he goes through all these places, the jungle and all this stuff, and then finally gets to the Konpei Tower. And there's this random enemy who looks a lot more like Toriyama's sketch of Kurilien than the actual sprite identified in the game as him. You can actually, in this sprite, you can actually see the uniform. When you fight him, he doesn't have the uniform. He doesn't look a thing like the sketch, but here they have a good representation of him for I have no idea what reason.
Wow. Think it was a mistake, or was it just like bad Famicom, graphic capabilities, or it sort of reminds me of like the American Super Mario Brothers 2, where they have like Birdo and Ostro in the instruction manual.
Right.
Flip.
The only thing I can think of is the background of the moon is kind of the same shade of green as Kurilien, so maybe they couldn't make the shade of green that he is in the later, more accurate sprite. When he actually appears, he's black, more or less.
Okay.
And so I wonder if they had this sprite worked out, but it didn't fit the background. You wouldn't be able to make them out enough, so they changed it to this thing that doesn't really look as similar to the original sketch, but at least it stands out from the background, I guess.
Fantastic.
Yeah, these are true professionals.
That's right. Episode 252 in March 2011 is another favorite. What the hell just happened to Dragon Ball Kai, with Heath and Corey live in studio again. Now, fun tidbit, you probably heard this before, but this was also the night that Heath and I made an actual agreement to get working on fusing websites.
When I saw these numbers, I was just astounded. Dragon Ball pulled in 265 million yen through the third quarter of fiscal 2011.
All right, 265 million
That is awesome. Props to them. They did the best they could. And then you look at One Piece and your head just explodes because they pulled in 2,449 million yen, which is 2.45 billion yen alone for one series through the third quarter of a fiscal year. We haven't even finished the fourth quarter yet. Oh my God. This is unbelievable.
Well, Heath, let's ignore One Piece. Let's concentrate on just Dragon Ball. Forget its comparisons to One Piece. Did
265
million yen. All right, and we're going to see this with a little bit of Namco Bandai here. 2007, at least as far back as we've been digging back into since the new resurgence a little bit.
I'm just going to go back to 2010.
All right.
What we've made through 3/4 of this fiscal year, 265 million yen. You double that, you haven't even reached what they made in the entire fiscal year of 2010.
And this is Toei we're talking about. This is Toei's entire money.
I mean, they pulled in
the franchise.
598 million yen in 2010. That was an entire year. We're 3/4 of the way, and we haven't even reached half of what they made the previous year. And then you go back to a year, say, like you mentioned, 2007, where they pulled in 1.23 billion yen for Dragon Ball. It's ever since 2007, it's been a constant downward spiral for the series in general for Toei, and it's just something that they haven't been able to dig themselves out of.
That's interesting to me. 2007, Kai was still 2 years.
Yep.
I mean, even considering fiscal years versus calendar years, Kai is still 2 years in the future. Kai did not help in the least for Toei's bottom line for the Dragon Ball franchise.
And then we also bring up all the different things of stunt casting, idol groups that we're going to bring in. Can we get these sales to go up?
Now,
apparently the answer is no, we can't.
Now, are we looking solely at revenue, or are we looking at adjusted profit margins?
These are licensing sales. So, say, for instance, someone approaches Toei, like McDonald's, we want to make figures that we can put out with our Happy Meals, and they say, okay, we need 100,000 yen, and you guys have the license to make certain figures that you guys can do. And that's what we're talking about, where other companies are coming, they've profited out. So a lot of that also comes from Fuji TV, where they've marketed this as a license to Fuji TV, because over the years, Fuji TV, Bird Studios, Shueisha, and Toei Animation have been the single property owners to Dragon Ball. So they are the entities that can basically do what they want with Dragon Ball at any time.
Now, are we still seeing, I mean, I think you can't really argue that Kai was a success by any means, honestly, based on those figures.
Based on TV ratings, it was.
Based on TV ratings alone, but based on the actual financial viability that came from what they were able to license as a result.
Right.
But arguably also, you could say the fact that there has been a decrease, I guess, that we can recognize at least over here. And since there's been such a decreased time lag between Eastern releases and what we see over here, less video games have been released, arguably, with regards to the property, I think, here in the past couple of years.
Well, let's jump into that.
Sure, I mean
the saturation of the market has decreased to such a degree where One Piece is still, I guess, like you say it yourself, it's the new hotness, it's the new hot property that they can still hammer out there, whereas Dragon Ball, 20 some odd years of video games, and especially since the PS2 generation, where they were releasing a new game every year that just had very mild, improvements.
But what's
you
important,
reach saturation.
The very next episode, Jake joined to chat about the intended endings of the series, something Kanzenshuu would become extremely known for in the coming years.
I think plot twists is a great way to talk about the next phrasing of this rumor. This is an interesting one because it's not necessarily about the series ending, but almost a character ending, and that's Toriyama originally intended that Goku actually die on planet Namek.
Yeah, and so this is almost always, I would estimate, when people say, oh, he's going to end it at Frieza, it's assumed that Goku would have actually died too when the planet explodes. And so the story is generally that there was a lot of fan outcry. It's like, oh, the fans didn't want Goku to die, or Toriyama's editor said, oh, no, that's a terrible idea. You should bring him back to life right away. And so that's what happened. And so that's what we see in the series, where for a while, everyone assumes Goku is dead. And then it turns out, when they're trying to bring everyone back to life with Palunga, that actually, oh, he's still alive out there somewhere. And so very, very common to hear fans say, oh, this is just a sign that at the last minute, Toriyama was made to change the story. But there's no actual evidence, again, that there's never been any mention anywhere in any official source I've seen that there's any actual fan outcry strong enough. They don't mention any outcry over this. It's kind of interesting what they do mention fan outcry over. Throughout the Daisuke interviews, there'd be like, I think Toriyama says, when Goku grew up, he was really worried that there'd be an outcry, but there actually wasn't. And there was, he said he got a few letters or something, but for the most part, went over okay. And then when Goku married, it was ironically enough when Goku married Chi-Chi, that was when there was an outcry. They got a lot of letters complaining, people saying, "Oh, I'm gonna die." I guess they said as it became apparent that Goku was still going to be the same insane goofball that he's always been, even as a husband, then people kind of calmed down.
Gotcha.
Like he's married, but it hasn't really changed.
Doesn't really
the story.
change anything at all, right?
They've mentioned these instances of fan outcry, but never anything about outcry over Goku supposedly dying on Namek. And if it were such a strong outcry that they got them to change the story, there's huge outcry over Goku getting married, but obviously Toriyama didn't undo that. So wouldn't there have logically have to have been an even huger outcry over Goku dying if that caused Toriyama to bring him back to life?
And here's an interesting point. We're talking about a point in time when the internet is not really there for there to be such immediate feedback over stuff. So if an event were to happen, for them to get the overwhelming amount of feedback that might possibly have some editorial direction changes, it's going to take longer than a week. And as we see, Goku is very much alive the next week.
Yes. Namek explodes through chapter 328. Chapter 329, he's revealed to be alive. And so, the logistics don't really work out. Like, there's the time between when the issue of Jump goes on sale, and then, it takes time for people to write in. They can't email. It's 1990s. They'd have to write in, and then that email would have to collect. The mail would have to collect, and then this would have to get word to Toriyama. And you'd have to figure that by the time this happened, Toriyama would have to be pretty well into the next chapter.
Right, he's probably on 330 by the time anything will come in.
Yeah, I guess it's theoretically possible that he would have changed the chapter he'd already drawn, but if that happened, it would be, one of the most extraordinary events in the history of the series.
Right.
And, you'd mention that at least once in an interview.
For episode 259 in May 2011, Mary and I chatted about the old fan sub days. This is another favorite of mine, as well as one that lots of you said you loved. I was molded in the VHS fan sub days, so this period of time is super special to me. But whenever a well-written email comes in that gives me an excuse to do one of these topics,
it's justification.
I will take it. Mary, if you could please read this email. It comes to us from Joe, Akumaito Beam.
Hello there, Mystery X and whoever may be joining him. I'm emailing in to ask a few questions about the old fan subtapes of Dragon Ball. Not to worry, this won't be a question about where people can obtain copies. Hell, with so many official releases of the series, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wants to buy fan subs of this cartoon anymore. I just want to get some perspective about what it was like back then. I was getting into Dragon Ball when Vegeta takes off his hat. Goku, you are number one, was debuting on Cartoon Network for the first time. Of course, this wasn't the dub name, but I can't be asked to venture outside of Kanzentai's perfect, godly, super awesome episode guide. Therefore, official subtitle releases were in abundance, and I'm sure many of fellow Daisukians can relate to always having the spot on official subtitles. What was hunting the tapes down like? I find it hard to imagine any retailers just having the fan subs sitting on their shelves, legality be damned. Did they usually have a lot of Dragon Ball tapes in stock so you could pick and choose which saga you wanted? Or was it more of a you take what you can get thing? If it's the latter, how did you guys ever keep up with the story? Bouncing around from Gohan and training in the Saiyan arc to movie 11 to the finale of GT to the first few episodes of the Red Ribbon arc must have been tough on your ability to piece the story together. On an average, how many episodes did you get for each tape? Was the original Dragon Ball series hard to get a hold of? Thanks for taking the time to read this. I hope I didn't bombard you with too many questions to answer. I love the show and eagerly await it each Sunday. Whenever I'm feeling blue, I can always rely on Vegeta EX and his many merry men to enlighten and entertain.
Well, lots of great questions in there. I think we're going to address pretty much all of them.
I gotta dip into my memory bank to answer some of those.
I think I have them outlined enough here that we'll hit them a little bit. And we are going to have more questions later on that if we didn't cover anything, hopefully we did get them. So before we dip into Dragon Ball exclusively, I guess we should talk about how this was done. Now, not the best
what
authority
is VHS?
to talk about it. But and you certainly, I mean, you dipped into the world of AMVs. You had some 2 VCR action going on.
I did, yeah.
Never
Oh my
anything
God.
like subtitling the
No,
show.
never.
It usually involved a piece of hardware, I think it's called a genlock, to overlay the subtitles onto the video stream. A lot of people usually use an Amiga computer. That was just kind of like the de facto thing that they used to do this. They mastered the whole thing onto a final physical product, usually on SVHS, which was a much higher version of the VHS standard. Remember, beta's already long dead at this point. Now, sometimes the fan subber was also the distributor, but not always. The SVHS master was sent out to the distributors, who would then make copies from that, usually the standard VHS, make them available for order. And there's usually one of two ways you could get them. Number one was you pay for, this is the idealized version of it, you pay for what the cost of the tapes were and the shipping, and then you would get the stuff back because no one wanted to make money off of someone else's hard work. This is like the old code of fan subbing. The other way was something called SASE, or self-addressed stamped envelope. I did this actually a couple times. What you would do was you would get a package, you would get some blank tapes, you would go to the post office and have them apply the postage, return back to you, put that in a larger envelope, and then mail that to the fan subber. So they wouldn't have to pay for tapes or anything. You'd kind of be paying for everything up front, and they would just take the time to do it. Not all of the distros would do SASE because they wanted to use specific brands of VHS on their higher quality decks. You'll see in a lot of, I think, Anime Labs fan subs, them complaining about shit VHS brands and them breaking VCRs. That was a thing back then. It's not like you get a DVD today
And it breaks your player.
It breaks your player. Can you imagine if that happened? But this was a regular thing back then with so many moving parts, not just a little beam of light shining on your product. So a lot of distros are also traders. If you had something they needed, this was a big thing. If you had, I don't know, Sailor Moon R movie and you wanted DBZ movie 12, and that would benefit the both of you, you could trade sometimes. They always wanted the best quality product that they could get. So if you had a master from an LD, more than happy to trade for you. And there were a lot of different fan sub groups, and this kind of gets into Dragon Ball more specifically, just like today, where there's all sorts of groups subbing. I think they all still do, like Naruto and Bleach, and they're all waving their e-penises around. Very similar to how it was back then, but maybe on the down low a little bit more. A lot of the groups, however, didn't cover the same portion of the series. This is how fan subs were a little bit different back then, with Dragon Ball in particular. It was harder to track down the highest quality version.
Right, you're not getting the show
an hour later.
Yeah, an hour later digitally. It's,
right.
You're all hunting among either stuff taped off the TV or recorded off a laser disc or stuff like that.
And sometimes the groups would be getting the same thing from the one guy in Japan who was taping and recording for multiple groups. So sometimes they had a guy who they got him to start recording for the end of the Boo arc, and then it was, oh man, do you know anyone who's got any episodes from Cell or from earlier? So groups would do different parts of the series based on who they knew and what they could get. You had folks like Xenosaur who did a lot of the Boo arc because that's what the guy was able to
I think that's
get.
what I have too.
Probably are, yeah. Anime Labs did, for example, much more of the Frieza arc and the Cell arc. I was just earlier this evening, I popped in 19 and 20 show up, and that was an Anime Labs fan sub. I just grabbed a random tape and it happened to be Anime Labs. Oh, the pain of it all.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, well, that's how it was back then. Maybe that answers a little bit of the email there. You took what you could get. There were a couple strange subs that existed. They were actually official in a way. There was Nippon Golden Network out of Hawaii that did a legal subtitle of the show for TV over there. Believe it or not, they did the entirety of the first Dragon Ball series. And they did, I think it was 104 episodes of DBZ, so right into the end of the Frieza arc. So you'll see that most of the Saiyan arc subs out there, the NGN versions, pretty much anything the first TV series is going to be them. Later on, a couple other groups have managed to get some of the earlier stuff and sub it themselves. Like Anime Labs did some Frieza stuff, but the NGN subs, you could tell the font when it was NGN. They were a little higher than some of the other groups. Episode 274 in October 2011 saw the final entry in an extremely beloved segment that we somehow haven't talked about yet here on this show, the Manga Review of Awesomeness. It took us 4 years, but we went through the entire manga, volume by volume, with a couple different perspectives. You had Julian, who had read the entire thing in English and in Japanese, myself, who had read it in English and obviously was a big fan of the original Japanese version of the anime, Mary, who had read bits and pieces but otherwise matched me, and then Jeff, who had almost no familiarity besides some sporadic Cell fan subs and a little bit of Toonami watching. Eventually, we added segments like Jake's Visisms. It was just an all-around great time. Loved it. I want to play a couple clips here. The first are from the earliest reviews where we begrudgingly named the segment, and then there's a clip from the final review itself. There's probably a million things we could choose from to include here for a clip show kind of focus on the Manga Review of Awesomeness, but just go back and listen to the whole thing.
So next month, you will see Volume 3 of the Manga Review Analysis. Like we've been saying, we don't even have a real title for this recurring segment yet. Come up with the titles for us. Drop us a line.
That's great. Please give us a title for this Manga Review of Awesomeness.
Yes, podcast@daisuke.com.
And don't call it Manga Review of Awesomeness.
Jeff, this is the
Manga Review of Awesomeness.
Should we come up with a better fucking title for this section? Let's take a moment. Guys, it has been well over 4 years since we started this. So many things have happened. We're going to hear from some of the listeners in a second here. Jeff, I got to ask you your thoughts. The Manga Review of Awesomeness.
Well, what I can remember, apparently.
Well,
You think it was a good show.
So if we just bring it over to plot points, I think I was not expecting this series to have as many good literary elements as I noticed as I was going through the volumes. Characters are fleshed out incredibly well. Things have cause and effect. There's just so many great little things here and there that he throws in. There's great comedic moments, and there's things that they return to. A Tenkaichi Budokai was always a welcome thing to see in this.
And we got an extra one toward the end. I mean, Vegeta blew half of it up, but
yeah, exactly. But that was perfect.
And then we got another one right at the end in this volume too. So we had 21, 22, 23, 25. 28.
Yeah, it makes sense. I thought that the whole manga itself was just incredibly well balanced. There were some volumes that we didn't like, obviously, but
yeah. Well, I guess let me ask you, what surprised you the most? You're talking about, it was actually well written. Was that what surprised you the most about reading Dragon Ball?
No, if a series has a following like it does in Japan and here, it's got to be well written.
It's got something to it.
It's got to have something to it.
But what surprised you the most?
It wasn't completely shonen.
Okay.
I mean, it was. We don't don't really see weddings. We don't see romance all that much. Things are downplayed a lot. But I mean, it's not completely shonen to the point where it's like, just battle after battle after battle with like no actual character development whatsoever. I mean, you actually feel for these characters. I mean, especially at the end where you see even like Vegeta is becoming humanized. Sentimental. Like that's just fantastic. I mean, it could have gone a completely different route where it just had no plot and it was just fighting and fighting. But it's not really that way at all, especially in the beginning chapters where it's more about the character development and the training. I mean, that whole part, I know we had missed that and it came back later on twice and we really loved it. I mean, it was just constant nice reminders of how good the series was.
And Dragon Ball really was one of the pioneers of doing that. Shonen Jump, last I checked, 50% female audience. I don't know how that has changed over the years, but Dragon Balls, I mean, Mary's sitting here right now.
Girl. Oh my God.
Really?
You get the same thing from Dragon Ball. It's not just the fights.
That's why I've always loved it so much, yeah. I mean, if it was just straight up fighting, I could have just have easily gotten into Fist of the North Star, but, I'm not.
God damn it, we're going to watch all of it one day.
We will.
I've had such a great time. It was an excuse to reread it. Not that I need an excuse.
For me, it was an excuse to just flat out read it.
But
because I was so spotty too.
To be forced to reread things that I thought I didn't really enjoy, like the Red Ribbon arc, but then kind of come around a little bit on it. And then every time someone asks us what was our favorite volume, we're always pointing back to volume 3. And that was Goku's training with Kuririn under Kami-sen.
I would have to reread the whole thing again for me to pick out a favorite. There were a few that we were like, wow, that was really solid.
Yeah,
it had a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
There was one just a couple of volumes ago where
we're surprised that we liked it so much. And we already like the series, Mary, myself, Julian. So to be kind of surprised that we like it more than we thought we did was
a genuine surprise and just amazing experience.
I mean, the real shock is not just the content, but the fact that everybody had very different opinions on things that happened.
Yeah.
And all the little things that everybody picked out, basically.
Mm-hmm. You were such a huge part of that. And we're going to hear that from some of the listeners as well. We say, oh, yeah, Jeff's got the new perspective. He picks things out. You really did. You really, really did over these 42 volumes. Things that we just gloss over because we're so indoctrinated.
Yeah.
With the series.
That's also what I was kind of thinking what was going to happen, too. I mean, I have a different background from what I normally watch or read. When it comes to manga, anyway. I'm the huge guy next, and I still am.
Yeah, sure.
But that little difference of background when you're given material that's still just as good. I mean, I've answered the question already last time where I said I wasn't going to be a fan of it,
right?
But I definitely appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I would absolutely recommend it to people that I know that.
But don't just take my word for it.
Yeah, well, I kind of feel like I had the benefit of having expert commentary along with the actual,
not just
with the experience of just reading it. So, I mean, I got so much out of it because of that.
You got some of the behind the scenes as we're talking about, like, oh, we know that Toriyama is planning on ending it at this point, and this is why he wrote this, and yeah.
So that just makes the whole thing like that much of a better experience than just like reading it on my own and sort of wondering what these little odd things happening are. So that was greatly appreciated. That's for sure. But yeah, I think it was a much better experience than just giving me the manga and, getting my opinions next time I show up on the show.
Talked about it later. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Episode 298 from May 2012. So we're finally in Kanzenshuu territory here, was another favorite of mine. We shamelessly stole someone's forum thread and discussed it ourselves on the show. Does the series need a narrator?
Do I think it's necessary? Well, that's the tough call, the tough word right there.
The question of, well, do you need it or do you want it? It's like if you had to choose between having a house to live in or, having like an ice cream sandwich. Like, I need shelter.
I was just going to say, like, I don't need an opening theme either.
True.
But all of these things, these are the things that come together to make an episode of Dragon Ball to me. And as a collective whole, that includes the recap. That includes the eye catch. That includes the closing narration. That includes the next episode preview. To me, all of that is what makes a Dragon Ball Z episode a collective whole. And it's that collective whole that I love so much. When you break them apart, like you had that marathon mode, I think, on the Orange Bricks, and even I think the Dragon Boxes had something similar to it in Japan, at least maybe the GT discs. I don't remember, where they skipped opening themes all the time. It is good for those marathon sessions, but if I want to relive Dragon Ball as is from the fan sub days, from not having 20 episodes in a row, I want to watch that whole thing. And I really believe that Yanumi's narration adds this old-time, feely, classic tale. And that's where I actually want to take it. This is something I brought up in the forum thread. What I'm going to do is I brought down a volume of Journey to the West. I'm going to open to, not a random page, but a random closing to a random chapter. And I just want to read. I'm not going to pick which one it is. I just want to read how every chapter of Journey to the West closes for you. Okay, so I brought down volume 3. It looks like I'm at the end of chapter 69 here. We do not know, as he rises into the air, whether he will win or lose, or how he manages to capture the fiend and rescue the Golden Sage Palace. You must listen to the explanation in the next chapter.
It's a next episode preview.
It is. Every single chapter of Journey to the West ends in exactly that same way, where it's like, our heroes are in a crazy predicament. What will happen to them? Even we don't know. You will have to find out in the next chapter.
Episode.
And to me, I mean, Dragon Ball obviously started off as a Journey to the West, not ripoff, homage, parody, playing with it. And this is doing exactly that, where it's like, oh, what? We're at the end of the episode, and what's going to happen next? Tune in next week to find out. And it's got such a charm to it that I can't help but smile and be like, oh, this is everything that I want in a stupid, stupid story.
For episode 304 in July 2012, we are firmly into the pre-Battle of Gods hype cycle, chatting about our hopes and dreams for the forthcoming film. Some of these are spot on, while others, Man, if only. Do we have any other thoughts, hopes, wishes for the movies? We got a lot from the audience to hit up. And
I do.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to jump back to the plot real quick because you kind of mentioned it and it jogged my memory that for me, this movie, I don't want it to be just action, but I don't want it to be just goofy humor. I want a nice combo, something that is cohesive, is going to work together. I know a lot of people complain for the Jump Super Anime Tour special that, it was way too goofy for me.
And those people are all stupid.
Exactly.
I don't even pay attention to the internet. I had no idea that people were saying that. That was so depressing. It's like, how could you not like this? This is the greatest thing in the history of ever.
But anyway,
and
so
it must
you were
be
saying.
sad people.
I just want something that I think they need to go for the mass audience of. You need to have the action to hold people. You need the humor to bring those people in, because I think a lot of, I want to say, the older crowd, especially in Japan, people that grew up with Dragon Ball, they love the gag stuff.
And not even just gags, but just the fun aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing our friend, that's what the Jump Super Anime Tour special was. It was Son Goku and his friends return. It was this regathering after such a long period of time. And just having all your friends together again and having fun was so spectacular. So we've lost a little bit of that because we've had a couple bits of new animation over the last couple of years, but I think it still needs to have a little bit of that to get the older fan nostalgia, get their butts in the seats, like you said.
So I think as far as plot, that's really more what I'm looking for, and then I'll be interested to find out what some of the details are around it. But then the other thing, because, this is where my kind of background comes from, but I want to know what the animation style is going to look like.
Yeah. I know.
Because honestly, we've seen a lot from the Bardock, episode of Bardock to Jump Super Anime Tour special. Super Saiyan Hair has been done so many different ways.
Yeah.
We've had different animation styles. Things have been drawn on the computer differently. I'd like to see some happy medium. I think more so like what we see in this promotional material. If they could make it high enough budget to carry something like that throughout the film and make it just look so gorgeous, I would drool. And I think some of the plot points for me, you could kind of gloss over a little bit. But I don't know. Because we've had really good animation in the movies, but at the same time, we've never had a movie like this.
I want the animation style from some of the video game openings.
Yeah.
Like, those were so gorgeous that it's like, this is just like 2 minutes long. Give me a movie of this and I will just become a drooling vegetable.
Same stat. Everyone wants to drool.
Sorry.
Well, even just like, Dragon Soul. A lot of that animation was so good. And then you have
some of it was terrible as well.
And some of the other one, and it's like, oh my God, what is this?
Yeah.
But there were some parts that weren't great, but I think overall they did a really good job.
Just to pull it back to one kind of production-y sort of thing before we get to the fan thoughts.
All right.
I want a musical score by Shunsuke Kikuchi in the new movie, and it can be an entirely new score, but I think that's what I want, because the Jump Super Anime Tour special felt like Dragon Ball to me because of that.
What,
the other
what
new
was
stuff,
the music? I don't even remember. It's been a couple years since I've seen it.
What, the Jump special?
Yeah.
It was all just Z music.
Z music.
Just all recycled.
So we know it's obviously not going to be Yamamoto music.
Lols no. But
what if it was?
That's what I want. I want new Kikuchi.
Modern Kikuchi.
Yeah, right.
Let's see what he can do 25 years later.
Now that you say that, I really want that too.
But still have that old 70s kung fu-y vibe to it, but with modern production materials and methods. Done. Sold. Money. Episode 328 came out on March 30th, 2013. Yes, that's the same day as the release of Battle of Gods in Japan, and yes, it was a review of Battle of Gods. We have been so fortunate to be able to review all of these recent films, which as of right now, Battle of Gods, Resurrection F, Broly, and Superhero, right from their Japanese theatrical debuts, as in having people actually in Japan actually watch it in an actual Japanese theater and actually understand what they're saying. And it all started here, Battle of Gods. Julian, could you give us just like a couple sentences, the themes and the general plot of the movie?
So I think overall the theme is that, let's see, how is it? So,
friendship and family.
Friendship, family, destruction may be a necessary part of the universe, but it does not necessarily mean it's evil. There's always someone stronger than Goku, and Goku is always going to seek them out. Goku has the power to bring people onto his side.
Yes.
As long as they're not irredeemably evil. And Vegeta really cares about the people in his life. And he did something that's going to upset some fans, but I think was absolutely hilarious. And for the circumstances was actually maybe in character.
Tell me a little bit about Super Saiyan God as a concept and as an execution in the movie.
Yes, so I think Super Saiyan God as a concept is an interesting one. And I think it was actually executed fairly well. Although, and particularly what struck me is the way that in spite of Goku attaining this whole new realm of power, he feels dissatisfied with it because it's not something that he attained by himself. That he's very much the kind who believes that he ought to be able to do things through training and making himself stronger. Now, as for the backstory behind it, I think that's a bit of kind of a thing that comes out of nowhere, the idea there's this righteous Saiyan fighting against the evil ones.
Is that all just the leftover stuff from earlier drafts, but it became, the concept became so integral to the story that they almost couldn't take it out or do something different?
It almost feels that way, but at the same time, while it feels like something that's there to move the plot along and not much else, at the same time, I thought it's very effective at setting a backdrop. And the interaction between Shenlong and Beerus is also very funny.
Episode 341 from August 2013 is another one of my personal favorites, chatting about something else from the early days that you heard me mention before, Usenet. Before the Daisuke EX forum, before any web forum, there was alt.fan.Dragon Ball, and we learned some hard life lessons there.
So, I mean, Kanzenshuu is an institution at this point. The forum is a large part of our site and our community. It just kind of is, and is the current install of the forum dates back to 2004, and we had a couple versions before that.
Yes.
But there was an internet before established forums that ran properly, attached to websites with user accounts where you can do other things. Like, there was no commenting on news stories. There was no single sign-on to things. There was, well, I'm on AOL and I'm digging around and, oh, what's this over here? Julian, I discovered alt.fan.Dragon Ball. I couldn't tell you how. It was probably just me digging around on AOL, like I said.
I think I did it the same way.
I'm new. I love this. I need to talk about it. I need an outlet. And so AOL actually had surprisingly, a rather robust newsreader that you could use that kept all the topics and was easy to use and post. So Usenet, it's a decentralized message board. It's kind of the best way that I can describe it, where your ISP usually was in control of keeping track of, has someone posted a new message to this? Like, messages were almost individual posts that could be kept or not kept. And so you could sort of just tune in there and say, all right, give me all the new posts in this section over here. So things would be broken down to, all right, alt and then fan, and then it would be alt.fan. Not that Naruto was around or One Piece was around. Well, One Piece was pretty close, 1999, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be alt.fan.One Piece, alt.fan.Naruto. We had alt.fan.Dragon Ball. And that's where we all kind of gathered. And if you look back there, you'll see a lot of familiar faces if you hang out on Kanzenshuu these days. Some may have changed their names, but in a nutshell, Julian, we killed alt.fan.Dragon Ball.
Yes, I mean, who did we have? We had Greg, we had Daimao, we had
Rachel, we had Tanuki.
who was a troll on alt.fan.Dragon Ball.
He totally was. He was trolling Mary site as well. I mean, some people grow up, some people don't. Joe is someone who grew up.
Okay.
And I'm sure we're forgetting some other people. Some of the early members, I know there was Mirai Matt, who early member as well. And there's a lot of other folks you could go back to be like, wow, yeah, they've been around for a long time. But we kind of brought them all over and in essence killed that news group. We apologize, but it was a really forming time is kind of the best way that I can describe it. If you look back on it now,
how do you think about it? What comes to mind for you?
It's sort of this wild place where you had to sort of combat the spam for attention.
Yeah.
And
right, because it was totally decentralized, so there was no moderation. So spam bots could just post, and it was, well, deal with it.
Yep. Oh, hey, another flood of spam posts. How many pages do I have to click through before I get back to people discussing things? And, there were trolls and flame posts and, things that we tried to get away from on Daisuke EX, which I think may have contributed to the death of the news group, more or less. And people got into personal spats and, went off in a huff, and people came and went, and there were times when people sort of ganged up on new members because they didn't know the etiquette.
Again, we were all 16. That's the thing. There were a couple older folks. There was Steve Simmons. He was almost the grandfather of the group at the time. But Wu Ken also posted there occasionally from Kanzenshuu. I mean, a lot of those early Dragon Ball folks.
Yes.
I think Ed Corrigan mostly posted on rec.arts.anime. The
maybe
other one.
Was there Ryan Castor Troy or?
I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong though, dude. So maybe you were
remember.
there. Sorry,
I don't remember. It's a long. We're both trying to get through our fuzzy memories and everything sort of blends together after a while.
We had some older people, which was good because maybe that's what we are now, trying to keep everyone under control. But it was a lot of younger folks discovering Dragon Ball for the first time because Dragon Ball had recently come to North America. I would have joined, it was December 1997 when I got my first online computer, and Dragon Ball had been airing for a year at that point.
So. I didn't join until a few years later, maybe 2000, 2001.
So what's really interesting to me is to go back and see how many parallels there are between then and now. There was, at the time, a lot of, this is kind of the consensus of the entire community there, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah.
The sole focus should be, and unless otherwise specified, is the original Japanese version of the franchise. And I saw that posted so many times where, I mean, especially 99, season 3 was coming. So all these quotes of, I heard so-and-so say this, like, well, not really. I just saw that come up over and over and over. It's like, wow, that's really interesting because that's kind of our mantra now.
Yes. So it's kind of funny. It's a lot of our ethos, I guess you could say, developed out of what was originally on that news group. And I know that over time there were more and more people who joined who were more into the English dub simply because that was becoming a thing.
Yeah.
And certainly by the time that I joined, there was sort of almost not quite wars, but certainly fierce arguments between the two camps about not necessarily which was better, but what they should talk about and what's valid and what isn't, and that sort of thing.
Yeah. I think there was a push at some point to do a further subgroup that was like .dub or .english.
I think it was .us.
Oh, okay, that sounds right. Yeah.
I don't know how successful that was, but
who knows? We were gone by that point. We kind of ruined it. So, I mean, I don't know how much there is to actually say about it, just more describing it. But I do want to pull it back. I've been thinking a lot about this lately. I don't know if you remember the name Jim Stanfield.
Yeah, that was a pretty shocking thing.
It was. Jim was a young guy. I believe he was only 16 years old. And this morning I was going back and reading some of his posts, and it put me in a really down mood, but also in a really uplifting mood at the same time. So I'm like, if Jim was still here, he would be doing exactly what he was doing then, along with us at this point. Jim was, and I forget how we found out. I think it was maybe his sister finally got access to his account and posted something, but Jim was struck by a truck on the way to school one day, and he was in the hospital, I think, for at least another day before he sadly passed away. And it was really tough at the time because, and you can hear it in my voice still, that was one of the earliest, wow, that's an actual person on the other side right there. And I think that really helped solidify for me what is, I think, commonly passed around now as Will Wheaton's "don't be a dick." Where it's like, that's a real person there. They have real opinions and they're valid.
Yeah. So I think we should explain a little bit about who this person was first. But basically, he was very active in the news group. He was obviously a little bit younger than us, but very well-spoken, had insightful opinions, and I think was someone that a lot of us on the news group really connected to because he was able to share his opinions and engage in this sort of lively debate. And sort of one day he sort of stopped posting, and I don't remember exactly. There were a few people who sort of would be getting impatient that he wasn't responding.
Yeah.
And then one day we got this news. It was a shock because I think a lot of us sort of came to see him as a good friend, even though we'd never met him personally, obviously. But I mean, it's been 10 years, and by this point, friends that you've never met on the internet is very commonplace. At the time, it was still a relatively new thing, and it was almost uncommon to find that sort of deep connection through common interests to these random strangers on the internet. And I think when we all found out what had happened, we were, I don't know how to describe it really, sort of struck.
For episode 383 in June 2015, we are days away from the launch of Dragon Ball Super, and I gotta say, our expert analysis was pretty gosh darn on point for this one. Anything else out of the trailer? Because we got speculation shit to get into.
No, I don't think so. I thought it was a good trailer. It is what it is. I was disappointed there was no actual episode title at the end.
Well, I think we were alluding to that earlier. Yeah, every episode preview we've ever had before gives us an episode title. We haven't gotten that in Weekly Jump. We haven't gotten that in V-Jump. We didn't get it in this preview trailer, which is likely going to air as is with the episode of Kai this weekend. I mean, maybe they'll adjust it slightly, but probably not. That's weird.
Have you guys not made a title card yet? Have you guys not?
Maybe not.
Even titled the episode?
Maybe
not. How does that happen? Because I've been keeping track of a lot of online listings,
like TV listings and stuff.
Yeah, so I've been keeping track of a lot of TV program listings online, and they'll list, Dragon Ball Super starts this date, new series.
It just says that.
Yeah, none of them have episode titles or anything. Nobody has it but Toei,
right?
If they even have it.
Episode 389, not too long after that, saw us dip into reviewing Toyotaro's Dragon Ball Super manga. One of my biggest podcast regrets is not reviewing the manga arcs alongside the TV series, but hey, in our defense, we had no idea how much they would diverge back at that time. This early look at the Battle of Gods adaptation shows some insight there. So where I kind of want to start the rest of this discussion is talking about who's actually responsible for this. Because like we said, it's a separate adaptation. It's different than the Dragon Ball Super TV series. I mean, the obvious thing is Champa's in the manga, not in the TV series.
A lot.
And the question people have had has been, so what's Toriyama's story? Is Toriyama's story the TV series? Is Toriyama's story being used in the manga? Is it some kind of a weird combination of the two or elements taken from various things? This is the thing. We have no idea.
We can speculate. I have a pretty good idea. Like, I feel pretty confident about it.
What's your idea?
For the most part, it is being based on what Toriyama has written, or at least what his rough draft was. But Toyotaro is doing his specialty of moving some things around and changing things up.
Right.
Basically, he did it with the Resurrection F manga.
Right.
He did. There were some differences from what was in the movie. It very well could be whatever the production notes are from Toei. They just give it to him, and then when they make changes, well, he doesn't have enough time because
his is already done.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we don't know what the process is here. We can only speculate. I think it's just worth noting that we don't know what that process is, and there's no way for us to really get in there.
I wouldn't really be surprised if they just gave him literally bullet points of like, here's 12 bullet points of what's going to happen between this episode and this episode. Go with it.
Yeah, I think we'll talk a little bit about that in episode 1. So we've talked about what it is, who's behind it, where it's being published. It debuted in the August 2015 issue of V-Jump, which was released in June, and it's been running monthly ever since.
Nice, because that premiered just right before the first episode.
Right. So the manga, like the Frieza adaptation, was our first look at what the story was going to be, and we kind of held tight to that for a while until we got to see that first episode. So before we actually jump into the chapter, the only thing I want to lead in with here is one quote we have
from Toyotaro. This is from the same issue, August 2015. Alongside the first chapter, he said, "Getting to see a new Dragon Ball anime series every week makes me too happy. With this comicalization, I want to make my own small contribution to the excitement, so everyone please check out the manga too." Doesn't tell us much. All we can kind of read between the lines is he gets to do things slightly differently, which is what we've seen.
And that's almost what we kind of expected, because that was the big discussion that we originally had when this was announced, was, are people really going to want to read something that
exactly
you've already just watched?
Or then watch exactly
Mostly
what you
just
read.
because, it's a weekly anime series, whereas the manga's monthly. So it was going to be, what was the overlap? We didn't know, and it's so nice that we actually have a little something to go by now.
And I think that's what makes it different from the original Dragon Ball manga and the original Dragon Ball TV series, where they were both weekly, and one didn't start for quite some time after the original manga was done. So there was that buffer material, and of course that led into filler, and that was, wanting to tune in to see your favorite version. These were being produced pretty much simultaneously, so then what would be the point of telling the exact same story? This podcast has gone on long enough that here on episode 500, we've already brought up things like a 1-year anniversary, 200 episodes, and now we're at a 10-year anniversary of the show on episode 391. We love looking back here at Kanzenshuu. History. It's great, even when it's ours. Let's reflect a little bit. In 2005, I had been running, again, the site started in 1998. Julie and I brought you on in 2002 to relaunch, I believe it was January 2003. It's when we did the big relaunch of Daisuke EX. So in 2005, it had been about 3 years later after the big relaunch that we decided to start doing the podcast. Podcasting had just been added into iTunes earlier that year. There weren't really many podcasts at that point. I was really hesitant and not that interested in doing it. I didn't get it at the time, and it took me a couple months longer than actually I wish it had taken me to get into it. But we were looking for a new way to expand the audience, try something new, just something fun for us to do rather than just straight up content. I'm glad that we did, because it also helped separate us from Kanzentai at the time as Heath was launching the site. So we had something very different from him. We had the forum, we had the podcast, and nah.
Yes, we also had them on the podcast.
That's true.
It eventually sort of became like the podcast for both sides.
It really did. In the forum for them as well. He fully admits, like, why would I start a forum? Just there's no reason to. I really want to go back and start seeing when it felt like Kanzenshuu. We did all the naming and all the big talking, and we've talked about this a year before we launched, and we worked our asses off over that year. But for a couple of years before then too, it really felt like we were all just working together anyway. We've talked about how they would do news stories and we just wouldn't bother because it was already done, and the 2 different home video guides, why would we duplicate all the work? Kind of figured it was all going to merge together again anyway. But let's just put ourselves back to 2005. Where did you think the podcast was heading that first time that I said, hey, let's just talk over the internet? I mean, we'd already known each other. It wasn't weird for us to talk to each other, but for us to put our voices out there for other people. I really didn't know what to expect. We didn't know what we were doing. I had a Radio Shack microphone. Your microphone actually didn't sound as bad as I thought it was going to sound, and you sound exactly the same as you did 10 years ago. I'm so angry at you because your voice has been sexy forever. It drives me nuts.
I have a cold right now.
Well, that's funny because it sounded to me like I had the remnants of a cold on the very first podcast episode. I sounded a little bit nasally there. I definitely sounded younger, but I was also using Radio Shack equipment, so I think that kind of brought up my mid and higher range even more so. Now at least I have this expensive mixer that I can turn some knobs on and bring up the bass a little bit, fake myself into having a halfway decent voice. Anyway, Julian, where did you think the podcast would go? Was it going to be a thing? Did you have aspirations for it? Did you think we'd just forget about it? Or did you not really have any thoughts at all?
I really had no idea, to be honest. I mean, I was pretty sleep deprived that term because I was trying to fit a year's worth of stuff
you sounded
into
tired
one term.
all the time.
Yeah, and I kind of overdid it. My memories in terms of both the things that I did and stuff that happened are kind of shoddy. But I do remember the podcast being this fun little thing that was at least an interesting diversion.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I really didn't know where it was heading, and we were strictly weekly for the longest period of time. I really wanted to stick to that schedule, and I sunk so much time into the show. Mary was very upset for a while. It's like, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you or your family. I got to edit a Dragon Ball talk show for the internet. And I was still doing stuff in Premiere. All I knew was Premiere from doing video editing. So to kind of reconfigure my brain to use audio editing programs didn't happen for a while. I remember a long time ago when we were talking about the history of the podcast, as I re-listened to all those early episodes, it started really sounding like the actual show sometime around episode 20. But I didn't upgrade equipment until episode 112, 113, something like that. So there's a long stretch of time with just garbage sounding episodes until I could throw enough money at it to be like, make this audio better, please, somehow.
Yeah. I remember from the early episodes, we had a lot of running jokes.
We did. Yeah, I would end each episode with, I think, a song lyric that started with the word I. I don't know what that was about. I was just trying to find some kind of shtick. We had the unicorn thing early on.
I was just going to mention that, yeah.
Censoring curses. No,
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a thing. What else did we have early on? It was definitely a finding ourselves. Like, we knew ourselves, but we didn't know what the show was. I was used to writing online. I had been doing that for years, but I used the word earlier here. It's almost like a performance where, yes, this is Mike and Julian you're listening to, but we're also putting on a show. So I have to direct the show and coordinate the show and pull things out of Julian when I hear he's getting tired, but it's still too early in the show. You can't be that tired. We got to still talk for a while. So.
But I have 6 classes.
I know. It's this weird dance. This is very self-indulgent and very just us talking about the show. But, I hope people somewhat enjoy it. It's been so fun to me. I've met people. I've learned so many things. Yes, running the website and doing articles and research, I learn a lot that way. I learned so much from talking to people at the same time. Talking to people, you just get viewpoints with that emotion behind them. You can have emotion in your writing, but I feel like the emotion in the tone of delivery gets so much more. And that's from the interviews we've done with Steve Simmons we had early on. We had marketing guy from Manga UK. We've done so many cool things over the years, and all of those people just contribute to, I think, a better worldview for me. I hope for the listeners. Have there been any favorite topics that you can think back to over the years?
Oh, I always enjoy the language type things and delving into the behind the scenes nature, especially as I got better at Japanese and I was finally able to read the stuff that I had been collecting,
Right, yeah.
It's like, oh, this is very interesting. Writing stuff for the site, especially once we got into Kanzenshuu and we had a coherent idea of what we wanted that to be. Being able to pull out that kind of stuff, because Akira Toriyama is a very funny, often forgetful, though not as much as he makes himself out to be, and quirky kind of guy who's fun to follow.
What do you think being in Japan brought to you and to the podcast and website?
I think it brought a sense of perspective more than anything. There's a certain point of view you have as an American fan, as an overseas fan, but being in Japan, getting the sense of the part of the culture that it's become, the respect for the people who were involved with it, and just how big of a name Akira Toriyama was, especially in the early 80s and getting into the Dragon Ball era. It was just really, really interesting, and it's I think it's brought a broader worldview to the podcast and to the site.
Episode 400 there in March 2016 kind of kicked off a series of episodes with interviews one after another. This one here is with Greg Werner, who fans nowadays probably know best from his work with the One Piece franchise. But to me, he'll always be the DBZ info god. Greg started his DBZ website about a year before I did, told me how GT ended in a Yahoo chat room, and it took this long to remember to ask him to be on the show. And since this time, Greg has actually been responsible for the Akira Toriyama's Manga Theater English translation, so keep that in mind as well as you check out this clip, and please go back and listen to the whole thing. So what else were you doing? When does this turn into the learning Japanese and the sharing of that information?
Do you mean the slash current state, the Grand Line? Or
maybe. So kind of take me over the time frame here, because in addition to just the summaries of things, you had your FAQ up there. And just a little aside here, I think I've maybe told this story before. The first time I ever spoke to you online was in a Yahoo chat room, and GT had just recently ended, and this must have been real soon after that, because I got my raw tape later in 98 after I started my website. So you must have gotten that tape at some point. And I asked you, what happens at the end of GT? And you typed out this wonderfully long explanation. And I'm 99% sure that you just copied and pasted that to the FAQ of your page. And that remains there on the website.
I was just looking at that this morning, and I was thinking about that. I was wondering if it was the same. I'm pretty sure it is.
Probably is. Yeah. At this point, you must have been, you said you were collecting the Daisuke. So when did this turn into this, desire to not just learn more, but really dive in and share? You were translating the battle power charts and all sorts of things.
Yeah. Thank you for being kind enough to say translating.
I do have another story about that, but I want to hear your perspective first.
Yeah. I was in between my freshman and sophomore year. That was my summer project. That's basically what I did all summer, was I sat down and I made those parts of the site. I think it was the Fists of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Which were the techniques and the character summary. And that was me not knowing who many of the characters were, especially the anime original characters, trying to translate all of the information from their biographies, including adding my own thoughts and opinions on them.
Right.
There's some information there that's accurate. You've got like birth dates. The translation, that's purely what I thought was cool, or I had seen romanized on merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
But that was one of the projects that I remember being really proud of, because I think there's 450 something characters that I went through, and I remember going to school and accessing the internet school and just being like, hey guys, look at this, look what I did. And kids were, my classmates, my peers were like, wow, that's a lot of text. Cool.
It was kind of off-putting how much work you put into things, and we continue to see that just from my perspective to this day. It seems to be a bunch of levels of new fans as they seek out now what's online, and everything's cool for a little bit, and I feel once they hit Kanzenshuu and they see what's out there, it's almost off-putting how much information there is. Like, wait, I thought this was a cool thing. Oh shit, I just stepped into the nerdiest thing in the world. What have I got myself into?
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. It was, again, part of that wanting to do something that hadn't been done.
Yeah.
To bring it to as many people as possible in as pure a form as possible. Unfortunately, a 16-year-old with limited Japanese ability and a dictionary in his hand and a keyboard in his other hand is not the best way to bring it in its quote-unquote purest form.
No.
Because as I said, I was careful to say I put a lot of my own thoughts and opinions into those as well. Boy, did that cause discussion and problems for me. Probably not to this day. I think it's mostly died down. But up until probably about 5-6 years ago, I was still getting people who would say well, didn't Greg say this? Or people angry at me for things that I had written. And I was just
I think the most famous example is Goku and Frieza's battle powers from their big fight there. And this was one of the mistranslations that I'm so glad is still there, because the 15 and 12 million versus 150 million and 12 million confounded people for years and years and years. Well, Greg wrote this, so it must absolutely be true.
Can I be perfectly honest? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, really? Oh, man.
Yes.
Yeah. So
this is all new to me.
Yeah. The battle powers for Goku and Frieza, they're listed at, and I'm getting the numbers wrong here because I'm not the battle power thing. Basically, it's an order of magnitude of one extra zero, either being put on or not put on there, which led to the most hysterically inaccurate discussions ever since you quote unquote translated this.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's great. Did I mess up a number? And I wish I could see this right now. That's great. You've made my day here. I didn't know I had something like
Jake
that.
and Heath have a good write-up for it in our Battle Power guide, and you have a nice little aside explaining what you wrote there and what the problem with it was. And that's the amazing thing about your site is still online, so it's not even like we have to go to archive.org and kind of pull it up. It's like, here's literally what it says, and here's all the problems that it caused over the years. And I'm sure you really don't care, but it's just a wonderful thing that we can point back to. And I think, like you said, it's a 16-year-old just learning about it. And I think you're starting to see, like you were saying yourself, a little too much editorialization in what you're trying to present as raw facts. And that's something we all struggled with for years, if not a decade or two. I mean, it was a real problem for someone who never had an audience before to suddenly have one and be expected to deliver information. Like, well, I can't pump out that much information. I have to supplement it with something else.
Yep. But I mean, also, you feel happy that people are listening, even if you have nothing to say. But I guess I still felt pretty comfortable or at least enjoyed writing about it even when I got into college, because that's when I started to add the parts about, Sayuki, and about, I read through that whole page today, actually. And that was kind of cool. Like, that was one of the things I was like, oh, okay, I kind of evolved as a person. I was like sourcing things, and
right.
It wasn't wild speculation. It was like, well, this could be, or that might be, and using basically the introduction of ambiguity instead of this is fact,
right,
and this is what it says. So I did get to see that kind of growth, and that was nice. But that was, I think, one of the last things I ever did for the site.
Yeah, I mean, there were let's just translate stuff out of the guidebooks as is. You had lots of early interview stuff there. You're still, I think, the first one who translated the Oda and Toriyama from Color Walk, right?
Oh, that was fun. Yeah. I'd even like to redo that again. I was a little bit better at translation then, but I'd like to redo that.
Sure. So, I mean, there was so much content being added to the site. The site was kind of self-maintaining itself as you just continued to add to it and add to it. And I love going through the updates because I was doing the same thing. We would talk about like what our grades were on our exams and what our weekend plans were. I mean, there was no differentiation for us, even though we knew we should and we were starting to, but there was no difference between a personal blog, an information website, and like this online entertainment persona. It was all one big thing. But that really was all we could do because we didn't have social media and blogs weren't really a thing yet. So our site really, it was a homepage, and we all called it that because it wasn't just about the show. And I go back even to some of the stuff that Wuken was doing, Curtis Hoffman was doing, Ed Gorgon. They all had these extra pages about whatever. I forget who it was, whether it was Curtis or Ed or even Sherwin there. There's a page about like scams and how to avoid being scammed in like online transactions. Like, this has nothing whatsoever to do with Dragon Ball, but we all had that random shit.
I think it was David Rutledge.
Oh yeah,
if I'm pronouncing his name right. He also had like, hey, there's a picture of me lining up for the Star Wars re-releases in the local newspaper.
Yes. Right. I saw that the other day. Yeah. Oh, all right. So the website continues to grow with more and more content. You're actually starting to translate things here as well, as opposed to some of the early stuff. How does Beckett come into play? And we're going to get back to Funimation here because the show is just continuing to grow and grow and grow. Season 3 begins in 1999. I mean, we hit this huge peak in around 2001, 2002. And Beckett were doing their Dragon Ball Collectors magazines. How did you get involved there?
That was serendipity and a life lesson to always check your junk mail.
Really?
Yes, because I was bombarded with email.
Oh, yeah. Again, there was no Twitter. There was no Facebook. All we had was our website and email. So any point of communication came through there.
Yeah. Well, that or instant messenger.
Oh, we had IMs. That's right. Yeah.
Just deleted that off an old computer I was
Did you really?
taking down. Yes. It was like, do you want to save any old history or old chats? And I was like, no, goodbye.
No,
goodbye, Piccolo Demon
please.
God. And goodbye, DBZ Info God.
DBZ Info God. Yep.
Yeah. So there was someone who was a close friend at the time, and we were both at my dad's store. He had a graphic design store business on the side, and I left my email open, and she was going through the emails. She was like, "Oh, do you want to check your junk email?" I was like, "No." It's just like it's probably just a bunch of either scams or people that just want to know stuff that I can't answer right now, because I was in the thick and the thin of high school and trying to get my grades up at that point. Not up, or trying to keep them up rather, because, applying to colleges is such a fun process. She goes through and she's like, "Are you sure there's one that's titled like, do you want to write for our magazine?" And I was just like, it's definitely a scam. And she's like, okay. And she opens it up and it's like, it's from this company that calls you by your name and wants you to write about Dragon Ball. And I was just like, okay. All right. Can I see that, please? And that was the start of Beckett. Beckett is, to be honest, I don't know much about the company. I know they're associated with cards, I guess, and card gaming.
Yeah, when I was a kid and collecting baseball cards, I mean, it was the Beckett price guide telling you what all your cards were worth, and they really kind of expanded out into the nerd realm with all the trading card games and kind of lashed onto whatever the popular franchises were.
All right. I guess they saw the tide, they kind of read the tea leaves, and they said this Dragon Ball thing is going to be big. Dragon Ball had, I don't know, did it have the card game at the time? I guess it did.
Well, there were collectible cards, and I'm not sure when Anime Mayhem came out. That's probably around that time.
And I guess they decided to get into it, and they saw that, this is a big thing, so let's make an unofficial guide. And the thing you got to know about unofficial guides, I don't know if they still make them or publish things like that, but unofficial guides are totally official. They're allowed to be published. They have rights to publish, but adding unofficial makes it sound cool.
Right, like you're rebelling a little bit. Like, we know all the stuff that you can't get from the man. I hate to bring it back to, there's some man, I guess that man is Gen Fukunaga that's not going to give it to you. But yeah, it really did feel like that way. Like they were the cool kid on the side.
So that was the start of my time with Beckett. That was really cool. That was a lot of fun to be able to take something that was a hobby and turn it into something that, well, basically helped me pursue my dream.
The next couple interviews I recorded live at Anime Fan Fest 2016. This clip here from episode 403 is with Jason Thompson, who served as editor on the Dragon Ball series at Viz for quite a period of time during its original release cycle. We didn't know at the time what the future would hold for Gerard Jones, so yikes. But by this point, you might have actually heard us mention Kenshin in prior clips too, so there's a lot of retrospective yikes to be had. But anyway, no downers here. Jason was awesome, and it was amazing to finally get him on the show. Tell me a little bit about, so you came on as editor for Dragon Ball?
Yeah.
So what was your role taking over from Trish? And I have a question about Trish. We'll get to that in a little bit. Question that's on everyone's mind. I say everyone's, like all the 5 people who care about this little question.
Ooh, okay. I hope it's a good question.
So what is your role as an editor, or was your role, versus someone like, I believe it was Gerard Jones, who was doing the translation or the adaptation? Like, how did
the actual translators of Dragon Ball were Mari Morimoto. The time we were doing Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z simultaneously.
Right.
And I believe that the translator for Dragon Ball was Mari Morimoto, and the translator for Dragon Ball Z was Lillian Olsen.
Okay.
And Viz at the time also, traditionally since the 80s, Viz had always hired these people called rewriters, right?
Right.
And this dated back, this was 2 things. First off, when Viz first started in like 87, both of the founders of the company were, they were originally from Japan. And I feel that they were, and so was Satoru Fuji and Seiji Horobuchi, and they weren't entirely confident with doing the English localization themselves.
That was a trend at the time. Everyone was a little hesitant about how much do we want to keep it as is, but the reason it's popular is because it's different. So how do we approach this?
Yeah, I mean, it's still something that goes on today, right? The solution they came up with was that I think they teamed up with these people like Gerard Jones, who did the Dragon Ball and Ranma 1/2 localization. He was originally an American comics writer.
Okay.
And I think he still does. I don't know if he's still doing any work in that, but that was kind of one of the other reasons they hired him was they're like, well, I know the world of American comics, and also there's people will be fans of me, Gerard Jones, and they will pick up your comic Dragon Ball. You know,
So
I mean,
name recognition there.
yeah,
hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, ultimately, I think they ended up he and Fred Burke and the other people that they hired as rewriters. A lot of them ended up doing much more work in manga, not so much in American comics. Although strangely, some people who've been hired as letterers and rewriters, like Kelly Sue DeConnick, then now they don't do any more work for Viz, and now they're like comic book big shots.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of interesting. Anyways, yeah. So the literal translators would turn in their work, Mari and Lillian, and then their styles varied. Like Mari always did lots of variant translations for everything. Her translations are full of she had full of parenthetical notes and stuff. Lillian did and does.
Sounds like some of the folks that work for us on Kanzenshuu, Julian in particular. He's always got it's not quite this, and like the pluralization here. Yeah. Like, what do I do with this?
And Lillian she's great. They're both great. Lillian has a little more of a conventional translation style where she pretty much just does something that you could just use straight up. But occasionally she'll put a note about something that's really questionable. And then neither of them translated the sound effects particularly, other than like writing them out in English. Because I don't think the Viz rewriters could read katakana. So anyways, Gerard Jones came to that, and he would just basically rewrite stuff out more colloquially. And it's the same as all of his rewriters did at the time. And he also was involved in some of the name decisions.
Sure.
But on the other hand, some of those were sort of based on what Funimation was doing, but more of them were not. I think we had a little more freedom, and we weren't totally coordinated.
Yeah, I remember early on, kind of made a point to say we are using Krillin, we are using Tenshinhan.
Yeah, exactly.
We are absolutely
it's Krillin, not
it.
Krillin.
Right.
It's not a shrimp.
But then we would get to things like Hercule would end up being used instead of Mr. Satan. It's like, well, that was influenced by Funimation, but I could also see why you guys were doing it.
Well, that's because things changed a lot over time.
Yeah.
I mean, Dragon Ball basically went through several mini phases, and this is just a sort of the change in the corporate culture of Viz, and based on what was going on in the market. Is at some points it would be they'd be very cautious about stuff, and they'd be more prone to censor stuff, and at other times there was just more loosey-goosey and whatever, and
so what was your role as an editor in all that?
My role was basically to I'd go over Gerard's stuff to cross-check stuff with my own limited knowledge of Japanese, to basically double-check everything once it had been lettered, and to how it looked, whether there was any obvious errors. And to do all this name decisions, and to answer all the letters from 12-year-old kids.
I remember the letters. Yeah, it was fun.
So not like what an editor does in Japan, definitely.
Sure.
But sort of more like it's more like a phase in the production pipeline.
So you took over from Trish?
Yes.
At some point? So the question that's weighed down on our minds for so many years, and you got to help us get to the bottom of this.
All right.
Real early on, when Piccolo is speaking, he's got this old English Shakespearean "Dost thou know, why'st thou answering this way?"
Yeah.
What was up there?
Well, I think that was just Gerard Jones' decision, but I think basically he.
We always blamed it on Trish.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't Trish, but I honestly don't know for sure. It's been a long time, but I think in any case, by the time I was editing it, he really hardly did that at all, and I think maybe you really have to ask Trish or maybe him, but I think Trish probably sort of pushed it back a little bit, and by the time I took over, which wasn't until like the fourth volume of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo was pretty much. I mean, he wasn't like, "Yo, dude, what's up, bro?"
Right.
But he was pretty much talked like most of the other characters.
Yeah.
I mean, Goku still had a more like slangy, colloquial, like he talks like a little boy, right?
Right.
But Piccolo, no, I mean he's it wasn't so forced.
Next up in 404 was an interview with Lance Heskell, who served as a brand manager, marketing manager, and finally director of strategy at Funimation for a number of years during Dragon Ball's heyday with the company. We get a chance to talk about a wide range of topics, but of course, there was one in particular we wanted to poke at.
Something we, as Dragon Ball fans, kind of always stick by was, those level sets came out, and it's good to hear that they did well enough, but we were always like, level sets came right after the Dragon Boxes, which themselves were announced 2 months after the bricks finished.
It was,
It was too much.
Well, that was the time that Funimation was owned by Navarre.
Right.
And that was
you got a public company
quarterly earnings.
Yep. I remember listening in all the time to that stuff.
Yeah. And so part of that was kind of some of the decisions. It's like, well, we need to have a Dragon Ball here. And you also have just, licensors wanting to look good with the licensors and all the releases. I do wish that the Dragon boxes sold better.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that was the time that they released was a time that I think that was the time that Suncoast were transferring into FYE.
Right.
They were shaky at the time. Best Buy had 3 columns of anime. Then they went into 2. They weren't taking volumes. We transitioned into the season sets.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like if they were released sometime different, like before then or after that, I think they would have stuck.
I want to say it was 07 to 09, so we're also looking at a total economy crash.
Yeah, 07, 09 was that economy. They were released at the wrong time.
I want to jump to a tweet that you made a year ago.
Okay.
Which you probably will remember as soon as I start talking. Made great waves in the Dragon Ball community. And that was majority of the surveys voted 4x3, then it was ignored internally. Past sales of 16x9 sold better than 4x3.
Yeah.
So for a little context there, that was survey Funimation put out saying, if we're going to approach this again on Blu-ray, talking price point, talking episode count, talking aspect ratio, we were always appreciative that we got the Dragon box set. Went out of print almost immediately. To this day, boxes 2 and 4 are like $500 second in the market. So like 4x3, 4x3, 4x3. And to hear someone kind of like validate people were clamoring for it, totally ignored.
Well, part of it is it wasn't totally ignored.
Mm-hmm.
It was, we do the survey, we have the fan feedback. It was like, because there are 2 camps. It's like, well, here's this and here's this. But then there's
we're
also
a very vocal minority.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the decision on the 69 was more of the bricks sold, and there were 69, and that was the success.
Right.
The Dragon boxes, which was the 4-3, that was when that didn't perform.
Right.
And then with TV 16.9, and then this discussion was like the new generation was like, well, I need 16.9.
Yeah, why isn't my TV being filled up?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And so it was we had a camp of the 4.3s and we had a camp of the 16.9s. At the end of the day,
who's going to pay your bills?
One of the camps would be deciding, and so it's like internally there are people that wanted it, but at the end of the day. It just, all those pros and all those cons and make the decision. It's like,
And that's not to say that, we don't understand that.
Yeah.
But we still have that like, there's still some episodes
But then you got to think it's like Funimation I still really like my time at Funimation. And, there's always Dragon Ball Z releases.
There's always something.
Because the one thing that, the last thing that I did that kind of got changed at the end, but I pushed to get out was back in the vault was the original, the original edited ones that people grew up on.
The Rock the Dragon set.
The Rock the Dragon sets. Yep. The stuff that people never heard. Because like with home videos, well, why would you want to put something out edited?
Mm-hmm.
This is the stuff, we've always been unedited and uncut. And like, however, you've got completists, and these are the episodes that you grew up on. Mm-hmm. So this is kind of like a little side edition.
Right.
To
it's
your,
like you're releasing
collection.
The Voltron version of the show or the Robotech version of the show.
Yeah. My vision of that was having cheaper versions of the one box set that's like $100 or something.
Yeah.
It's like put it out, the 3 sets, do it at like $20 and get it into Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
The people that want that. But at the time, Walmart and Home Video, I'm like, I don't know about that because they were trying to sell in the Blu-rays.
Sure, yeah.
And so if you had, because with Walmart, it's very fickle.
Yeah,
if you have one title that doesn't do well,
right.
going back the next time, if something didn't do well, I'm like, I don't know about that.
Right.
So it kind of like morphed, and I was going into corporate strategy. So the decisions I had, I couldn't do a lot of day-to-day.
Sure.
So then it got like changed. Mm-hmm. I'm like going, it's not like, you're doing it wrong. I'm like, oh man, I wish I did that. However, it did get out.
It did get out there, yeah.
So it was nice.
I got my copy.
Yes, the Rock the Dragon got out because I wanted to call it Dragon Ball Z Rock the Dragon Edition, and then I just kind of wanted to play up and all that. We did contact Cartoon Network to see if we could get all those bumpers.
Oh yeah.
but they just couldn't release them.
Yeah.
There's like, we can't find them. We couldn't get releases for them. I'm like,
they didn't even keep that stuff. Yeah.
I wanted those. Part of it is the people that were there. I'm like, well, I don't know. I'll have to see, get into the archives.
Right.
Because they have archives. We have archives. It's just hard. It's like whenever you license a title that is really old, and then you have to find if the company's still around in Japan, and then which warehouse it is, and picking it up. Right. So it's very similar.
Episode 411 from September 2016 was a really interesting one. The episode starts with me and AJ talking about Super Episode 67, finally getting some wild animation, but then I turned it over to an extended solo bit talking about battle powers and its impact on personal fandom. Now, we almost never have segments where it's just a single person. I really prefer genuine conversations with folks, but I wanted to try something different. I'm really proud of this whole segment, though, so here's a snippet from earlier in that conversation. I'd love if you would check out the whole thing, because this is one of my 2 or 3 main fandom theses. So this episode, I am talking with you, at you, hopefully with you, about strength debates. If you are not in the community very deep, you probably are if you're listening to the show. And throughout this entire show, it's probably going to be me preaching to the choir. So let's set the stage there. If you're not familiar with it, strength debates, the way that I see them, is the kind of thing where it devolves, I'm going to use that word, devolves into, well, blank could beat blank because blank. And that discussion can go a whole bunch of different ways. It's about the fights in the series, determining a winner, determining appropriate respective strength levels. Could X beat Y? How strong is X? These are the types of conversations and discussions I'm talking about. Now, let me be even more transparent here at the start of the discussion. Kanzenshuu has one of, if not the largest collection of sourced, documented battle power information that there is. And that spans everything from the manga to the TV series to the movies to the guidebooks. There's also the strength checker on our forum. It's not a part of the website proper, but it is literally the most pedantic source, and purposefully so, source for strength debates that's ever been created. And we're the ones who did it. Now, if you don't know what the strength checker is, it's something that Jake headed, Herms, on our forum. It's a collection of every statement from the manga related to someone talking about how strong they are, what feats they accomplish, etc. I definitely point you to episode 386 of our podcast. Jake and I talked in depth about that forum thread. It's just a forum thread about that forum thread and the way that he specifically translated things for it. So between the Battle Power Guide section on the website proper, the strength checker on the forum, and I've contributed to both of those things in some ways and beyond simply being one of the 4 guys that runs the website. So that being said, here is my current thought, theory, hypothesis, however you want to phrase it. I, Mike, Vegito EX, believe that an obsession with and a near total dedication to strength debates and everything that comes with it. That's everything. Battle powers, scaling, multipliers. If you're in the scene, you know all those phrases. I think it's harmful, if not destructive, to at least your own fandom, if not the greater fandom. So let's begin here by saying, yes, that is completely patronizing of me to say. I'll admit that right up front. Here I am talking from my high horse of authority here on the podcast, declaring what I begrudgingly admit is a major part of fandom. And I'm saying it's bad for you, if not outright stupid. I'll cop to it. Don't bother calling me out on it. I recognize it. I totally see what it is right there. But I'm totally serious. If it's not clear from what I've been doing for about 20 years here, I really, 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 really fucking love Dragon Ball. And for this discussion, I'm not going to trot out these same old tired arguments. Toriyama didn't care, so you shouldn't care either. Or power levels are bullshit. We've all gone down those roads a billion times before, myself included, yourselves included. Let's try to go deeper than that here. So, what I did earlier today, actually today, I'm doing this all over the span of a day. I've been thinking about it for a while, but kind of collecting this all today, partially as a panic because I didn't get around to launching what I wanted to launch as a website section for a podcast topic. So I'm doing this instead. I asked on Twitter, kind of summing up what I just said here earlier on the podcast, quote, devoting an inordinate amount of time to an infatuation with strength scaling debates is harmful to your fandom. Your single tweet response. And we're going to get to some of those responses. At the same time, I wanted to ask in a different area. Again, my Twitter followers are going to be a very self-selecting audience. I figured our forum would also be not quite as much, but kind of self-selecting, because in general, we do not ban power level discussions. We don't really encourage them or ask for them either. So I wanted to go to a separate place, but somewhere that I was at least entrenched enough and would feel comfortable getting a wide variety of responses. I ended up choosing the DBZ Reddit, /r/DBZ. I've been posting there for quite some time now, and super props to the mods. It is the only secondary community. And again, this is very egotistical, Mike here. I admit it. Don't bother calling me out on it. It's the only other place that I feel is kind of worth hanging out in. And I want that to be taken less as egotistical, Mike, and more as, holy shit, they've done an amazing job. You should absolutely check it out over there. The subreddit for DBZ, I can't believe, is the quality that it is. Anyway, I asked over there a longer version of that question, and I asked for concise answers there too, because I want to be able to talk about this on the podcast. I got some very detailed answers there as well, so I'm going to go through some of those answers along the way. But first, before we get into some of your thoughts, I wanted to kind of go through two very key points and counterpoints to this. And that's basically well, I disagree with you, Mike. Here is my answer for that. And the first one I always hear, probably see this a lot. The series is literally about strength. This is the central focus. And my response to that is, admittedly, this is the one statement I have the least to counter with beyond, I think you're missing the forest for the trees. And what I mean by that, you've probably heard that saying before, is that, yeah, sure, the series is about dudes punching other dudes and trying to surpass each other, but rarely do the characters get lost in the minutia of this. And when they do, it's usually a passing statement. I think the best example of that is from Resurrection F. Well, maybe if I train for 4 months, that'll probably be enough. And there are examples throughout the series. If you think to the Cell stuff specifically as Goku and Gohan in the Room of Spirit and Time versus Vegeta and Trunks in the Room of Spirit and Time, trying to figure out these very granular grades within Super Saiyan. There are examples of them doing it within the series, but the characters themselves don't quite get as nuanced as the fans like to do here. And the second response I see, and it's kind of the same response, just phrased in a slightly different way, is that the strength debates are the story. And my response to that is, no, they're in service to the story. Dragon Ball is about its world and its characters and not just their actions. And here's where I want to start turning it over to some of your responses. I'm going to go through a bunch on Twitter first, and then we'll turn it over to some of the longer answers from Reddit. And the first response I got, I think, is one that most agrees with me, so that helps it there. But I think it comes off of those two answers, those two rebuttals, the best. This comes from Daryl Surratt over at the Anime World Order podcast. Daryl says, I agree, since it's an attempt to apply hard logic rules to settings that'll just reject them should they make for a more entertaining story. And I think we're seeing that explicitly in Dragon Ball Super, where so many of what people consider rules, these hard rules and guidelines set by transformations in the previous series, they're ignoring them in service of the series. And sure, I've come on here and I'll cop to it. Again, I'm going to try to admit as many things as I can throughout this discussion. The explanation for how Vegeta reached Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, we basically did not get an answer. And should we have one? Is that enough? I don't know. But the fact that he does have that now, that's in service to the story, and I don't need to get bogged down by the minutia of the details. Would I like some of them? Sure, I will admit every once in a while I might like some of them, and I think that's one of the examples where I might be okay with that. The very next episode there in 412 is another personal favorite of mine, where Mary and I talk about 20 years of DBZ from Funimation in North America. Looks like I was debuting the press archive around this time too, so there's just an absolute wealth of info all hitting at once. Love it.
We've also heard the term like Saban production thrown around. So what was Saban's involvement and why do fans get confused about that too? Like Saban versus Funimation and then placing a lot of the blame on Saban rather than Funimation. Because I think back then, and you know, even I'm still getting confused about this to this day, I attribute a lot of those negative changes to, oh, it was Saban's fault. But what was their role?
Yeah, that is partially true. So they were the syndication partner. They were the ones with the power to wield, to go to the networks and say, we got this great show for you. How about you give us a good time slot? Funimation, who the hell knew who Funimation Productions were? Saban, though, they were in charge of all these other shows, and they had known quantities, known successful shows. So when Funimation partnered with Saban, Saban could go to your local Fox affiliate, your local UPN, local WWWWB, and get the show on the air at a better time slot. And we saw the fruits of that labor in season 2. The second syndicated season of Dragon Ball Z got a full hour long time.
I had the best Sunday mornings. I look back at that time in my life so fondly. It's I was in high school. Normally I love to sleep in on a Sunday, but it's Dragon Ball and it's on for an hour, and man, this Sunday is gonna start off awesome.
For me, the best part about that was that Sunday when it switched to season 2. I think it switched from Saturday to Sunday for me, and then it didn't come on until like 10. So it got an awesome time slot where the kids are awake. All the earlier Sunday morning cartoons are over, and so then it's full hour of Dragon Ball. So yeah, Saban was the one who could wield that power and get you a better time slot, and they got them an hour-long time slot. And I really want to harp on this. Pokemon was not on TV yet.
Barely.
Not yet. It wasn't on.
It was 98.
Season 2 was 97. Pokemon didn't exist on American television yet. Dragon Ball and anime got an hour-long time slot on American television. Local network television, not Sci-Fi Channel airing the amazing Saturday morning anime. Let's not beat around the bush. That was awesome too.
Yeah.
But Dragon Ball on network television, hour-long time slot. That was amazing.
So you still haven't quite answered my question.
So Saban was also the one that would say, well, if we're going to get you on these networks, you need to make this palatable for the networks. So we're going to need you to paint over some of that blood. We're going to need you to
put a diaper on that kid.
Put some water splashing over his dinky there. You know that line where he said, I smell death in the air? Yeah, could you cut that out? That line where she said, all this, I'm going to worry myself to death. Can you change that to, all this worrying is going to give me wrinkles? That was Saban in the end making those editorial calls for, we want this to get on TV. They're asking for more clean material. And so Funimation's like, well, who the hell are we? I guess we got to listen to you. We got to work with you on this.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. History Buff.
Now, at the same time, everyone was blaming each other for why things were going on.
And certainly fans were blaming.
They didn't know.
I mean, we didn't know. We were just blaming anyone who's the man.
Funimation is blaming Saban. Saban's blaming the local network, standards and practices. There were some things that certainly didn't have to be the way they were, but I think they were being overly conservative at the time. I think all parties were, and no one wanted to take full responsibility for it, because why take the blame when you can pass the buck? So it's kind of how that went. And going back a little bit, how I mentioned how Barry Watson was in charge of everything. For those of you who didn't get into it until the Toonami era, take a look at some of the credits there. Some of the script writing, script adapting credits. There's one name in particular you may not know, but we certainly know. And that's the one Mr. Terry Clayson. He was still working on adapting scripts well after the Ocean Studios cast was not being used. So it's like, oh, that's the Ocean cast, but an Ocean guy is writing the scripts over here. So that's why I think it's not really appropriate to use terms like Ocean dub, Saban dub, Pioneer dub. I get what people are trying to do.
It makes it easier.
It makes it so much easier. And I appreciate that, but I think that then tells the wrong story to people who then don't know that it was Funimation the whole time. Even most recently, I was answering a question on Reddit. People were like, oh yeah, DBZ began on Toonami.
What?
Right. Like, there is this period of 3-ish years that people don't know happened. And we're celebrating those 20 years now. And I think it's important to, even if you go back to the Rock the Dragon box set that we were just watching, Funimation does not make it clear anywhere written in that box that that's their show. They continue to refer to it as the Ocean dub.
Really?
Yeah. So it's like, I get they're doing the exact same thing. They're trying to say, well, this is the one that was there, but like there's no ownership of it there. Like even they're trying to distance themselves while at the same time trying to sell it to you. Like that's the weirdest thing about that to me is like, we don't want to acknowledge that we made this. Truth be told, no one at the company there anymore was responsible for that product. Like it's passed down through so many hands over the years. Barry Watson's not there anymore. Like Gen Fukunaga is pretty much the only one who's been there the whole time. So I just wanted to really talk about the ownership of that show, who produced it, who those parties were. It has been Funimation since 1995.
Episode 439 in April 2018 was a big review of the Universe Survival arc. I've mentioned a lot how I just don't see the value in reviewing individual episodes or chapters of the series. This arc might actually have been the one where that could have worked, considering how repetitive and formulaic they made these episodes. But hey, it all worked out for us. We got an enormous review out of it that I still love. Lots of great back and forths, disagreements, agreements. It's everything you could ask for in the conversation.
And we'll talk about the characters proper later, or we can talk about them now. Do you want to talk about the characters? Kale and Caulifla as characters are adorable and fascinating and interesting. Let's remove Kale's Broly form. It barely mattered in the long run. It had like 2 episodes worth of actually having anything to do with it, and ultimately just ended up being as a, hey, remember Broly?
Isn't that awesome? Like that was clearly the point. And as we've gotten in interviews and article translations that you can find on www.kanzenshuu.com, that was, we need Broly in this show, but they managed to do something new and different and take her out of just that
And that
box.
was important because, AJ, you hate Broly, and you hate the fact that he was included by as an XP here.
I like Broly. I think Broly's fine. Whatever. I think Broly is just, he's a big, bulking, powerful thing. Whatever. His film is fine. I really don't hate that
In a
character.
vacuum, it's fine.
That first film I enjoy. But yeah, I cannot abide that inclusion in Dragon Ball Super. That is the fucking joke, the meme, the one thing everyone, whenever you make jokes about Super before this arc, is always like, haha, Broly's going to be in Super, we're going to put Broly in Super, and it fucking happened. They did it. That's such soulless bullshit, and it makes me so angry. And I shouldn't be angry because, I mean, it is a glorified toy commercial at this point, but it's unbelievable and it's shameless, and it really is shameless because of everything they said. Broly is really popular overseas, and then
AJ, like you're saying, it was completely soulless and it's completely transparent. I feel like they did enough to separate it that I'm okay with it.
Well, my issue is that the twist they put on it wasn't interesting to me. Like, okay, Caulifla is
There was no twist. It was, oh, I'm Broly. Oh, no, I'm actually not.
well, I mean, as far as like Kale goes as a person, like Caulifla is great. She's very much, interesting. You could get rid of Kale and she would still be a great character.
I guess Caulifla is the cool character.
Right, exactly. But then Kale to me is just nothing. Like, I am a totally shameless lover of all things moe and cute and the type of stuff where you get characters like Kale that go, oh, Nason. And like, I love that shit. But it doesn't fucking work here because it's just, there's nothing to it other than that. When you have that stuff in the shows that I love, there's always something more there. That's a small part of a character that's actually interesting. That character in Dragon Ball, in Dragon Ball Super, is there's really nothing to it. It's just, I'm jealous because Arne-san won't recognize me, and then it kind of.
And she keeps talking to Goku, and I wish she would talk.
Yeah,
to me
and
instead.
it's like, where is what's going on? Why is there not more to this? And the only other thing that they added was, I guess I just have to harness my Broly power, and I guess, and they didn't seem to know what they wanted to do with that because she harnesses it, and then they never really, and then she's like doing beam struggles and then going into the crazy form. And it's like, well, did she harness it? Or, I mean, how does this work? And they never explain it because nobody explains anything in Super. And it's just, I cannot stand her inclusion. And I think it is just terrible. It is my least favorite part of this arc out of anything because it just feels so. I fully understand, and I said it before, that this is a vessel for merchandise primarily. But to have something, again, so. It is not afraid to be very clear that is what this is. And I hate that. I think that is a step, that is a mile over the line of what I'm okay with.
Episode 445 from June 2018 is another favorite. This is the one where we discussed the big Toyotaro tracing accusation, that of a Captain America pose from a Captain Marvel comic for a V-Jump cover featuring Goku. Now, my buddy Rich is a fantastic artist. He'd actually been on the show previously to talk about the fan parody Fanboy Soze, and I thought he might bring some different insight. And from what I've seen, there's been pretty unanimous agreement that he was perfect for this topic, and I cannot disagree.
I know that a lot of artists, they reference works for inspirations or for different reasons. For example, I will go to art museums and look at master painters or master artists who amazing compositions or can draw amazing contours. There's different things that I will look for to try to emulate or to learn from to add into my artwork. So I can't say that if I use a composition from a painting that's not reference.
Right.
So there is a fine line between completely stealing and using something as a tool. When Toyo Toro is working from this Captain America piece, clearly trying to reference and he's trying to learn from the artwork, but I don't think this is the proper way to learn. Yeah. I don't think he's learning anything from tracing or referencing someone else's work, because it's one thing if he was saying, oh, I really like how he drew a hand, or I like this composition and I want to try to create a worm's eye view type piece like this. But when he takes the full figure and he's not learning why the figure works or what the anatomy is, that's where he's doing himself a disservice. And so I'm not I don't get upset with people who trace, because the reality is that the person who published the Marvel piece already got paid. He made money off of it, and these are years of he put in the years of work to be able to create such a piece.
I think what people would say is, yeah, he paid his dues. Yeah. He got to the point where he was able to do something like that, and to have that honestly so shamelessly taken from him. Something I always remember, Scott Meltzer talking about when we were doing AMVs. I remember someone specifically asked him, I really loved one of your music videos. I love the song. I love the way you edited it. Would I be able to use that song with a different anime and edit it in the exact same way? And Scott's response was, well, if you do that, you've taken literally the only thing I've contributed to this. The song is not mine. The anime is not mine. The only thing I've done is arrange them together in a way.
Yeah.
The person who drew Captain America did not create Captain America. The only thing he did, the only thing he contributed was that pose and that layout on the page. And that's where I have thoughts about the artistic integrity is you've taken literally the only thing that person contributed there.
Yes.
That's not yours to take.
I agree with that.
Well, not to take wholesale.
Yes.
I mean, there's the difference between a reference and a direct tracing. Sure.
Yes. I completely agree with you. I guess I feel when I see that, I just see someone who is an amateur. And I think there's a lot of artists out there who, so if you Google an image, you're looking for someone falling, for example, you might find a picture of someone falling, and then you might find a duplicate of that same picture, but it's drawn. And so it's clearly been traced, and someone is made that to learn from.
Yeah.
And so when I see these type of works, I see someone who's possibly trying to learn and trying to create from that. But I just think they just don't know the proper way of learning.
What I'm getting from you is actually almost a sense of pity for Toyotaro.
Oh,
is that accurate?
Oh, I completely. I do feel really bad for him, because I think he's been put in a spotlight that he's not ready for. And I don't believe that someone like him would do this as a malicious act.
Yeah.
I believe that he probably was a young kid drawing Dragon Ball, having the dream of being the successor to Toriyama, and it actually happened. And he didn't realize that maybe he needed to go to art school to get learn how to draw figures properly, to learn the perspective. He didn't get all the tools that he probably needed. And so that's I guess my perspective for him is I feel bad for him. And I know that's not going to be the popular, the popular belief. And there's also going to be people who are so enraged by he's stolen. And I just, to me, I could see that perspective and I understand it. But I just feel like it's a guy who's gotten the dream job, but he doesn't know how to be the dream artist.
Episode 455 from October 2018 was a monster to put together. This was our big episode covering New York Comic Con that year, where Dragon Ball Super Broly had a giant push, including an appearance from Masako Nozawa. One of the only few times she's ever been in America, and my second time seeing her. The highlight of the show was absolutely stumbling onto Joe chatting with Nozawa. Yes, we get a rare appearance from everyone's favorite Tanuki Kuribo here, and then Julian chatting his way onto Japanese TV too.
All right, so Joe, as is typical for us. Wait, is this still recording? Yeah, it's still recording. I'm just wandering around and I see you. Oh, you're talking to Masako Nozawa?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just happened. I don't know. I can't explain it.
So I wander around the corner. There's Joe. There's Masako Nozawa. Oh, there's Julian standing beside them. And Julian being Julian, he waits. He waits for his perfect moment. He just slides right in and just starts talking Japanese. And they're like, oh, yes, please, come here. Come on camera for an extended interview. So Julian has left with, I don't know, like Nozawa's staff. And we don't know where he is or when we're going to see him again.
He's one of them now.
Any other comments on this momentous occasion?
No, I can't speak. My hands are shaking. She came up to me, and there was a camera in my face, and they were just like, do you know Nozawa? And I was like, yes. And the first thing that came to my mind, I was like, she's a legend. And then she humbly was like, no, I'm not, or whatever. And I told them, even though I'm from America, I watched, Dragon Ball in Japanese as a child, or as a teen at least. And she translated to her, and that was basically it. And she walked away. I turned my head, and there was Julian, and I was like, what is happening? So that just happened, yeah.
All right. Well, we don't know what we're going to do next, so that was that. Oh, here comes Julian. All right, Julian's back. So I don't know, you just kind of slid in and started talking.
Yeah, well, I said that, number one, that I speak Japanese, and that Nozawa was obliquely responsible for my meeting my wife, because without Dragon Ball, I would never have decided to study Japanese, and I would never have ended up in Japan. So I was very thankful to her for that.
Okay, well, there's clearly more here. So yes. What else happened?
Well, so I told them, a little bit about myself, what I did, and then in middle school I came upon Dragon Ball. I'm not sure exactly what attracted me, but I feel like it was sort of destiny, if you will.
Yeah.
And so I studied Japanese. I went to Japan, lived there for about 8 years, and I met my wife and I have kids. And a little bit about what I do, which is, I think I already said that. But, so that was exciting and extremely nerve-wracking.
I'm glad we came back.
Yeah, I would say my life is made at this point.
Yeah, I guess we're good. Sure, we'll go to the panel, but yes, whatever.
Oh, I asked her how it felt to be facing off against Bean Shimada again, and she said, it was exciting, and it was one thing. All the voice actors are very good friends, but they have to get into that mindset when they're fighting.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how much I could say about Bardock because that technically hasn't been officially shown off yet.
Well, I mean, it was officially posted online
and then taken down.
Was it?
I think so.
No, the official one's up.
Oh, it is now? Okay.
I don't know. It's been a blur the last couple days for us. Anyway, that was that. We're going to do something else now. Bye.
Yeah, basically anything at this point. I wouldn't care.
Episode 457 in November 2018 is a great example of what I think we do best when it comes to comprehensive information, expert commentary, and sharing it in a fun way. This was our updated Canon discussion, with Jake breaking down all the different terms and how they get used. This is another one where I feel like I want to include the whole darn show, but here are just a few clips. There's really, again, we're going to talk about some of these examples, but there's really nothing, there is no holy book that says, here are the accepted truths of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, and so one problem that we're going to run into throughout this conversation is the language barrier between how, fans in the English-speaking fandom toss the word canon around, whereas in Japanese fandom and the official side of things on the Japanese side, they don't actually have that word. They have things that are kind of equivalent, but it's not necessarily a one-to-one correspondence. So, for instance, they will sometimes, like the English word canon, which is from Latin originally, but anyway, so they will sometimes use that word in Japanese, but it's primarily, when it comes to works of fiction, it's primarily associated with like Star Wars or Star Trek, and, so series like those that actually do have what would be defined as a very strictly defined official canon, where rights holders to Star Wars have actually put out lists saying, like, here are the tie-in works that are considered canon, and, and everything else is not, and, they have their different tiers of canon, and which I believe you talked about last time with Desiree. But anyway, so the short of it is that the actual official rights holders for Star Wars will toss around the word canon to the same extent that fans do, whereas with Dragon Ball, it's tricky because, well, for one thing, traditionally the rights holders have not been into making those sorts of definitions, and even in the cases that we're looking at where they kind of are getting into that area, they don't use the English word canon. They use various words which could potentially be translated into English as canon.
And we'll see one example where they actually flat out did that when the licensors did that exact thing.
Yeah, I guess this might make it easier to say that. So from the outset, they don't use the English word canon in Japanese typically with Dragon Ball. Rather, what they use with Dragon Ball and also with a lot of the other anime and manga and whatnot, the usual term that's equivalent to what we in English would call canon for fiction is seishi, which is literally like the true or correct history.
Okay. Yeah, history pops up a lot in the writings here and even in our translations. That's a good point. And then he wraps it up saying, Dragon Ball GT is a grand side story of the original Dragon Ball, and it'll make me happy for us to watch and enjoy it together. Jake, the interesting thing here is the side story is in English, so what's the context here?
Yeah, so I was saying earlier that in Japanese, when they talk about what we'd in English just use the term canon, they often say seishi, like official history, or seiden, which is kind of also another way of saying the same thing, like the true legend or true story. And so, but the opposite, on the flip side, if those words mean canon, the words they use for non-canon is like instead of seiden, there's gaiden, which is the outside story, or a side story, you could say. Or they might say instead of the seishi, the true history, they might call it a parallel world. And so here, again, so in that context, it's interesting that Toriyama would say side story, although in this case, he's using, like you said, the English word, literally the English word side story instead of gaiden, the Japanese word side story. And I found somewhat contradictory explanations on what the different connotations of gaiden versus side story are. Like sometimes there'd be side stories, in English, when you say something is a side story, it would generally mean the same continuity, but just something on the side. Like, the main story is these guys doing their thing, but then here's like something else going on at the same time, but not directly related. Yeah,
you know what that reminds me of is all the One Piece chapter title pages, where those are actually happening during that story, and sometimes they add up to larger stories, but they're not part of the ongoing arc right there. It's just, this is the dancing dude.
Django, isn't it?
Django.
Or some such.
Here's Django over here doing whatever, and then Luffy and everyone else is over there. Yeah, that's what I think of as a side story, sure. And even the Gaiden I think of as, this was happening, but then over on this corner of the world, this was happening.
But then sometimes they will use Gaiden in particular for stories that are like essentially parallel world stories, where it's the same set of characters or based on them, but it's a different scenario than the original series. And so in that sense, it would be what you'd say non-canon, or at least its own separate canon.
But we have a press release for Battle of Gods in July 2012, so we're still, a little under a year out from the movie debuting here. And toward the end of the press release, it says, a new story in the official history of Dragon Ball is born. Neither a spin-off nor a side story, one that can be enjoyed by both children and parents, manga fans and anime fans. Jake, this is, I feel like, the most comprehensive one, where they're saying official history, getting to what you're saying before, and then they also go out of their way to say, and this isn't a spin-off, and it's not a side story.
Yeah, and so that's for official history, that's the word I was saying earlier, the seishi. And then spin-off in this case is the English word spin-off, as well as they say spin-off demo, bangai hen, which is essentially a Japanese word for spin-off, which again, it's kind of like a gaiden. It's gai as in outside and hen as in, it's kind of the Japanese term they use for what we'd call a story arc in English.
No, yeah. I was going to say bangai hen. I feel like that popped up. Is that the extra super chapters or the extra victory mission chapters?
Yeah, That's the same term they use for that. So again, like, and that's another case, something that's implicitly part of the same continuity, but isn't part of the main storyline.
Right. It's, oh, here's what 17 was doing over here. Oh, here's what Goku's wish was to ruin Kaio's planet over here. Like, these happened, but they weren't part of the Battle of Gods arc.
Yeah, so this isn't exactly the same words that Toriyama was using when he described GT as a side story, but it's all kind of in that same area.
Yeah. I feel like this was the most, I don't know how to describe it, like putting my foot down kind of thing from a stance of, no, for real. This is actually, consider this as part of the real story. As we saw with Battle of Gods, they went on to talk about it. I wrote it as if I was back in the day of writing the original manga. That was my mindset as I created this. Battle of Gods really was created and marketed as, consider this part of, as if it were in the manga.
Yeah, consider this the next part of the story, essentially.
Yeah, even though it was an interquel as opposed to a sequel, but...
Yeah, never mind that.
All right, well then let's move on to the big one, which is also the latest one. This comes to us from a couple different sources. We now have the Japanese text behind it. And again, that's what prompted why I wanted to talk about this. We've most recently seen it in English as part of the Dragon Ball North America tour. It's a giant timeline of the Dragon Ball chronology, and it wraps up with Dragon Ball Super. I most recently saw it at New York Comic Con. Jake, now we have, like I said, Japanese text for it here. Some images were making the rounds on Twitter. That's where we pulled this from. Where was this image in Japanese?
Yeah, this was at the Tokyo Skytree exhibit, which just opened as a tie-in for the Brawley movie, and which has, this whole, among various other things, there's this wall exhibit going through the whole history of the series. And so, when it gets to Super, it calls Super a Seito Zokuhen, which you could translate as a legitimate sequel or a proper sequel. And that's Zokuhen, which I was referring to. Like, sometimes GT is called a Zokuhen, a sequel. But now here they're saying, as far as I know, GT has never been called a Seito Zokuhen. It seems like that's what they're getting at. It's like, well, this is the proper, this is the real sequel right here.
Right, without naming names, what they're trying to do is say this is the one that counts. We acknowledge that there's other stuff out there, but this is the one. And this got a lot of attention in the English-speaking world because it appeared to be translated by Viz for the Dragon Ball North America tour. It's got some of their name spellings, like Vegerat in particular shows up on the wall here. And this was translated as the canonical sequel to Dragon Ball, how it was written out there. And we were all like, all right, we acknowledge that it says that in English. Very curious what it says in Japanese. And until this point, we didn't know what the Japanese text was. What's your read on this?
So this isn't the same as the seishi, which we were mentioning before, was kind of the standard phrase in Japanese that's used for, like, canon. And I tried to find other examples of things that are referred to as Seito Zokuhen. And it doesn't seem to be that common a phrase. Like, I think the main thing I was able to find is debate, like, coverage of the new game Deltarune, which I guess is, it is maybe or maybe not a sequel to Undertale.
Oh, right. Sure.
So, I was finding articles that are like, is Deltarune a Seito Zokuhen to Undertale in Japanese?
Gotcha.
And then there's some other scattered usages. And so I guess the big takeaway is that, as far as I know, this is the first time this phrase has been used to refer to anything in the context of Dragon Ball. So it is used on this wall. It is also been used to refer to Super in a few other promotional things that came out. One thing back in August, I think it was some other tie-in for the Brawley movie where they're just, I don't know, one of those various marketing things. And it's just referring, it has a little paragraph explaining what Super is, and it uses the exact same phrase, the Seito Zokuhen.
Gotcha.
And so I don't know when the text, this exhibit at the Tokyo Skytree just opened in November. I don't know what, like, obviously this text has existed in some form prior to that because Viz was able to translate it. And so, it seems like somewhere, perhaps in the Dragon Room, there is some kind of thing they've got outlining how they want Super to be described. And it seems that this term
how they want to market it.
So you're saying true sequel, legitimate sequel.
I don't think there's anything wrong with translating it as canonical sequel.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that word holds a lot of weight in Dragon Ball English-speaking fandom. It feels appropriate. I think it just comes with a lot of baggage at the same time.
Yeah, like the thing I was worrying about before the Japanese popped up, I was kind of worried that it would turn out that the Japanese phrasing was like a Koshiki Zokuhen, like an official sequel. Like in which case, like I think that would be a really questionable thing to translate as canonical sequel because
GT would be the same thing.
Like, yeah, there's no way you could say that GT is not an official product. In that sense, I was kind of happy to see that the term they used in Japanese was something where it's like, yeah, it's more reasonable to translate this as canonical than various other terms that could have been the case.
Hey, it's one Japanese icon to another. On episode 460 in November 2018, we had the opportunity to interview Toru Furuya, the voice of Yamcha at Anime NYC that year. One of my favorite memories, like in total of life, is seeing the interpreter leave because he clearly wasn't needed during our interview session. Here's a pretty heavily cut version of that interview focusing on just the Yamcha questions. Absolutely go back and check out the full thing if you haven't heard it before. So we started by asking Mr. Furuya that he's mentioned previously in the past that he was, as a reader of Toriyama's and of Dr. Slump, seeing Yamcha for the first time. What were his expectations going into that character, and how did that change over time?
ドクタースランプの原作を読んでてとても好きでしたから。
And so he said, he had read Dr. Slump, he enjoyed it a lot, he thought it was a lot of fun, and so he was naturally paying attention to Dragon Ball when it started. And he had the good fortune to be chosen as the character of Yamcha. Now, of course, when Yamcha started, he was sort of this lone wolf type in the middle of the desert, and seemed very strong. But of course, over time, more and more strong characters like Piccolo and Vegeta come out, and he sort of gradually becomes more of a comic relief type character there. So, and that was kind of a shame. He'd prefer to be the strong Yamcha who gets to fight.
それは残念です。
そうなんですか。やっぱりその強い方のヤムチャが。
戦いたいです。ファイトしたいですね。
Now, for a while, it seemed like the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super seemed to kind of want us to think that Yamcha was going to get involved a little bit there, but ultimately he didn't. So we were curious if Furuya-san was disappointed in that he didn't get a chance to show off a little bit there.
いや、もちろんがっかりしました。もうぜひ力の大会に参加したかったですし。
Yes, and he said he was a little bit disappointed, and he would have liked to get a chance to be among the participants. But at this point, Yamcha is really sort of a comedian. He's comic relief when he shows up. And there really aren't a huge number of those comedic moments, especially getting into later in the series. And he'd like to see more of a little bit of that comic relief come back, so you can sort of have a breather.
シーンを作る役割だともう今は思っています。山本は。はい。
So with all that in mind, we were curious if the baseball episode where Yamcha comes back and he's kind of like the main character of the episode, it's almost like a consolation for that or made up for it in any way for him.
もうかっこよく、かっこいいヤムチャを見せたいと思いました。で、ヤムチャは野球だけは強いので。
Yeah, and he said he really wanted to approach it as, to show off a cool sort of Yamcha, because after all, baseball is one of the only things that he's good at this point. And, he had fun with it, and of course at the end he ends up in that, by now, sort of meme-tastic pose of the dead on the ground. It's kind of a shame that it was the whole ball game just for him to end up like that, but in spite of that, Yamcha fans really enjoyed it, and in some ways, that made him happy, and in some ways he's sort of, very much sort of the closest to the everyman among all the different characters. That really makes him easy to relate to. Made him happy. なのでそういう風な人間的アピールがあるっていうことですね。はい。
So, of course, something that we recently talked about on the podcast was the case of being reincarnated as Yamcha by Dragon Garo Lee. And so we kind of prefaced it with, the death pose has become a very comedic element at this point. It's been referenced in things like Dragon Ball SD that's running in Saikyo Jump. And now we have this entire manga dedicated to Yamcha. What were his thoughts on the manga? Had anyone brought it to his attention?
ヤムチャ自体がなんて言うんですか、コメディアンという要素もあって、かなり印象的だったなと思います。
ね、だから生まれ変わったヤムチャは強かったじゃないですか。
Yes, so he has read it, and he was happy about it because after all, the Yamcha that appears in that one is actually quite a bit stronger, and he would definitely like to see that made into animation at some point. And so I added, yes, if anybody at Toei Animation if we could maybe ask that of them, then I definitely want to see that.
誰かにそう由来したいですね。
And in classic style, we wrap things up with just a message for the Dragon Ball fans out there.
ヤムチャはなかなかメインの戦いとかにも、参加することは少ないですけれども、ヤムチャ自身のキャラクターを、忘れないで、これからもきっと何か作品の中でヤムチャが出てきて、おそらく笑いを取るシーンだと思いますけど出てくるので、それをぜひ楽しみに待っていてほしいと思います。忘れないでください。
ありがとうございます。今日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Yes, and so he says that Yamcha is no longer fighting on the front lines. He doesn't participate in many battles anymore. But please don't forget about him, and he's sure that in the future Yamcha will turn up again in future works, although probably as comic relief. But please look forward to that, and don't forget about him.
Episode 465 in January 2019 was a big one. After reviewing Dragon Ball Super Broly, the four main Kanzenshuu dudes got together for one of the only times all together at once to give a send-off for Jake, who is stepping back from daily duty in Fandom. Yeah, Jake, you came into Fandom. I remember you won a contest for on Daisuke EX. I was doing, was it like Write Your Own Dragon World, and you wrote one for Raleigh, and I thought it was the best thing ever, and you won that contest, right?
Yeah, for Budokai 3.
Right.
And the prize was the Funimation release of the 22nd tournament. I guess they called it the Tien Shinhan Saga.
Right.
So I won that DVD set, and I still have never actually watched it because I was waiting to buy all. I was waiting to watch the entire original Dragon Ball series straight through. So first I had to wait for them to release the first 13 episodes, and that took years and years. And then by the time that finally came out, I don't know, it was hard to schedule time to go through 153 episodes, so I didn't actually get around to do that until 2016, at which point I had just bought the Funimation Blue Brick sets, so I just used those instead.
Who is doing the lawnmower? What is that?
Oh,
Julian,
sorry,
put your leaf blower away.
No, that's my house. Sorry, they're trimming my hedges right now.
Oh, okay.
This is very fitting.
Who's doing lawn work while they're recording?
This is like classic recording right here. It's just random noises.
I was on the Daisuke EX podcast before Heath was.
Yes.
Because you brought me on to talk about the side stories that were in some of the anime special magazines and whatnot. About Bardock and Trunks and whatnot. Because I translated those, so you brought me on to talk about that. So that was like the first official Kanzentai Daisuke EX crossover.
Yeah, that timing sounds about right, because at the time I had moved over to Japan, and I was kind of living my life at that point, and I was kind of spending some time away from the fandom. And I think it was Kai plus the live action movie that started to draw me back in. So you were kind of really helpful in filling in those gaps for me, picking up my slack.
Well, it was shortly after that Jake went to Japan.
Right.
Yeah, so this would have been like
They're never going to let you talk.
And there's stuff where it's like I get out of the gym and it's like I kind of want to go home now because I've been working out for a while, but here's a thing that just popped up, so I just have to spend an additional 15 minutes in the parking lot, sitting in my car, still very sweaty, kind of typing on my phone, like not sure. God knows what if anyone's seeing this, God knows what they think I'm doing.
And yet you've always done it without so much as a complaint. In fact, it almost feels like people sort of came to rely on you being this sort of disembodied translation fairy who would sort of descend upon us and grace us with these things without even having to, be dragged kicking and screaming into the whole thing. Like, I know sometimes, like, do I really have to respond to this at all? And then I kind of, okay, whatever. Yeah. But you never give off that feeling, and it's really impressed me. And especially because, even now on Twitter, you don't have an actual avatar, and you don't even use your real name. So it's like you contribute in some way to the legend of Herms, or Hermes, as some people call you, or even Todd.
We would always get a lot of messages for Todd.
And Jake, no matter what you say, you will forever be a part of Kanzenshuu. This is our home. It remains your home. The podcast in particular, no matter what you do, you always have a place here. Anytime you're looking to get something off your chest, or you see something interesting you want to join, we're of course happy to have you. But at the same time, we also respect that you've done so much that you need a break. Everyone needs to take a break at some point. I mean, I took my ball and went home when I was an angry teenager. I'm so glad that we're all at the age when the taking a break is one where you're leaving a legacy. I think that's important. That's admirable. I can't use that word enough. So much of what we have on Kanzenshuu is built on the backs of Jake and Julian. Heath, as much as we do, sometimes I wonder what it is the two of us do.
Yes, very much so.
Yes, but you'll never be a former member. You are a member emeritus. You may not be actively doing stuff, but you never have to be a stranger. You can hang around as much as you want.
We'll always have a chair open.
That's right. Episode 467 from March 2019 was a review of the hilariously awful Jump Force with Kieran. If you're a current listener of the show, or listening in order, you would have just heard him on 499. I just always love chatting games with the dude.
You gotta, okay, I know you don't like the sparking games, but
I've made this clip, right? Literally the first episode of our podcast in 2005 was reviewing the first sparking game. So I have been living this shit on the show literally since the beginning.
I know, and it broke my heart when you were like, it sucks. I'm like, no.
No, Mike, you're wrong.
No, Mike, I'm 12 and you're wrong. Okay, so this is probably the worst playing game that they've made, in my opinion, and I'm the person who goes to bat for all of these. I will always go to bat for Tenkaichi 3. I love that fucking game. Whew, boy, this is the most stilted, laggy, unresponsive thing I've played in a long time. It is not a good video game at all.
No, it is not. There's so much weird stuff, like you'll do a super or someone else will do a super, and you'll kind of just like stop moving and just like slide across the screen as the game decides. I don't know which one has priority. You guys figure it out.
You'll do whenever you throw them, you can dash over and sometimes pick them up and sometimes not. It's just random if they wake up on time. I'm just like, I don't get how this happened. I don't know how this went through the door. I mean, I know because it had a deadline and money. So they were like, get it out. Who cares?
I can't quite figure out if I just don't understand how throws in this game work or if there's something going on, because I can stand still. We're both standing still and I press that button and I'm right next to them and it doesn't throw them.
Oh, so you haven't discovered the cheese of dash throw? Run up to them, dash, hit the circle button. Hit L1, do the pursuing dash.
Yeah.
Sidestep, grab. The AI doesn't know how to do.
Okay.
Keep doing that. Xenoverse, I poo-poo it a lot, okay? Because it has a bunch of really bad design decisions on a macro scale. On a micro and just like basic combat, I think it's fine. I think it's actually a fine game. But this, oh no. You hit square, and it is a visible moment before anything happens. So like where it's, no, you're not playing I haven't even tried to play online. I can't.
I haven't
like
either.
Playing in
I'll be honest. All I've done so far is just story stuff because I just don't have it in me.
Don't want it to hurt you too long. But the thing where I'm torn though is like, okay, Kieran, I know you just said that it sucks and it's the worst, but there are some times when I find myself having fun with it, and those are the moments that surprise me.
Episode 471 from April 2019 is another favorite of mine. I believe this was Ian's first appearance. You may see him around as Cypher online, and it was amazing to finally be able to review and talk about Toyotaro's debut professional work, Dragon Ball Heroes Victory Mission. There are just so many insightful moments during this talk. Again, I wish I could just re-include the entire thing, but here are a few clips. And that's not to say it didn't grow into something, as we've already mentioned and will continue to talk about, but the focus is very much on the cards and the mechanics, isn't it? I remember, was it Froze just having that CAA in giant letters up the page?
They do that a lot with referencing specific abilities.
Yeah, they're not just telling you the characters and the cards, but like, here are the abilities, and here's in like a Pokemon TV series kind of way, like here's how you might use it in the game as well.
It does feel Pokemon-esque in terms of both how promotional it is and also how not promotional it is in some ways.
Yeah.
Because obviously a lot of people enjoy like the greater Pokemon media, right, without ever playing the games. And I think it works on that level. For me, reading the early chapters, and I will say it's heavier on referencing game elements earlier in the series than it is later.
For sure.
But I don't think you need to know how the game works to get something out of them. When I first read it, I had never touched the game. I had no idea what any of the gauges or meters or abilities it was referring to were. And I still found myself enjoying the chapters more and more as I went on. So I think it does work without knowing what the game is. And I do want to say, although it is clearly a promotional manga, and it has some chapters that are more blatant about that than others, some that are really just about showing the card of the day. Even early on, I think there are signs that it wants to work a little bit more sincerely. So you have something like chapter 2, I think it is, where we get introduced to Note for the first time. Note is the female counterpart to Beat, right? She's the girl generic Saiyan avatar character. Saiyan, excuse me.
I was going to say, you've just ruined your first appearance.
I need to remember where I am. Yep. So we have her introduction, and most of that chapter, even though it's just a few pages, is setting up interactions between Beat and Note at their school that don't really have anything to do with the game. They do obviously wind up having a match by the end. But there's this real sort of sincere approach to setting up characters within its extremely limited page count. And for me, that's one of the things that makes Victory Mission kind of worth reading, despite being a promotional manga, is that there's a real feeling of sincerity from Toyotaro about setting up characters and setting up a world, and not just having it be sort of the laziest promotion possible. There is actually one bonus chapter, the Gotenks bonus chapter, that I think shows what the series would look like if it were in more of a lazy, sort of insincere promotional mode.
Yeah.
And I think the way that stands in contrast to how most of the series works really speaks in its favor. And there are other Dragon Ball promotional mangas that feel a little less sincere in their approach. Some of them run in Psycho Jump, where you really feel like, okay, the author is just going through the motions, doing what they can do to put in the material they're supposed to be promoting. And even from its earliest, most heavily promotional pages, that is not the vibe I get from Victory Mission. So Victory Mission feels, I hesitate to call it fully realized in terms of its world building, because I think even through the end of the series, it's like key elements like how the arcade game works in its world are not really fully fleshed out. But the one sort of weirdly consistent thing about Victory Mission is that it, I guess, spoiler alerts for this not quite decade-old promotional manga that is mostly untranslated. So it's set in a post-Dragon Ball GT world. So the wild thing about Victory Mission is that it is Dragon Ball AF. You don't find out right away, but around, I think, chapter, I want to say 10, whenever it is that they're at the big tournament, you get a reveal that it is set in a post-GT timeline, more or less. You have an announcer referring to all of the things you've been seeing in the sort of virtual reality arcade game they've been playing. Those are all events from history, from myths, from legends in the fictional world that they're in. So it's, as it goes on, I think largely accidentally, because he had to promote Galaxy Mission and the Evil Dragon Mission, which were both drawing heavily on GT elements and super started after Victory Mission. You had Battle of Gods and Resurrection F at the very end there. But there wasn't a lot of new material to incorporate. So it winds up being set pretty firmly in a post-GT timeline where maybe Beerus arrived and Battle of Gods also happened somehow too.
Right.
Right, and that feels accidental, but what he winds up doing is really leaning heavily on the end of GT for storytelling and also for like the themes of the manga, which it's wild that this can even be said about it, but this promotional manga winds up having self-consistent themes, and it winds up playing off of the end of Dragon Ball GT in a way that I think is more thematically coherent and satisfying than any of the Fandom AF lore or anything he was doing in his own AF manga.
Yeah.
So in terms of differences between this and AF, I think oddly, although this is a promotional series, this winds up feeling more sincere and more thematically coherent than what he was doing on AF, where it really felt like he was sort of twisting himself and the story in any direction needed to work in elements from the Fandom AF lore, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't really always feel like events in that series have a reason to happen, but magically somehow in this promotional manga, everything feels fairly story-driven and fairly self-consistent in the way that it puts elements together and the way it responds to sort of the end of Dragon Ball GT and all of the Dragon Ball material prior.
But can you give us like the elevator pitch for your take on GT? I'll let you kind of describe it because me paraphrasing it doesn't do it justice.
I would say it's actually really, really anti-Toriyama in terms of what it does thematically, right? Because Toriyama's theme is all about sort of bigger and bigger imagination, right? No limits, no endings to stories, right? Anything is possible. There's always another level. So the way that GT kind of works for me is that although it feels absolutely antithetical to Toriyama's approach, it feels really consistent to itself, like surprisingly so for a studio-driven sequel. It feels like someone's vision, which I think works to its favor. So the way it responds to all of the previous Dragon Ball material is to say, okay, that was nice, that was the fun fantasy. Now for our sort of epilogue portion, we're going to bring everything back to the real world, right? So you have characters that are old and frumpy. You have stories that are very much drawing on previous events in a nostalgic way, and an atmosphere that plays into that too. You have, especially toward the end of the series, not only do you have the magical elements being removed one by one, so Boo goes, the Dragon Balls go, Goku goes because he's sort of a mythic figure even within its world at that point. You have more and more real-world architecture popping up in the backgrounds, which I would be fascinated to know whose decision that was. In the Evil Dragons arc especially. Yeah. All of a sudden you have all these real-world building references that we've never seen in DB before, and real-world fashion as well. So it ends up taking this very, very consistent approach, building up to its ending of saying, okay, right, let's come back down to earth. It's our job to sort of embrace personal responsibility now. And again, that's nothing like anything Toriyama would ever in a million years do, but it doesn't feel like a safe kind of nothing continuation. That feels like someone had a very specific vision, which I think works.
Episode 474 from July 2019 was another great dive into the past, looking back 20 years to the home video release of Captain Ginyu Assault from Funimation. This one was a riot. I read some of my original review from back then. Definitely the words of a 16-year-old, but damn, I was spot on. All right, you want to start hearing some things?
Fuck yes, I do.
That I wrote 20 years ago. All right. So this is an editorial. We called them editorials.
We were so mature back then.
So this is from an editorial I wrote, again, published on June 1st in 1999.
So Mike was 17 years old. No, not even. You would have been 16.
Sure, somewhere around there. Folks, the videos say uncut on them, but let me assure you.
Hold on.
Do I need to raise my voice?
No. I love that you are giving yourself a voice.
Yes. Come on, you gotta act.
You are making yourself.
I'm like, dialogue, folks. The videos say uncut.
So you're an angry YouTuber. Turder. Angry YouTuber.
Right, we didn't have YouTube, so we wrote editorials. Can I continue, please?
Sorry, I just wanted to know that you were giving yourself a voice, a character. You're playing a character. Let's continue.
Dialogue. Folks, the videos say uncut on them, but let me assure you that they are far from uncut. And yes, that's in quotes. The dialogue is still being completely rewritten, and it just does not go over well with me. I have a big problem with them rewriting the series. How hard is it to just do what you did when you dubbed the 3 DBZ movies and their scripts? Come on. ... Look, I'm not wrong.
You're not wrong. Here's the thing that I find fascinating about this editorial of yours, even though you just read us a couple sentences. You were 16 at the time.
Yeah.
You understood that what was being done to the show was not okay. That, to me, is fascinating.
Why?
Compared to the so-called adults in charge of the localization of the series at the time. Like, you're just some punk-ass kid who has seen maybe a handful of episodes in Japanese at that point, but gets what the essence of the show is, and you're that passionate about keeping the integrity as is.
Yeah.
The fact that a 16-year-old gets that, but the people behind the show creating it don't? Just, I don't have a comment to say other than it's fascinating to me. It blows my mind, and I'd love to see, like, what is the modern day equivalent? I don't think there is one, of someone from a younger generation being so passionate about something that they can turn around to the adults and be like, you're doing it wrong.
No, because they're all racist YouTubers now.
But because, like, there's no waiting between things coming out.
Right,
That I feel like there's not.
It's the reaction.
There's not a thing.
Here's my reaction video to watching
But
it.
that's not the same thing.
No, it's not.
There's not a thing I can think of where the kid is more knowledgeable about the subject matter than the adults.
How do you know that? You're not watching anything.
I don't know. But I'm saying listening to you describe your editorial and being like, this is not the show.
Yeah.
Compared to the people who were responsible for bringing the show to the US at the time, not getting the show, just like kind of blows my mind.
The thing that was really frustrating is at that point we had Gen Fukunaga say on record in an interview to a fan site, yes, we plan on releasing uncut with the original music on home video separate from the TV release. And we never got that. We didn't get that until 2007, really, with the Orange Bricks, when they allowed people to watch the dub with the original Japanese musical score as a selection. It was just so frustrating to, especially, remember at this time, we got DBZ movies 1 through 3 on home video subtitled and accurately dubbed. I mean, like, this is great. The script is great. The original music is there. These are fantastic. Like this, it feels like Dragon Ball. And then to have the whiplash of getting these videos in after that. Because again, those 3 movies, that was 97 into 98. Here we are in 99. It's like we're back to the beginning again.
1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Along came Funimation and along came Shuki Levy. Yippee Skippy. Now
You wrote Yippee Skippy?
Yippee Skippy?
That seems very unlike you.
Yippee Skippy. We now have a $20 keyboard and its owner playing the music for Dragon Ball Z.
That's pretty funny.
Funimation didn't want to pay for the usage of the original score, and it came right up from behind them and bit them in the arse. Okay. Almost all of the emotional value of DBZ was lost during this musical transition. And now, with the 3rd season upon us, we are introduced to yet another score of music, this one even worse than before. It was next to no variety in itself.
That does not make any sense. Go home, Mike.
Come on, Mike. Go home, Mike. You're drunk. Every once in a while, they beat a drum during a fight scene.
Every once in a while. That's pretty good.
Episode 482 from July 2020 was kind of like a follow-up to our original fan sub episode. For this one, Mary and I were literally cleaning house. It was early pandemic days, so we were organizing all of her tapes and looking for some specific stuff. My first self-addressed stamped envelope and money order was from a place just called Capsule Corporation.
I remember that place.
That's where I got the Bardock and Trunks TV special on 1 tape.
I think I got Bardock from them, and that might have been the only thing I bought from them.
Oh, interesting. Well,
I didn't need to. For my reasons that I'll say after you're done.
I got Bardock and Trunks on one tape. I got movies 11 and 12 on another tape. And then I got Dragon Ball GT episodes 59 and 61 through 64, raw Japanese. Episode 60. This is the funny thing about fan subs and tapes back in the day is there were occasionally a couple episodes, GT 60 and DBZ 250 in particular, that were examples of whoever the source for the fan subbers were didn't record that week. So a lot of fan sub tapes were missing those very specific episodes.
Wow.
And eventually someone else dug up a tape and we got some lesser quality versions of those fan sub much later on. But that was my first send away order. And from there, I opened my site in January 98. You were maybe slightly before that as well. We were starting to talk to people online. So I would meet people. That's when I learned about the Elizabeth Center in Chinatown. And that was just a train right away. And I got a lot of stuff there. And I still did some mail order things. For you, was it really high school, friends in school, and then flea market?
Yeah, I had a very different angle in terms of my exposure to fan subs. And when you think about how young we were and how niche this is, the fact that two people can have such different experiences is actually kind of neat.
You say niche, but I actually think it was incredibly widespread.
Well, I mean, I think so. I mean,
think about me and how many schools I happened to go to growing up throughout my life. And no matter where I was, there was always a scene like this somewhere.
And what's funny is that I feel like I didn't go out of my way to find these people. I wish I remembered school a little bit better.
Yeah,
it just kind of happened that way. Mm-hmm. So my experience was, and I think I've said this on this show several times, mostly watching on TV and then casually finding other people in classes that would talk about it and then them saying, oh, well, did you know about this flea market place in the next town over? And then folks already having their own collection of stuff and just out of the goodness of their heart be like, hey, here's a whole series. Here's Rurouni Kenshin. Here's Fushigi Yugi. Here's Marmalade Boy. I'm like, what?
What have you got me into?
That being said, I don't know that anyone really loaned me Dragon Ball because I think once they told me, oh, and I got these from this flea market, I just went there. I'm like, I don't need your help. I'm buying this on my own.
Episode 487 from Christmas 2020 was an absolute banger with an all-star cast reviewing the Dragon Ball Super manga original Galactic Patrol Prisoner arc. Really hard to pick specific stuff from this one.
There's a part in the Cell arc when Tenshinhan flies off to go help against Cell.
Yeah.
And Roshi almost says something that's kind of like announcing his retirement, that he's done.
Sure.
He's like, remember back when I was the most powerful martial, or something like that. And ever since Resurrection F, they keep trying to just jam him back into the action. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it works. Like it was in Toyotaro's Tournament of Power about him kind of using like a proto
It's so good. I love it.
and that's cool. But if you have this galactic threat coming to Earth, why is he the guy you call and not Gotenks, who's off on a monster island?
Well, to be fair, they brought 1817 in for that, and we get a totally normal Yamcha here, like not the butt of any joke, like he's just effective and he does well. And yeah, I guess Goku comes in and helps him and saves him in the end, but he's just doing a good job. I love that. Like, we're here to help you, Agent Yamcha. Like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah, and Goku's like, did you beat all these guys? And Yamcha's like, yeah, we could, of course. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, that reminds me a lot of something I was thinking about when I was reading, which is about like character agency. And I think this is also kind of on the subject of callbacks as well, because it's a callback of structure, which is where you have Moro kind of take a back seat, and you have like Sagambo and his like crew as like the mini boss or the mini bosses, kind of like, you know, the Ginyu Force and Nappa or whatever. And I feel like in those arcs, the characters lose their agency kind of because Goku comes in and just sweeps, done. Whereas in this, he kind of does that ish, but in the case of someone like Sagambo, for example, you know, he doesn't really beat him. You know, Moro just keeps powering him up and up and up until he can't take it anymore. And I feel like that's a subtle difference that I really enjoyed. You know, it's something we've seen before, but it's slightly different. And I felt like that a lot with the way the side battles were structured. Like I think, like for example, the Tenshinhan battle, you know, it could have just been oh, you have to insult, Metalman. That's the gag again. But it was kind of flipped. And it's like, oh, Tenjin Han doesn't know how to insult people. So now Chaozu has to come in and save the day a bit.
I was thinking, like, that's actually Chaozu's character that I feel like we haven't had since the 22nd Budokai.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff. And it could have so easily have just been the same gag over and over again.
One thing that I was thinking about was just the fact that this arc took 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, the weird thing is it does not feel like it's been 2 years.
Well, what has the last year even been?
I'm just saying from a Dragon Ball perspective, like it doesn't feel like this arc has taken 2 years. This year alone has taken 20 years. But besides the point, I feel like the pacing was done well enough that it worked out to think back that, wow, this started in December of 2018. And that just kind of blows me away a little bit.
Yeah, that is weird. Like, Super Ending feels like forever ago for me. Yeah. But this arc doesn't feel that long ago at all. It's weird. I just have a total disconnect there.
And that's exactly my thought behind it. Because I remember when Super ended and everyone's like, well, within a year, it's coming back, the TV series, and we're going to be good to go. And they're just getting this started to get it off the ground so they have some backbone to work with. And yet here we are 2 years later.
Well, it's like we saw with Kai. I mean, the instant you take it off the air, it does better. And so they know that Dragon Ball can just coast for as long as it needs to before they do anything. And if they do anything, maybe it'll be a movie. Who knows? I mean, that's the thing that I'm not sure a lot of fans understand, is that Dragon Ball doesn't need to be on TV for it to be more than profitable for them.
No, it does not.
I just wish that some of the things they were profiting on was Moro merchandise, because there's nothing. He's not in the Heroes games.
Right.
It's like anything that happened in this arc doesn't exist. Anything that happened in Toyotaro's Dragon Ball Super, except for Gamma Burst Flash, doesn't exist.
Well, even all the figures right now are still Gogeta, Broly. I mean, it's like the movie just came out if you look at figure lines and video games.
Yeah, it's mad.
Or until it's in there, like we saw with Super Saiyan God Vegeta, where until it was in the Broly movie, it wasn't a thing. Though it clearly was, like it was over here. But I mean, we could have an entire separate podcast conversation about the retcon of Super Saiyan God and what it is and means and how it works. I think we'll have to do that at some point. That's a disaster. But I totally agree with you, Ken. It's simultaneously, it's the story. This is the current official real Dragon Ball story, and you wouldn't know it.
Just give us an anime so Shintani can draw anything but Gogeta, because I feel like that's all he's been allowed to do for like 2 years now.
Give the dude a break.
Everyone's just going to turn into Gogeta at this point.
There's no such thing as too much Gogeta.
I got one last regular clip for you. This is from episode 497 from January 2023, just a few months back from when I'm recording this right now. This is, without a doubt, a new modern classic podcast moment.
I'm about to say the most unpopular thing you've ever had said on your podcast before, Mike.
Cut his mic.
I don't like Solid State Scouter.
Ken?
You've got like a camera shutter going off in it. It throws me off the whole song. But I will say, this is the best version of Solid State Scouter. I'm a fan of this version of it.
You're wrong about everything you're saying.
I'm going to go into my files on my computer and I'm going to change the audio so that it takes out the camera shutter version and puts the Kakarot one in.
Oh my God, this will be Ken's last episode. Ken, you're wrong on every account here.
The streak ends at 4.
Not only is Solid State Scouter the best song ever, it's a fantastic song, this is the worst version of Solid State Scouter there's ever been. Even the reorchestration from the Blast games on PS3 was significantly better than this one. Don't give me that look. Oh my God.
I'll say I liked it. I don't like it as much as the original because I do love the camera shutter. I like the, counting up battle powers as we're going along. But listen to this, like my head was bobbing. I was like, yeah, I like this. This works.
Yeah, I'm jamming. No one's taking pictures. It's good.
But wait, there's more. Longtime podcast listeners will no doubt by this point have noticed we have not covered April Fools. Now, I've always loved April Fools going back to the days of The Syrup Has Been Secured on Fujito EX's homepage. And I think too many of us still remember me eating my shorts in 2004. Kanzenshuu itself was launched on April 1st in 2012. We love using April 1st as either a launch date or sometimes a date to perform. Here are snippets from 3 podcast bits over the years. The first is from episode 71 back in 2007. The sound quality is atrocious, and it's quite a bit cringe, as the kids said at one point in time, but it's important podcast history, gosh darn it. Following that is a segment from episode 377 in 2015, where we had multiple guests impersonate us for different segments, and the one I'll do here is some clips from Kieran playing me and Scott playing Julian. And after that is the first and closing segments from episode 438 in 2018, where we pretended to do a topic about space travel, but instead just kept improvising advertisements. Please enjoy. So these are chapters 25 through 36 of the manga. So what we'll do is just our typical, review all 25, or chapters 25 through 36, see which characters show up for the first time, what all the cool plot points are, like this. What the fuck? Who are you? There it goes. All right, I think I got it. All right, I'm here. This is a fucking crazy story. I don't even know where to begin with this, but I guess I'm gonna have to. All right, I have no idea what happened to Mary and Jeff. Last thing I remember, we were recording the podcast, and we're talking about volume 3. Manga review awesomeness. Jeff couldn't come up with a better fucking idea for the name of the section. God damn it. I have no idea what they're. I hope they're okay. They didn't seem to take them with me. Shit. Alright. Okay. They didn't take them with me, so they're probably fine somewhere. I'm using Jeff's MacBook, of all things. Alright, so let me just bring it back. Julian's dead. The first thing I remember happening is they took the mask off me, and Julian was sitting next to me, blindfolded. Gagged. And the next person I see, fucking Steve Simmons. And they shot him. They shot Julian. Right there, right in front of me. And you know what Steve says? Now you know we're fucking serious. That Steve Simmons. Those are fucking subtitles for the show. And he shoots Julian. Never gonna ask him for help on the site again. Fucking dude. And so then they tell me, Gori, remember Gori, you listened to the show before, talking about the widescreen box set. Gori got too close to the truth. What truth? Fucking widescreen? That's what this is about? I don't know what they mean, but I guess he's dead too. I don't know. So after I didn't know what they were talking about, they just locked me up somewhere, and they poked me with some kind of drug, I guess, and I remember waking up. I guess they didn't give me enough, and it was like a jail cell or some kind of thing.
I looked at the door, and this hinge was broken. So I said, alright, fuck this, I'm out of here. Yeah. Just kind of ripped it off, and I was able to open the door. I peeked around the corner and didn't see anyone there. But fucking Jeff's MacBook was just sitting there on the table. So I took it. I gotta put the podcast up. I mean, I can't miss another week. I mean, we missed 1 week. 1 week last year. And I'm not gonna let that happen again. So here we go. Here's your fucking podcast, people. So I grabbed it and I fucking Metal Gear Solid just stuck out of the building, So there's no battery on this computer. So I don't know what they were doing there, and it's gonna explode or something. But the power cord was there, so I took it, and I'm in the bathroom of some gas station, or I don't know, I'm plugged into the wall. And here I am recording another fucking podcast episode. What the hell else am I gonna do? I mean, I don't know, you tell me, what do I do? So, running some GPS widget. I don't know. I haven't used fucking Mac since OS 7. I don't know what any of this shit is. So it's like this GPS thing, and it says Fort Worth, Texas. What's in Fort Worth? Motherfuckers. So now you know. What do you think it was? Why am I in Fort Worth? Why was Steve Simmons there? Why is Corey dead? Why is Julian dead? Quiet down, I don't want anyone to hear me. It's 3 days later from when I remember. And, I don't know. So, here you go. Volume 3 is, I guess, my favorite volume of the manga. I don't know. What else can I say? It's probably going to be my last podcast episode. What the hell else do I say? Might as well finish the fucking topic for the week, right? Hey, at least now I don't have to play Dragon Ball Online, right? I mean, not gonna weasel me into some monthly fucking MMO fee. Fuck that. So, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do here and edit the podcast. And I am God of Chaos and upload this fucking show. Alright. So, I guess Julian's not working on the site anymore. Maybe I'll give it to Rachel and someone. Be damned if I let God of Chaos put stuff up on the site. Can't let him do anything. I don't know. What do you guys think? So who do you want to run the site? Send your thoughts to podcast@icx.com, and who knows, maybe I'll answer some emails. I got nothing else to do. Guess I'm not gonna finish that Otakon video. It would have been cool. Shit, what's that? I don't think it's anything. What the? Jeff? You okay? What? How'd you find me? What do you... What?
Time to end the show, Mike. So, for Mary, for Julian, for Mike Labrie, Vegito EX, I'm Jeff, and this is the final broadcast of Daisuke EX, the podcast. Now, how do I upload this thing?
Hey guys, this is Mike, Vegito EX from Kanzenshuu.com. We are the Kanzenshuu podcast here with a very special episode for April. We decided to visit a topic that we haven't touched on in a long time. And I got here with me, straight from Japan. Who do I got?
Hello, I'm Julian Grabowski. Hey, itadakimasu.
Itadakimasu to you too, Julian. We got Julian over here in Japan. We got Mike, Vegito EX here in New Jersey. And now we're here for a special edition of the Kanzenshuu podcast. Julian, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Just about to send the kids to bed. Get the kids! No, stop playing with the Doraemon figures.
Julian's doing great.
No,
that reminds
put that down.
Mary!
That's very expensive.
Mary!
Stop reading X-Men! We're here for a very special episode of the Kanzenshuu podcast. And that reminds me, Julian, so you got the kids. So did you go see the new special exhibit that they have over in Japan for the kids?
Yeah. Unfortunately, they wouldn't let me in as only children 12 and under to actually get into the attraction. So I actually had to sneak in, but totally worth it.
So you had to sneak in. Did you get any good shots, Julian?
Yes. However, I was arrested for taking pictures of minors. I have a pending court date.
Julian, are we going to hear you on the podcast in next month, or when's your court date, Julian? We got to sort this out. We got some site work to work. We got the wiki to work on, Julian. What are we going to do?
I don't know. Just call up Heath. He's probably not busy.
But who are we going to have to translate our pop songs if you're in court, Julian?
I don't know. We always have Steve Simmons on speed dial because we all know each other, right?
Yeah, no, we do have Steve Simmons. We do have Steve Simmons in the back pocket there, so that'll be great. That'll be great. Good thing, Julian. See, this is why you're part of the team, because you're such a team player, and we here at Kanzenshuu aim to offer a quality product, and that's why we're here to talk today about something very special to us as Dragon Ball fans. Now, Julian, I want to talk with you because you're very familiar with the Japanese language, so you would know where this is coming from in terms of dub versus sub. We're talking about power levels here. I'm not going to transition to the topic just yet, but I just want to kind of feel out, Julian, just kind of get an idea of where you're standing on the topic. Julian, how do you feel about power levels?
I kind of feel like they're an integral part of the series.
I was thinking that too, yeah.
But I prefer to call them battle powers.
Oh, you mean the Gekidan no Power?
Sento Ryoku, actually.
Oh, Sento Ryoku. Yeah, of course. See, this is again why we have Julian here to correct my Japanese. So we're going to get started on this. Enough of that, and ready for the topic in 3, 2, 1.
Hajime.
We're back here on the Kanzenshuu podcast with a very special episode on battle powers, Sento Ryoku. Right, Julian?
Sento Ryoku.
Sento Ryoku, good. Yeah. So, Sento Ryoku, battle powers, power levels, power paddles, whatever you want to call them. Unlimited. See, I know you're trying to make a reference, and I should know this, because I'm the ultimate Dragon Ball fan.
Monolith.
Oh, 2001! The Monolith!
Yeah.
A Space Odyssey! This is why we have Julian, guys. This guy knows everything. So, let's talk about Julian.
Yes. Hi.
Thank you. Please, I couldn't understand you while you were speaking earlier. Can you also tell your kids to be quiet? I can hear them over here.
Oh, for God's sake. 1 sec. No, okay, look. If you don't go to bed now, you don't get to watch Kamen Rider tomorrow.
Mary! Put the Trunks pillow back! Okay, good. So battle powers, power levels.
Hi.
So in the exhibit that you got to go to, all right?
I was yelled at by a lot of mom.
What would you say the power level is of an average Japanese mother?
It depends. Are they angry? Because
they're livid at you, Julian, for taking pictures of their children.
Well, I mean, they just let them run around there. I mean, someone's gonna take pictures.
The average Japanese mother, you think she's gonna be mad, like as mad as a farmer?
I mean, I mean, the average farmer is obviously 5 Sento Ryoku, going off of the established farmer with shotgun. So
was this in the Japanese version or the dubbed version by Funimation?
It was in the Nihongo version.
The Nihonger's version. Okay, so this was not done by Ocean, right? This is the Nihonger's version?
Yes, definitely the Nihonger's version, which is separate from the Ocean version, which is entirely separate from the Funimation version, as we all know.
So naturally, all these different versions, things are bound to be getting confusing with these power levels, right? But we know for sure that farmer with shotgun is said in the original Japanese to have a power level of 5, correct?
Hi.
Okay. So he's got a power level of 5. Wasn't there the one time where Chi-Chi had a really high power level because she was mad?
There is a scene in the Garlic Jr. saga.
That's right, the Garlic Jr. saga, my favorite.
Yes, where she has a battle aura, and we must assume that due to the color, it was the Kaioken.
So so this is inferring that anybody can learn the Kaioken.
Well, yes.
Okay.
I think.
No. Yes or no, Julian? What's your source?
My years of expertise.
See, guys, this is why we have Julian on board. He just always knows all this stuff. He's just a well of information. So, Julian, I gotta ask you. Super Saiyan 4 Goku from Dragon Ball Grand Tour. Toriyama initially designed Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Do you know what else Toriyama designed? Super Saiyan God Goku. This is a recent development. We have, Party of F going on over here.
Party of F?
Yeah, party for F.
Fukatsu no F.
Yeah, Fukatsu no F. So Super Saiyan God has been established as canon. It's canon, Julian. That means Toriyama himself made it legit. It's real. Is Super Saiyan God Goku stronger than Super Saiyan 4 Goku? Julian, our power level expert. I turn it over to you.
First of all, it's a very good question, but I think the most important part here is to consider Broly.
How could I forget? Broly. We're not even thinking of Broly. Okay, you gotta have his stats memorized. Everything about Broly. You have him on tap, on deck, Julian.
There's no character that I'm more concerned about than Broly.
Naturally. We're all here with you, okay? What's Broly's power level? Can you give it to me?
Well, according to the Dragon Ball Z Scouter Battle Daikon Kamehameha Ora to Ome to Scouter.
Oh, that's the sequel to Battle Titan Kamehameha Ometo Fusion. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, which was released back in November 10th, 2007.
Okay.
Broly, his power level is actually listed somewhere around 1.4 billion.
1.4 billion, Julian.
Yes.
Did you are you certain?
Hi.
This is important because I have a stat here that says Super Saiyan God Goku. All right, I want you to follow me, Julian.
Yes.
You're good at math, you're good at Japanese, you're good at everything.
I do live with Asians.
Naturally. So it just, just kind of goes through like diffusion. You get smarter just being there. So, and I just get smarter being here in Jersey, right? 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 So it was stated by Akira Toriyama that if Beerus is a 10, Super Saiyan God Goku is a 6. Do you remember that interview, Julian? You translated it.
Yes, I remember everything that I've translated down to the kanji.
Good. Okay. So you remember, you got that photographic memory, like what's her face, the little, the Caboose kids or whatever they're called. So he is 40% weaker than Beerus. Beerus is a 10. Follow the math. Super Saiyan God Goku is a 6. So that makes Super Saiyan God Goku 40% weaker than Beerus. Beerus is stated to be the absolute strongest being in Dragon Ball Z. Can you just guess what his power level would be, Julian? Can you even wager a guess?
Beerus's power level?
Yes.
That would probably be somewhere about over 2.5 billion.
Over 2.5 billion?
At least 2.5 billion.
At least 2.5 billion. Julian, you're correct. Very good guess. Answer. However, do you remember what they said in the movie Battle of Gods about Beerus and Whis and their relationship?
That Whis is actually Beerus's sensei.
Mm-hmm. His sensei, just like you, Julian. So if your students are a 10, you are a 15.
That only makes sense.
Okay? So Whis is 50% stronger than Beerus. Okay? So the absolute strongest being in Z, at least 2.5 billion. That means Whis has to be 3.75 billion. Okay? That's like 3 Brolys. So I don't get why you're so concerned with Broly when he's clearly not even as strong as Whis.
Except for the fact that if you'll notice, Broly is only a regular Super Saiyan. Now, have we accounted for the multipliers that Super Saiyan 2 and 3 and 4 all present? And have we accounted for the multiplier for God?
That's right, the Markiplier for God. I didn't even think about that. So, okay, Super Saiyan 4. Let's do that one first. Super Saiyan 4.
Obviously, let's just skip to it.
No, 2, who cares about that? Who cares about 3? Raging Blast was okay. It was all right. But Heroes, man, Heroes is my jam. And I love everything they're doing with Heroes. You're translating Victory Mission. I know how much you love doing that. Can you tell us which character showed up in Victory Mission recently, Julian?
Bardock.
That's right, it's Super Saiyan 4 Broly. Super Saiyan 4 Broly showed up in the latest chapter of Victory Mission. Did you know that Super Saiyan 4... Thank you. I honto de kimashita. Honto de arigato? Julian, what do you mean? Julian, what do you mean, maybe?
To be fair, I haven't been studying as much lately.
What?
Look, I've been busy putting in for these preview tickets for Fukatsu F and with the kids and my wife.
God, why do I work with you?
I'm spending so much of my
Why do I
time
work
and
with
money
you? This is why
on this series from 1980s.
Julian, I can't even trust you to remember the word for power battles. How am I supposed to know anything that you're saying anymore if you're not practicing your Nihongers? You've just thrown everything you've done for our website into question. I can't even look at your lyrics. for AKB69's Go Itadakimasu anymore.
Well, I'm actually halfway. I've already got my advanced copy for Momohiro Zei's Zeto Momo, the new pedo band.
Oh no, Peach Z, but spelled with a Z at the end, like peaches. Yeah.
Oh my God, is that what that is?
Julian, do you not know Japanese?
God, these fucking pedophiles.
Listen, we're gonna shelf this for now.
All right.
We just gotta move on. I'm still gonna trust you for now, for this very special episode of the Kanzenshuu podcast, episode 396. Super Saiyan 4 is 10 times that of Super Saiyan. Do you remember what Super Saiyan Goku, what his power level was?
I believe that Super Saiyan Goku's power level was 1.5 million?
1.5 million, that's correct, Julian. 10 times that. What would that make it?
1.5 billion?
That's right. 10 times 1.5 million is, in fact, 1.5 billion, Julian. 1.5 billion. That is Super Saiyan 4 Goku, okay? So we know that 10 times is the factor we're working with. And how much is Broly just at his regular level? Just at regular legendary Super Saiyan?
1.4.
1.4! Super Saiyan 4 Goku!
As according to the Dragon Ball Z Scatter Battle...
Oh, it's legit. It's a product. Toriyama worked on it. They had to ask him if it's okay before they put any games out. Do you not know how licensing works?
In Mexico, it was called DBZ Budokai Scouter.
I think you mean Mexico.
Look, what language? The two languages are already tough enough for me, okay? Let's just...
I know. I'm sorry. We'll shelf this. We'll stop talking about how inept you are at languages, okay? So 1.4 billion for Broly and 1.5 billion for Super Saiyan 4 Goku. That's almost the same. And then you said that Super Saiyan 4 Broly is in Victory Mission, right? Yeah?
It was more implied, yeah.
Yeah, no. So he's there, okay? So he's there, he shows up, he definitely shows up, he has like 10 speaking lines, like he's there. When he shows up, we have to do the math. We have to think, now that this is canon because it's part of a product, how strong is Super Saiyan 4 Broly? Can you do the math for me, Julian? 1.4 billion Super Saiyan 4 that.
Actually, I believe that's just 14 billion, isn't it?
I don't know why I work with you anymore. It's not been the same since the first episode, Julian.
Well, I mean, we got a lot of episodes together in it.
You don't even look me in the eyes in the Skype call!
I don't even have a webcam.
I know you're talking currently into a tin can with a string!
The internet connections in Japan are not very good.
You're reporting live from a net cafe, which also serves as your home. I feel like your love for Broly has overtaken this. I don't know if you can work on Kanzenshuu.com anymore.
But who else is going to translate?
Heath!
Shit.
Yeah!
I mean, Kuso.
See? At least you're trying to practice Japanese. Julian, it's gonna be okay. We'll get through this somehow.
You are my Tomodachi.
Honky des! I love you, Julian.
Daisuke.
But you know what I love more, Julian?
What's that?
I love power levels. So let's finish this up. Let's wrap it. We've been running long on the topic now, so let's come to a conclusion here, okay? So 1.4 billion times 10 is 1.4 trillion. Is there a single character you can think of with your vast knowledge of power levels that is stronger than that?
Psychor?
I didn't even think about AF. Shit! We gotta scrap this whole thing.
Welcome back to Kanzenshuu,
the podcast,
an extension of the all-encompassing Dragon Ball fan site,
Kanzenshuu.
That's right, we cover anything and everything Dragon Ball in hopes of enlightening and a little bit of entertaining. This week, Kanzenshuu, the podcast, is brought to you by Crunchyroll, now streaming Naruto Shippuden. Follow along with the adventures of Bort's father when he was younger, but not quite so young. All your friends are there, the dog person, the one-eyed person. I think Zabza shows up again at some point. Naruto Shippuden, now streaming only on Crunchyroll. Welcome to the show. We are excited. This is in the wake of our Dragon Ball GT review episodes. We've been talking about space travel, and we've decided there's enough to talk about in the way that they travel through space. It wasn't just in GT. If you think back to the original series, I think
with the arrival of Raditz, it pretty much kicks off.
It does. I'm thinking of our heroes, the way they take off into space. Gohan, Kuririn, and Bulma out on their ship. They have all these things, and there's a great thing about Dr. Brief, and he's like not quite done putting in all the
coffee
stuff
maker
into Goku's spaceship, and the gravity machine, all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's so many things that you need to think about as you're getting off into space. Something I don't think we really think about with the characters and what they do. What are they eating out there in space? And Jeff, I wanted to tell you a little bit about Blue Apron. They actually offer space delivery for food now. Let me tell you about some of the recipes that they have available for you this week. We have spice rubbed neck Gekomajin thighs with maple pan sauce and garlic mashed potatoes. We have crispy sea turtle with coconut lime curry and kale. And we have spicy tomato and coconut higher dragon with garlic rice.
You know, Mike, I have to say, I've been using these kinds of subscription services for a little while now.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get used to it because, hey, you know, I wasn't really sure if I was going to go on this boat or the spaceship, right? And I just wasn't sure if I was really ready for this kind of commitment to these sort of pre-prepared meals. But listen, when I got that dragon and that boo sauce that was on top of it, it was so good. It was so good.
And they come in such convenient little packages, too. And they actually changed up their knickknacks packaging recently. It used to come in just these little,
it's like cardboard, not cardboard, like a paper bag.
Brown paper bags.
But now they come in actual astronaut tubes.
It's great. It's like the old astronaut ice cream that you got when you were a kid. You just squeeze the tube and it comes right out. It's ready to go.
It's not like those pills that you used to see in some of those early movies where like swallow the pill and feel hungry. No,
so dumb.
No.
Because when you think about someone like Goku, he doesn't want to eat a pill. I mean, that's not fun.
No, he wants to enjoy it. He wants to savor the taste, and that's what you can do.
But here's the thing, like, the quantities aren't going to be enough for Goku. How many meals do you get to choose from? Because if I'm like Goku hungry, I want to pick more than 2 meals.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just 3 meals anymore. You can do 3 meals, you can do 5 meals. You can actually get delivered up to 200 meals per week. So this is the great thing. If you want to enjoy your first 3 meals, head over to blueapron.com and use offer code Kanzenshuu, and we'll hook you up with your first 3 space meals for free. That's blueapron.com, promo code Kanzenshuu.
And it doesn't matter what planet you're on?
Doesn't matter what planet you're on. That's a great thing about
What if it's in the process of being blown up, though?
Well,
like, if I'm on Namek and I'm really freaking hungry.
Interplanetary Wi-Fi is actually pretty solid these days. Okay. I know you haven't been out in space lately, but I can tell you from personal experience, it'll hit you. blueapron.com, promo code Kanzenshuu. So that's going to bring our episode to a close. www.kanzetaze.com. That is our website, Kanzenshuu. Had a lovely time talking to you this week. Be sure to check out the adventures of Bort's father exclusively on Crunchyflix this year. I'm pretty sure that Orochimaru and what's-his-face, they're still stabbing each other, going back and forth for the 5 episodes. Or is it like 10 episodes? It was a long time ago. Exclusively streaming now, brought to you this week by... Anyway.
Don't you feel like a corporate shill right now?
What are you talking about?
I mean, the shit you have to say just to keep this show running, doesn't it make you just sick?
No, I use all of these products. What the hell are you talking about?
Wait, are you actually making a profit off of this? So that Mercedes out in the front.
It's not Jeff's.
Yeah, it's not mine.
You paid for that car through these ads?
No, they sent it to me. That's next week's promo. I've been doing this a long time. I think I'm entitled to a little something.
Well, we should ask for more than just a car.
Spaceship? Before we get out of here, there are some other fun historical tidbits I want to share. Listeners from the early days probably remember Robo Julian. He would occasionally wind up with this crazy robotic artifacting due to what was probably a faulty cable if we recorded anything longer than like half an hour. This is one of my favorite examples of that from episode 176 back in May 2009. All right, yes. Julian.
Yeah.
No, he's robotic again. God damn it.
No.
He's just celebrating the Terminator movie in his own special way.
Can you help?
You're almost talking in double voice.
I have to say, that sounds so cool.
It does. I'm going to leave this one in.
He's the soul.
Oh, God. Julian, goodbye.
Goodbye.
It was great having you again. I can't wait until you listen to this and you will lose your
If you could do a techno remix to that.
Oh, no more.
What happened?
Oh, God, Julian, stop talking, please. Hey, thanks for listening this long. I hope that if you're a longtime listener, this was a fun trip down memory lane. And if you're a new listener, well, for starters, I'm shocked you made it longer than 5 minutes in, but I hope this was an educational experience and we have you with us for the long haul. There's lots of great stuff coming to the site and podcast in both the near and distant future, but stick with us here at www.kanzenshuu.com. Be sure to check out patreon.com/Kanzenshuu. Remember the contest I mentioned at the top of the show? My name has been Mike, Vegito EX. Thank you to everyone that has made the show that it was, is, and will be. I appreciate all of you, and we'll see you next time for 501. And hey, if you made it this far, you deserve some random bullshit. So here's a bunch of bullshit.
Back in my day, we didn't have this crazy animanga stuff. We had our anime and we had our manga. We didn't have any weird crossbreed children. Where was I? Oh, I think it was about time for my nap. Just a minute. Oh, here we are.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hi.
Mary?
Hi.
Hey.
Yo.
Andrew?
What?
This week's episode of Daisuke EX, the podcast, is brought to you by GoDaddy.com, Cashfly.com, and Dr. Garo's Industrial Strength Bird Feeders.
For today's nature-loving Jinzo Ningen.
You don't remember it in English?
Well, I'm kind of translating from the Japanese, but I could also say, Daisuke EX podcast konshu mo kiite kudasatte arigatou gozaimasu. Jikai wo tanoshimi ni, but that's getting old. So I thought I'd maybe do it in English for a change.
Well, thank you.
Like, do you know, like the scene where, like, Goku goes, like, Super Saiyan 3, and it's, like, awesome?
Say it in Spanish.
Oh, let me think about this for a second.
No thinking.
Good, no.
Because we have Spanish listeners, it should be proper.
Nos escuchar. Nos escuchar.
You just want to hear Julian with a sexy accent.
I just like watching him struggle.
Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista.
Daisuke EX. Hasta la vista.
What's the hasta la tarde? No, that's until evening. What's next time? Hasta el próximo? Hi. Okay. Kanzenshuu EX, el podcast. Gracias por nos escuchar. Jikai o tanoshimi ni. Damn it, it's been like 5 years since I took Spanish, okay?
French.
Kanzenshuu EX, le podcast. Merci pour nous écouter. À la prochaine.
German.
I don't know German.
Why not?
Because.
Chinese.
I don't know Chinese.
Latin.
There's no word for podcast in Latin, Mike.
I'll just say podcast.
Podcastum?
Australian.
Well, if we get an Australian listener, they're probably going to crucify me for this accent, but Daisuke EX, the podcast. That sounds more like Chris Sabat's impersonation.
Not that really Australian is a language, but...
Vegeta! Vegeta! Vegeta!
What is it, Nappa?
We're on a podcast, Vegeta.
Yes, we are, Nappa.
Well, what are we supposed to say, Vegeta?
Oh, I think I have an idea. Kanzenshuu EX podcast konshu mo kite kurusatte arigatou gozaimasu. Jikai mo o tanoshimi ni.
Wow, I didn't know you could speak French, Vegeta.
Oh, god damn it, Nappa.
誰らとびっきりのライバルはどこだマジッなしの勇者たちせいせいどうどせいせいどうそうだハイテンションでぶつかれ熱いアドレナリンがスパークするせいせいどうど I say do it Go for it Go for it 打つという名のスタディアム星の真っただ中で俺たち未来英語 Here we go 葉っぱかけたなら可能性突破していくんだぜ限界未来英語 Yeah we'll go I'm gonna fight 下からは I'm gonna この腕で勝ち取る I'm gonna make it 壁を乗り越えてリスクを引き受けて羽ばたくのさ眠れる勇者よ目覚めろくすぶるハートに火をつけろ暴れる夢が爆裂したならもう止まらない
You have, when I say go, you have exactly 1 minute to give me your thoughts on the Funimation GT box set. So you're going in 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't have the box set yet.
God damn it, you're useless to me.
I told you earlier I didn't have it.
Oh, I forgot we were talking about that earlier.
I'll also have you know that you posted up this news after I had gone to bed, but...
Yeah, I know.
You should have done what Jake did and just never went to bed.
That's my strategy of always keeping in touch, just never sleep.
Herms, what are you using for a microphone?
I don't know. This thing makes ruffling noises when I think, so it's probably...
Well, stop. Clearly, this is the answer.
I just need to pull an Andrew Deluxe for a second and go, how the hell do you keep track of that? Oh, yeah, this DVD didn't have that third track. That's what they've been doing all the time. Like, what?
I make a DVD guide on the site, and I have to reference it a lot myself.
Jesus Christ.
I actually made the DVD guide on my website for me.
Oh.
Everyone else be damned. I need to keep track of this stuff. I actually reference it so often. I'm so glad I made it.
Yeah, that's hugely helpful.
I got to tell you, it is such a pain in the ass every time Funimation puts out something new. I don't know how to logically organize anything in that section anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a release, then there's a canceled release, then there's the How do you put that on a page and convey that information to someone who has no idea what you're talking about?
You need like a 3D matrix of all this knowledge.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't like that everyone looks at me, though.
Sorry.
It's like the way that this is arranged.
I'll leave. Goodbye.
And who put it there? I'm not going to buy this.
God damn it, you're right.
And I'm back.
Are you wearing pants now?
I have been the whole time. Amazingly enough.
I'm not wearing my battle thong. Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Stupid sexy nappa!
I'm sure there'll be more news between now and Sunday when I decide to release it. So
Super Saiyan 4 Brawly.
So that's...
Fuck you.
Oh my god, it's like we planned that.
Greetings, Michael Ludwig. I am Robo Julian. I have come to take you to the planet of the robots, where you can maintain us.
I'll never go with you.
You must come. There is no choice.
I think
he
you're better
sounds normal.
again. Damn it.
Let's see if Mike can go the whole show without saying, "How the hell are you doing, man?"
Don't you point out my isms.
It's your new video. Something.
My new idio?
Yeah. Idio.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, there's a gift card up here. Is this active? What the hell is this?
No, that was the duplicate one that I'm trying not to commit fraud with. All right, February 4th. What?
Just think about you committing fraud, that's all.
Oh.
Makes me laugh.
14th. Here we go.
I'm gonna have nightmares.
Do an evil laugh.
Skype provides hours of entertainment.
All right, keep talking. What do you got? Hello.
Hello. So, can I talk about the Dragon Ball thing yet?
No,
or
not yet.
do I have-
I'm going to call you back. I'm going to call you back. Hold on. Okay. Here.
Was that recording?
Yeah. All right. Jeff, come on.
What am I witnessing?
Jeff, come on, sing along.
Why am I not recording this with video? What is this?
Sort of the Super Butoden 2 song.
Jeff wouldn't know that.
I know, but he was singing like drunks earlier, so I was kind of hoping like.
I'm sort of confused.
Drunks.
Gotta put out an album now.
Doodly doo. The album.
A doodly doo.
With classic hits like Doodly Dee.
A doodly doodly dee. Let's see. Trunks.
Meet.
Come on, Mary, you're the only one not singing. Get in on this. Let's go. Oh God, she's dying.
Thought I was over this, but laughter makes it come back. Willpower. Trunks.
Let's try calling Julian again. You, the one who listens to us before you go to bed. I know you're there. You're still aren't you asleep yet? We're even past the ending credits music. Seriously, take some fucking sleeping pills. Penis.
Well, I think the alien from Planet Synthesizer, which is how you pronounce it. Anyway, the guy from Alien from Planet Synthesizer. Okay, you have to say the name, but we're definitely talking.
You're have to say the name. Wow, this is off to a great start, Jake.
Well, this is why I try not to appear on the podcast too often, because the only way I can maintain this appearance that I actually know what I'm talking about is if people don't hear me speak.
What game is this, just so I know?
Anyway, it's Daimao Hukatsu.
You can send it over to podcast@daisyx.com. And we will read your mail on the TV show.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, how are you?
What's with the stupid voices already?
I don't know.
I hope you're recording.
It doesn't take us long to get going like this. Across from me, what? I just hit the microphone.
Vidal's fight with Popovich.
Ooh. Hold on, I sat on a baby toy. Just a minute. Oh dear.
It's barking.
Anyway, goodbye.
It was so mean. I love it. All right. We ended
By the
up.
way, are you recording me?
Yes, I am. Why did something
Okay.
crash?
Oh, I just realized I never hit record on mine.
Whatever. I'll use the backup then. That's fine.
Okay.
Accumulating the outtakes.
All right. We're up to Corey. If you can just start talking, please. Pour some sugar on me in the name of love.
Oh my god.
All right. Now can you actually talk?
What have we unleashed?
I feel as though I have given you my A game when it comes to me projecting into the microphone, and yet you're rejecting it, which makes me feel as though you don't appreciate me for the person I am, personally.
I don't think that made sense.
Heath?
What? Mike?
Guess what I didn't do?
You didn't hit record.
Nope.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Greetings from planet Jersey.
Greetings from planet Osaka. I haven't entirely shaken off my whatever it was I had 2 weeks ago.
God. You want me to take my shirt off too?
I'm wearing pants.
Oh, wow.
I'm pasty. I need to get more sun. Did you have a nice farmer's tan, though?
Damn, dude, look at you.
What?
Looking good. Looking good. Although I don't need to see
I gained
everything.
a little weight recently, but
I don't need to see. All right, your volume has been turned up slightly.
So this means that I should sound normal now. Like normal as in a normal boy. As in like a real-nosed boy. As in like, okay, maybe that's going too far. What? I don't. What? You're having me come up with gibberish in the last minute here.
Let's do a monger. Oh, wait, no.
Monger. Let's do the monger.
Let's do the mongers.
Are we going to be selling fish now?
Hate you guys. Let's do a manga review. Siri, do you like Dragon Ball?
I'd rather not say, Mike.
All right. Thank you for listening this week to Digest.
And after credits. Done.
Thank you for listening this week to My Favorite Games. Wait a minute.
You suck.
Does that site even exist anymore?
I have no idea.
Thanks, you.
Incapable.
今週も大全集 EX ポッドキャストに聞いてくださって、oh, fuck, I got the grammar wrong.
You can't talk in English or Japanese.
Thank you for listening to this week's episode of Daisuke EX, the podcast. We'll see you next week.
This is the greatest after credits ever. All right. Shock. Mike dies.
Mary's in a great pinch.
So when are you going to do that? What are you going to...
Exclamation point.
Why? When are you going to name your episodes with spoilers as to what's going to be in the episode?
I thought about doing that from the beginning, but it was more work than I wanted to put into it. And my problem is I didn't want to try to be funny, have it not be funny.
Right.
And
right.
just come off as lame.
Because you're not funny, Mike. I'm sorry. You're never... I mean, it's just,
Bite me. What are you drinking this? I was going to say this evening, but we're still in the afternoon here. Wait. Yeah.
What? Oh my god!
There we go. Very nice.
Look at that.
That's how we roll here. Although I have the Winter Abbey
Abbey.
Ale. Are you seasonal or regular?
Regular. But I have the glass that I stole from a restaurant
That's
when I
really
was in
nice.
college. So
I've always meant to steal a Blue Moon glass myself. I need to do so.
I have 2 of them because you need them in a set.
That's right. We stole, I don't know what it is. I think just some kind of cocktail shaker mixer thing from a restaurant in New York once. It's super nice.
I have a couple glasses. I usually don't take very many.
I don't usually steal, but when I do.
Well, we had when I was in college, we had one of our friends has a giant purse, and she likes beer, so we had a bunch of really nice glasses. She's like, "Oh, I'm totally gonna take these when you guys finish." So she stacked them all up and put them in her purse, and then she got up to go to the bathroom right as one of the waiters walked by, and she knocked her purse on the floor, and all you hear was this shattered glass. And we're like, what was that? Like looking all over the place. Apparently you shouldn't put glass next to glass.
No. Who'd have thunk it?
I know, right? You think Mike just like takes a bat and he just hits people that walk by? Or like, what is this crap?
I just imagine that vein in his forehead just throbbing out and him giving that "you've got to be fucking kidding me" look.
I could totally see that.
Seeing like his eyes like glaze over, just one eye bigger than the other, just pulsating.
嘘じゃないぜ夢が踊る地球を壊すやつは俺が黙っちゃいないカットビのパッションドラゴンボール Okay. Anyway,
thank you once again for listening to Daisuke. Yes.
Oh, wow. Did it.
Oh, I knew I had to slip at some point. Let's try that again.
Previously on Kanzenshuu, the podcast.
Now kind of more like stern about it.
Previously on Kanzenshuu, the podcast.
Now kind of like frightened.
Is my pronunciation right?
Yep. Yeah, you're good.
So a little bit more...
Scared.
Previously on Kanzenshuu, the podcast.
Evil
Jeff.
Previously on Kanzenshuu, the podcast.
Okay, I say that's pretty good. I'll just pick whatever one I like the most.
Or just mash them all up together,
Overly dramatic.
I was actually thinking you were going to say shoujo for a second, but okay. Really dramatic?
Like
overacted.
Overacted, yeah.
Not Kaga. What's his name? The guy
Dale
from Iron
Kelly?
Chef.
Oh, yeah, like the chairman.
The chairman. That's it. Previously on fuck. I gotta do that over. Hang on. Previously on Kanzenshuu, the podcast.
I like it.
I think I spiked way
did.
too many
I might
times.
turn
on
you
that.
down a little bit.
Yeah, just for that.
Which mic are you? I think you're microphone number 3.
Whatever one
You're
that you
on
adjusted
3.
before.
I'm gonna put your gain down a little bit.
That actually looks a little bit better. Yeah.
All right, talk normal.
Bloody bloody blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you're fine because when your voice expands, it works.
Oh
totally good.
yeah.
Okay, so this is episode 316 for the week of December 2nd. Okay, he's gonna tear it up.
Yes.
Massive tear up.
She's gonna get stitches.
Thank you, Mary. You just made my morning.
All right, stopping and saving.
I was really hoping. I was.
It's been one of those days.
Yes, I was really hoping. Well, I said it again. Oh my god! Let me try again. And Goku says, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
That's what Goku
Really? He
says.
says that?
Yes, that's what he said.
No,
I did not.
No,
know
there's
that
another
was in there.
announcement.
That was amazing.
God,
timing.
when did Goku get a potty mouth? I don't remember.
Pretty
this.
early on.
Bulma, why do you not have any balls? Where's your tail?
All right, you good?
Oh, This is a really long announcement. Okay, there we go.
Because they know
He
that you're
says,
not working.
Roughly beginning-ish of March, there was a listing for yet another new Dragon Ball book. I'm a chicken. Anyway, Super Saiyan... I'll try again.
Saiyan.
Yeah, let me decide which one to use.
Hello, Mike. How are you doing?
Oh no. Keep recording. Hang up and call back.
Okay. I will go to recording it. Hang up.
I know, right? Like, it's not my fault that I have a phone out and I'm going to take pictures of your child. I'm just trying to take a picture of this little power pole exhibit where the kids have to put their hands on the rod. I can't do it.
Baby Goten arrives, and Videl and Gohan can tell what the hell just happened. How could that possibly have happened?
My elbow. There was a hammer, and it scared
Phew.
It did. I turned around, I'm like, why is there a hammer? Okay.
My Hero Academia is
excuse me, Boku no.
Fuck off into oblivion and never come back.
Why did we let you on this podcast?
Did you just say controversy?
Is that
He
is
doesn't
that a
know how to
British
speak
thing?
English. Yes, it is.
Oh, sorry, controversy.
Yeah, there you go.
Blah, 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 blah. This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast, episode 3. Nope, it's 400.
Oh, Jesus.
Womp womp.
That many.
Change that right there. Blah, 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 blah. This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast, episode 447 for the week of June 20... June.
Wow, Mike.
June.
This is... Nope. That's why I do the blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's that quick little voice warm to... This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast, episode 447 for the week of June 24th, 2018. That'll do just fine.
That was lovely.
Good. All right, let me make sure I have all the other channels muted on the mixer. Okay.
What I'm going to do is record in stereo, but I'm just going to mute one side and then send you that, but keep the waveform side. How about that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You can recover from that, right?
Yeah. You sound like you know what you're doing.
Yep. Ooh, what does this delete key do?
All right. Show?
I suppose I'm recording.
All right. Blah, 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 blah. This is Kanzenshuu, the podcast, episode 449 for the week of July 9th, 2018.
Is this where I make the Broly monster?
Hold on.
sound?
It wasn't. No, it wasn't the 9th. It was the 8th.
Wait, what?
Recording.
Who? No,
change
today's
the
the 10th.
I know. I got to change it to 8th. Blah, blah, blah. So, I flew to Hawaii, and I don't know, I ran into someone. Hello, sir, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello.
Hello. I guess that is your introduction that everyone knows. Hi, Jake. This is the first time we've ever actually met in person after all this time.
Now that you mention it, I suppose that's true.
So at this point, I have now officially met all of the other three. Tell me a little bit about being out here. Everywhere I look, there's at least 2 languages, if not 3 languages on everything. How does this, I don't know, is just for your daily life working with language, is it convenient? Is it confusing? Is it a bit overwhelming?
I guess it depends on the day. But I do love seeing this rack of magazines they had back there where it's like all the guides to Hawaii. And so you can see Hawaii written in 4 languages.
Yeah.
And then you can see how ridiculously complicated it is to write with Chinese characters because they can't be bothered to invent an equivalent of katakana or I guess their equivalent of katakana is to repurpose fully non-simplified kanji for their phonetic equivalents. Anyway, I guess the point I'm getting at is that Chinese is a real nuisance.
Hoo, ha, hoo, Ha!
Oh, Noga Fufa Ken.
So I'm going to skip the opening of the intro of the podcast, all that.
Ooh, okay. Echo.
What was that?
I'm just fiddling around.
Oh, okay. Knocking stuff over.
Yeah.
All right.
Seems like there might be a buzzing sound on my end.
I don't hear it on Skype.
Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't matter then.
Well, I mean, it does, but do you see it in the waveform or anything?
Yeah, on the Audacity thing.
Is it big or is it just kind of like subtle?
Subtle, I guess.
Is it something I'll be able to work with?
I don't know.
All right.
Okay, it seems
cry later.
Right. It's gonna be 11 p.m. I'll just
seems smaller. Seems smaller now that I've knocked that thing over.
Which maybe that's literally not a word. What the hell, Mike?
I have hit record on my end as well. So, mommy made me mash my M&M's.
No, we're gonna. It's sexy podcast time.
Yeah, Kanzenshuu after dark.
Which one of you monsters is the one who said they don't like solid state scouter? Because
Randy. No, that was Ken. He's a monster.
I don't know. I mean, everyone's entitled to opinions, of course, but I feel rejected in my soul.
Well, here's the thing. He's allowed to have his opinions, but we don't have to listen to him or, consort with people like him.
So, Mary, did it go like this, where after the podcast, Mike came down? You won't believe what Ken said.
No, not as dramatic as that.
I didn't leave my seat. I turned the headphones off to the speakers and then said, "You gotta listen to this shit."
Yeah, it was this.
I've got audio evidence.
Mike was editing it. He's like,
Hello.
I don't know what you're doing. Like, just stop playing Fire Emblem not Heroes. Engage. Stop playing Fire Emblem Engage and listen to this. Like, what? You're gonna blow my mind? I was actually expecting something a lot more dramatic, but I will say I'm shook.
It's bad.
It's worth stressing. The thing I really don't like about it is the camera shutter noises.
It's not a camera. I mean, I guess it's the click of the scouter, but I suppose the sound
It's not the
effect.
normal sound effect that's used for a scouter, but
And you know what? After I did go back and I listened to the Raging Blast 2 version of it, and it also has that same like exaggerated shutter sound in it too that I don't associate with the original version of the song. Anyway, folks, that podcast episode will be out tomorrow. So
spoilers.
Enjoy.
Spoilers for the sauciest parts.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hi.
So I've been following your site for quite a long time, probably since I was very little. But I have been going around and I've noticed that there's some sort of gag going on that you like collecting Dead Zone.
Oh my God, Mike!
It's not really a question; it's more of a request. Will you sign my Pioneer dub of Dead Zone?
Oh God, I would love to.
Probably after the panel.
Sure.
But yeah.
Just inside jokes. In 1997, when Funimation began releasing these Z movies on home video, it was released in conjunction with Pioneer. They put out the home releases. This was the time when we had dub VHS and sub VHS. We also had Laserdisc and DVD. So there were 4 releases of the same movie in the same year. And it's just been perpetuated since then with re-releases of the movie, with the double features. I own the Portuguese version. I own the German version. What else do I own? I get magical packages in the mail. I'm like, I don't have a clue what language this is, but it's DBZ Movie 1. And Tanuki gives me the Laserdisc as well. The Laserdisc is on my wall in my loft. That's the joke. Haha, I spend money. Isn't it funny? All right. We got one last email, and Julian, you're going to take this one from King Lame 3. Now, this one was sent to my personal email account, but it references the podcast, so I figure we just read it on the podcast.
Yeah, and I think maybe you've attracted the attention of a certain reporter from abroad, so let me give my interpretation of this.
Okay.
Dear Vegeto EX, Yakshanash, what is up? Okay, no more small talks. I got some questions to ask you. Or them, your friends. 1, you got some photos of you guys and girl. 2, is it true that 4Kids does not own One Piece? The reason I asked that question is that I hate 4Kids. And I'll skip the rant about the gypsies and the Jews there. Okay, moving on. 3, you guys and girl, ask if we can think of a top 10 or 5 thing. I got 2. Top 10 or 5 or less best yells. Top 10 or 5 or less best drama scene. 4. Can you guys and girls make more videos like you did on podcast episode number 0068? I really like. It's nice. I gave it 5 out of 5 stars. 5. If you guys and girl ever meet Akira Toriyama, what will you say to him? If you can answer my questions, you will win a small of me or something else's. Okay, don't stop what you do best, making me happy. Bye. Jinkui. P.S. The reason that I said girl a lot is that I only hear one girl. She sounds 20 years old or 21. Is a bit old for new wife, but wow wow wee wow.
What? What? Why do you want to give your money to him? Okay. Oh dear. What? That strikes me as a bit far-fetched. What? You ain't getting me into that plane. Oh God. That's it. Oh God. Now get off my lawn.
What? Yeah. What? Okay. Yeah. What? Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Podcast done.
This NASCAR heat, Tonka Town. Stuntman makes my head spin round. Beachhead transfer, 35. Unreal tournament, test drive. Survivor, civilization. Superman saves the nation. NSYNC hotline, Dragon Ball. Alone in the dark, and that's not all.